surfers might be falling off the championship tour.
I'm bummed. Sucks. Really important round with the mid-year cut.
I know what I got to do. There's a time limit.
We've never had pressure like this at Bells Beach.
Beautiful scenes this morning here. There is a buzz on the steps.
It's going to be a great day, Ronnie. It's a day of reckoning.
Wow. Pump it. Game on.
Everybody can feel it, knowing that their job could be on the line. Some veterans are feeling more pressure than they've ever felt in their career.
Owen sizing this wave up, and he's going to go. He throws his hands down.
We can tell that you need it. How are you feeling?
A bit emotional. Haven't passed that round for a while.
Nat Young on his backhand, straight up into the lip. Jacko Baker, he's finding it here in the bowl.
Jordy is going to go. No interference called.
What a moment for the young Australian.
Ethan Ewing holding that rail.
All carve, all power.
This is a heat for the ages. When this man's on fire, he is unstoppable.
Toledo will take this wave as a victory lap.
Zeke, meanwhile, the big layback slash.
So far, so good for O'Leary. It's a 6.53. He gets it.
Come on! Here we go, John now up the back.
John Florence, that was mastery.
That was spectacular.
World number one on the windup. Passion and fire out of Igarashi. Getting even louder because Fanning's approaching the bowl.
Oh, wow.
The yellow jersey could be in jeopardy. Fanning takes out world number one. Callum Robson, the rookie, celebrates.
Hello, Andino driving down the line. Into a huge opening maneuver.
That was crazy. That was sick. Oh my God.
And he's kicking off here in the round of 32 with a lot of spark. Nimoy's going to have a shot now. Nice layback. Going to the rail. Whoa. Slater out of the contest. Massive performance from Emi Kalani DeVol. He is buzzing.
Jack Robinson goes to the air for the alley-oop.
This is an excellent score, a 9-1-7.
Ferreira flying into a big section, crushes it there off the roof. Good morning and welcome to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach here on this beautiful Victorian coastline.
Legendary event. The swells filling in, the tide's dropping out, and it's on.
Hard off the bottom, Arcow drifts it.
Just throwing that back arm.
The paranoid man hiding in the shelter. The overload alone bleeding through the walls.
You better watch right, we don't care what's right. You're dealing with a boss type, get caught in the crossfire. When I bust smack, it's march time. Bring out the dogs time, get caught in the crossfire. You better watch right, we don't care what's right. You're dealing with a boss type, get caught in the crossfire. When I bust smack, it's march time. Bring out the dogs time, get caught in the crossfire. Crossfire.
Good morning. You're watching the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
Morning.
The stage will be set at Winky Pop for the second day of competition.
Fair bit of swell in the water. It looks really, really fun.
Chianca, nice clean off the top. Here comes Kaio. Low tail reverse. Looked like he did it in his sleep. Big snap to drift for the rookie. He's having a blast this morning here at Winky Pop. Andino frames up the first snap. Deep bottom turn, layback hammer. I want to go surf. Thanks, Kolohe. Jadson Andre off the bottom. Big, powerful vert to finish. Robinson goes from third to second at the buzzer. Jadson will be surfing again today in the elimination round.
David Silva lines it up for a power powerful finish.
Wow. Barrett saw this section and just went, of course I'm going to hit it.
It's time for the opening round for the women. Gabriella Bryan turns in an excellent number, an 8.17.
Overhead wave by Tatiana. She's going to go for it. Oh, she pulls it.
Beautiful opening extension.
The fluid style of Steph Gilmore.
Joanna Fay, huge jam. Wow, that's front surfing coming out of Joanne.
We continue on with the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach competition. The elimination round is on. Off the bottom, and Griffin slams it shut.
He's warming up, isn't he?
And now Cibilic. Here comes a big section, committed power carve. Here comes Fanning. Clean open face hook. Big top turn arc, looking smooth.
Nehemiah. The 5.1 was enough to see him up in a second, and Connor Coffin's got to be baffled here.
Connor, that was an unlucky loss. How's it sitting with you now?
Yeah, not too good. Really important round with the mid-year cut.
Connor O'Leary now, steep section to finish, and he clouts it.
Fitzgibbons, tail drift to change up the flow, punches it out again. Massive.
We've been keeping a close eye on the conditions as we see our competitors gearing up for what looks like another big day of competition.
So come out now.
All the power in the rail game. Slam up into the left.
Come out now. 'Cause I see you. So come out now.
Up into a super heavy finish.
Wow.
Was absolute textbook technique. Carissa Moore, the 5-time world champion, the Olympic gold medalist.
Surfers might be falling off the championship tour.
I'm bummed. Sucks. Really important round with the mid-year cut.
I know what I got to do. Yo, there's a time limit.
We've never had pressure like this at Bells Beach.
Beautiful scenes this morning here. There is a buzz on the steps.
It's going to be a great day, Ronnie. It's a day of reckoning.
Wow. Pumping. Game on.
Everybody can feel it, knowing that their job could be on the line. Some veterans are feeling more pressure than they've ever felt in their career.
Owen sizing this wave up, and he's going to go. He throws his hands down.
We can tell that you need it. How are you feeling?
Bit emotional. Haven't passed that round for a while.
Nat Young on his backhand, straight up into the lip. Jacko Baker, he's finding it here in the bowl.
Jordy is going to go. No interference called.
What a moment for the young Australian.
Ethan Ewing holding that rail.
All carve, all power.
This is a heat for the ages. When this man's on fire, he is unstoppable.
Toledo will take this wave as a victory lap.
You got Zeke, meanwhile, the big layback slash.
So far, so good for O'Leary. It's a 6.53. He gets it.
Here we go, John now up the back.
John Florence, that was mastery.
That was spectacular.
World number 1 on the windup. Passion and fire out of Igarashi. Getting even louder because Fanning's approaching the bowl.
Oh, wow.
The yellow jersey could be in jeopardy. Fanning takes out world number 1. Callum Robson, the rookie, celebrates.
Hello, Andino driving down the line. Into a huge opening maneuver.
That was crazy. That was sick. Oh my God.
And he's kicking off here in the round of 32 with a lot of spark. Nemai's going to have a shot now. Nice layback. Going to the rail. Whoa. Slater out of the contest. Massive performance from Nemai Kalani DeVol. He is buzzing.
Jack Robinson goes to the air for the alley-oop.
This is an excellent score, a 9-1-7.
Ferreira flying into a big section, crushes it there off the roof.
Having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags. I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my vision, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change.
It's a Good Friday here in Australia as we see Sally Fitzgibbons, Joanne DeFay preparing for another day on the Bells Bowl. Italo was lethal yesterday afternoon, eliminating Ryan Callanan. Tyler Wright still one of the standouts, and Bronte McCauley eliminated Tatiana Weston-Webb. Jacko Baker, standout rookie. As Owen Wright, 6'3", one of the tallest guys on tour, preparing for the first heat of the morning in an all-goofy foot clash with Santa Cruz, California's own Nat Young. Here on the Bells Bowl, beautiful morning conditions. It's at that perfect size of Bells Beach where it's incredibly rippable for the best surfers in the world. Round of 16 set for the men, and the quarterfinals have been ready for the women for a couple of days now, experiencing all the fun on one of the most rippable days we've had this season to set up these big rounds today. Looks like Bells continues to pulse with some dreamlike conditions, incredibly glassy, and we'll see what the official call will be for the day in just a moment. Thanks for being with us around the world. Stop number 4 of the season here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. A lot on the line once again. Owen Wright versus Nat Young, followed by Jackson Baker and Ethan Ewing. And we'll see how far we get through today. Joe Turpel with Laura Enever and Richie Lovett here for the morning report. Laura, still kind of coming down from such an incredible day we had yesterday at Bells. Let's hope we do it again.
Yesterday was absolutely huge, but amazing, and with so much on the line, wow, it was really an exciting day. So many of the blue rashies, the lower seeds, taking out the main seeds and really mixing things up and under pressure doing some incredible things.
Yeah, it's cool. I guess you always expect all the experienced surfers, Richie, to really do well here at Bells, but there's a lot of young names that really stood up yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the tale of the rookies yesterday, and it was great to see them, jump up and rise to the occasion and not be fazed by the top seeds. And it makes for interesting viewing, and yesterday was just an amazing day. I had to rest the voice box last night because I was spent.
Let's hope we do it all over again. Waves are looking fun. How's it looking at the moment on the stairs? We'll send it to Shannon with Jesse Miley-Dyer.
Thanks so much, Joe. Jesse, thinking about yesterday, there's a lot of talk going around that it was one of the best days of professional surfing ever. What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, it was pretty amazing to have conditions like that here at Bells, and I know there was a lot of local boys and girls who were really super jealous, but some of the performances yesterday are just unreal, and I think it speaks, it speaks a lot to the tour and everyone's commitment that everyone's really rising to the moment.
So exciting. Talk to us about the call for today.
Yeah, so we're going to have this next round of men's in the round of 16. We have both men's and women's quarters on hold. So, we're looking at really good waves still this morning, and it's also got the chance to be building throughout the day. We're definitely going to monitor the high tide, but really nice conditions and crisp offshore winds.
Can't wait for it. Seeing more good action today.
Thanks so much, Shannon. As we check out the Oakberry surf conditions, plenty of swell on tap today, and we can see a beautiful wind direction. It's supposed to be offshore the entire day today with this fresh southwest swell. Thinking about the tide, Richie, do you think we'll be able to run through the tide today, or we kind of have to take it heat by heat?
We may have to take it heat by heat as we get closer to that higher tide at around 10:20. As we know, if the swell isn't big enough, the Bell's Bowl starts to go a little sleepy on the higher tide. So we'll just have to check it out. But as Jesse said, you know, there's defined lines. We've got a solid swell in the ocean right now, and we just have to monitor it. If it's big enough, it will break through the tide. So we just got to keep eyes on it. And look, it's trademark Bells Beach right now. Groomed offshore, perfect wind direction, light, and a really defined swell. So all the ingredients are there for a classic day of surfing.
I saw Stephanie Gilmore this morning come out of a morning surf, and I was like, well, let's get the breakdown. It looks good from here. And she said it's at that perfect size. She said sometimes bells can get so big where it's hard to perform on. It's still fun, but she's like, it's the perfect size to put on a great show today. So we'll break it down further on the Surfline forecast to see what we'll have for a big day of action here on Friday. Big thanks to Schaller Perry giving us the daily report down here for Bells Beach. Schaller was saying look forward to seeing this new southwest swell filling in throughout the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And it pulsed a couple of days ago in the evening, and then we had beautiful waves yesterday, and then there's another pulse today. So those big purple blobs running through the lower part of the globe there, they're sending all these defined swells up into the region where we are at Bells Beach. And well, here's the outlook for today. 5 to 7 feet all through the morning, and then 4 to 7 feet this afternoon. But look at that wind, 12 knots, variable up to 10 knots. So it's just classic offshore conditions. And then the longer range outlook, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, it's looking good. So for the next few days, we're just going to have to pick the eyes out of it. And as you said, we may need to duck and weave through the tide a little bit.
Already getting started with Owen Wright. Backside snap off the lip. Snaps it in the pocket again, hard off the bottom. And Wright just finding his feet on his opening ride of the morning. Flowing through the downtime well. Had a clutch performance against Colapinto. And now looking to seal the deal. Big backside snap again. Owen late on the finish. He's down and able to get a quick start against Nat Young. Owen's in that position where he needs a huge result, Laura. Always fun to see the big man surf. Famous for doing damage in really hollow type waves from perfect heats in Fiji. A champion in Tahiti as well. Really fun to really break down a backhand that's also made him a lot of money in his career, especially with that big win he had a couple years back at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, Owen's had some incredible results and you know, top 5 finishes over the years, and always been right there amongst the best and always doing so much damage. I think, you know, he's in a place he's never been before, down in 31st with this cut coming up. As we see Nat Young taking off now.
Nat Young trying to battle with Owen Wright, battle the backhanders. Big, powerful start for the Californian. Keeping that higher line on the fading cutback. All setup work for Nat, who finaled out here as a rookie way back in 2013. Deep off the bottom, clean re-entry to finish. And great to have an early start with these two. I remember a heat at lowers back in 2015. They paddled basically to uppers out of the area. They were gone. I thought they were going to T Street. They basically surfed a 5-minute heat.
That would have been hard for Nat because Owen's got like triple length of arm.
Albatross arms.
Yeah, he's got wings.
It was funny because fans were frustrated. We were frustrated because the waves were firing right out front at lowers, and they were just out of the area trying to make a point that they weren't going to give in and give up that inside. Someone had to bolt for it. Nat got the heat started, and Owen ended up going down, just catching one wave with about a minute on the clock. You could see the competitive nature of these two. First wave for Owen. What'd you think, Rich?
I liked it. Just committed surfing right from the outset. Looks like he's possibly been out there for a warm-up surf and served him well. Nice snap under the lip. Draws around, long bottom turn. Another critical cut back into the juice. And just a little downtime here as it fills up. Owen makes his way all the way through to the inside. Slight fall on the end of this, but I don't think it's really going to matter too much. Most of the work was done on the outside. And just a little slip up. Not a bad way to start things off.
Yeah, this wave had so much bowl in it. Like, it just drew off the reef perfectly, exactly what you're looking for. And I love this second turn, the way he goes up and releases the fins. Kicks it out the back. So incredible there.
Wow.
Comes around. It's dangerous there. You don't want to catch that outside edge, but he just did it so well. And Nat Young, yeah, his wave was amazing. Got that first big turn. Didn't bowl out in that second turn like Owens did, so just went a bit flatter. But, you know, surfing with so much speed, Nat. It's just such a good matchup.
Cool to see Owen able to drip the fins in these types of conditions. A very risky maneuver. Owen and Nat Young having another great battle. Their third matchup they've had in a one-on-one setup on the championship tour. Reaching for the lip line again is Owen Wright. Straight into a bottom turn. Belts it with authority.
Wow.
Owen's on fire into a backhand carve. Incredible form through those 3 hacks. Now looking to link up the inside track. Patient off the bottom. Nice steady arc. All he's got to do is stay on his feet. Big backhand hack with the airdrop. Owen Wright fights for the finish, and he gets it. Incredible performance for Owen Wright. The goofy footers are going blow for blow. Kaipo Guerrero, what a way to start the day.
Joe, I'm just camping out the back with Dometic, and it is absolutely beautiful out here. The waves are insane. As a goofy foot, I'm just so inspired by the turns I'm seeing by Nat Young, and that last one from Owen Wright was absolutely incredible, and I just got this song going through my head. Get it on, bang a gong, get it on.
Oh, Kaipo's already hearing the bell. It's what a great sight to see Owen's form. Kaipo quickly comparing the conditions to yesterday to today. What are we seeing?
Yeah, the conditions are great. I mean, maybe even a bit more swell, I think. And it's just absolutely beautiful. We'll see if it handles the tide as the tide's filling in. But I'm thinking we're looking good.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. 5-5 start for Owen, then locked into this thing. And what a challenging end section. Was fired up when he rode out of that one, Laura.
Wow, yeah, he was so emotional when he got through that that round of 32 yesterday. He just hadn't been able to get through it, and in his interview, yeah, just showing that that emotion and how much he wants this and how much he needs this. And there was just a buzz about him. Like, I think that, you know, he really believes that he can do it, but make that cut, but then at the same time he's just thinking about getting a bell and just performing. He's just wants to get his rhythm and performance up in heats again, and that last wave was incredible.
I mean, his 5-5 start looked fun, looked like he was in sync, and then where are they going to go with that second score? Those first 3 turns were brilliant. Even in between, he was so incredibly smooth. As we focus on Bubble Watch here at start number 4. Number 5 is where we make the cut. That's over in the Weston Margaret River. And Owen Wright is in that hot seat. You can see where he's sitting, number 31. So well behind the cut. All the shaded names have been knocked out of the contest. So think about where they're going to be sitting when things start happening at Margaret River. So much pressure involved there. Nat Young's in equal 15th at the moment. And Callum and Connor O'Leary still involved in this event. So a pressure situation for Owen, and he's letting it fuel the fire right now because he just got an 8.67.
Yeah, that was an amazing score, well deserved. And just looking at those ratings, Joe, I mean, Owen now with this result, regardless of what happens, he's going to be jumping up. So this is all good for him. He's been working with Cahill Bill Warren here down in Victoria, who's obviously a local and a specialised coach. And they made a few tweaks and changes. I was chatting to Owen, and he goes that they were only subtle changes, but they seem to have made a huge difference into the way he's surfing. And some of it was technique, and he's applied it here to the bowl. I think a lot of it's hand positioning from just looking at you know, his style previously to this event. Look at this here, how he grabs the rail, extends the bottom turn. That turn there under the lip in offshore conditions is just so hard to make. I can't stress enough just like how pinpoint perfect he is with his positioning at the moment. And he's so tall. He's got that leverage where he can just throw so much water.
Nat trying to get into this heat now with Owen Wright. Big vertical. Hard off the bottom, under the lip, hook again. Right on the money. And this backhand approach made him world famous as a rookie on the Bells Bowl. He finished runner-up to Adriano de Souza. And almost broke the goofy foot drought that was happening out here at Bells Beach. Tapping the finishing move, staying on his feet, but there's more left for Owen out the back, trying to really push hard on that opening turn. Now snaps it off the lip. Throws it vertically. And now into some inside work. Looks like he's hanging in there to try to ditch the 5-5. Getting a bit smoother towards this inside section. Nice controlled drift to finish for Owen Wright. 25.5 to go. Fun to have two goofy footers going blow for blow. Pretty easy to make those comparisons at the moment, Laura.
Yeah, it's so good to see both of them. They both have, you know, similarities in the surfing, but, you know, so much difference as well. Their techniques are different, and the turns that Owen are doing, drifting those fins and more so floating over the lip, are so cool to see. And I love that last wave of Nat getting so tight in the pocket, and yeah, that's what he was looking for sure.
Nat Young ended up making a couple of finals in that rookie season, finished in the top 10 and won Rookie of the Year. And that rookie class had Felipe Toledo in it, also had Sebastian Zietz, and also super coach Glenn Micro Hall. And after a handful of years on tour, he ended up falling off. Remember that superhero performance where Canoa opened up a spot for Zeke at Pipe? Nat was on the wrong side of that, where his spot got bumped. He was sent to the QS. Back to this one, Rich.
Yeah, extension carve to start things off. And then an under the lip snap and a second, third one. The wave starts to go a bit frothy on the inside. Nat finishing off. Nat surfing really, really good. He's had a second place here at Bells. So he definitely knows how to surf the wave. Owen, just a critical snap, and it kind of tripped him up a little bit on the first one. I was wondering whether he was going to continue on with this wave. But obviously still thinking about that 5.5 in his scoreline. He wants to get rid of that now. Keep putting more and more pressure on Nat. And it stood up through the inside, Joe. He got that final turn.
And bonus section.
Yeah, a little bonus section, Laura. Bang, hits it again. And geez, he looks good at the moment. So well balanced in his stance. Nat is a little bit more front-footed in his approach on the backhand. But yeah, these guys are actually going toe-to-toe right now. Great matchup.
Nat Young had a lot of great waves to surf on his backhand at home from Steamer Lane, where they used to have the Coldwater Classic. I remember when he was in the Pro Junior, he lost early. He was so upset with that moment that he ended up winning the main event because he was in both. It was such a big deal. Hey, which one would you rather? And he's like, yeah, this one feels pretty good. Beating all of his heroes. And as you guys know, Steamer Lane's not the easiest wave to surf. It's incredibly tricky, let alone on your backhand attack. And I felt like that wave like that prepared him for the world. A lot of his huge keeper results on the QS were going right. He was able to make fat sections look dynamic, learned how to hold his speed, and Santa Cruz is so proud that he's back on tour.
Yeah, you know, his last year, even talking to him yesterday, he's just been through some pretty rough stuff lately and some massive changes in his life, losing his beautiful mum last year, and then, you know, having a beautiful baby, Rocky Rose, who I'm sure mum and her are watching at home. So, you know, going through changes and just talking about coming back on tour and having a whole new perspective and being, a different version of yourself and taking on this tour with your family and just wanting to do it for them, really.
Yeah, you think about what these surfers go through, you know, from Nat to Owen Wright. They've had so many different types of comebacks. You know, the emotional comeback for Owen had everybody in tears when he was just trying to surf again, let alone at the top level of the game. And he was able to kick off with that yellow jersey after a win at Snapper Rocks. As we say a big good morning to Ronnie Blakey, who's sitting on the famous staircase. And Ron, so many stories with both these goofy foots for what Nat's been through, and obviously Owen as well. Great to see him at this point of their career going blow for blow at the Bells Bowl.
Yeah, morning Joe, morning guys. Yeah, you're spot on. These guys have been going through a whole lot. We saw it yesterday with Owen Wright. I was actually chatting to his wife, Keita, just moments ago, and she was giving me some insights into her journey through one of his heats at this point in his career. It's very stressful, and Owen just we felt that emotion, but like she said, he really hasn't won anything just yet. That was really just affirming that he can surf well, he can perform on the bowl, but he still has a long road in this contest if he's going to get above that mid-year cut line.
That's right, Ronnie. It's interesting also looking at last season for Owen. We keep forgetting it. He's still a wild card this year, right? I mean, last year he didn't have great success in that condensed season.
Didn't have great success in the condensed season, but is a bronze medalist. So, you know, I think Owen's given us fantastic performances in the past and in Tahiti especially. So once that event was taken from the schedule, his chances of really climbing the ladder at the back end of the season were kind of lost. That's the reason I feel that he got that wildcard opportunity. He needs to make it count now. 4 events in, hasn't had a big result. This is the first time he's been past the 3rd round, and the pressure is on. Interesting to note too, just the questions that will come into a competitor's head when they're not finding those big results, and equipment has been a bit of an issue. Even yesterday, Owen felt like his boards weren't really working that well for him, but he is staying with his shaper, Darren Hanley. Darren got out the sandpaper, started working on the edges of his boards just towards the tail, just to refine that equipment before this heat. It looks like those changes have worked. Might have even been a bit of a board change for him, but yeah, a lot of questions start swirling around in your head once you lose that confidence.
Good man, Ronnie. Thanks for the insight.
Wow.
A lot going on in the career of Owen Wright. And also cool to note, when your board's complete, there's actually still some finishing moments you could put on it.
I did not know that.
As we look at 20 minutes on the clock, Nat Young, hard off the bottom, big vertical through the lip. Setting up a big section, drills it. Pushing hard into that 3rd hack and controls the tail slide. What a brilliant start for Nat Young. Knew he needed a big score because Owen had the 8.67, so he's letting it all fly. This is that patience game where you know you have downtime. Hard off the bottom, tackles the finish, stays on his feet, open with a 4.5, built to a 6.87, and that'll be his best number so far.
That was a good comeback wave there for Nat. So we see Owen on the bowl now, a bit of froth in the face, but it might line up really nicely along the bowl if it doesn't just race off like it's doing. So he's out of there now.
So Owen just coasting. One of the best paddlers in the game, has a bigger wingspan than Michael Phelps. Almost impossible to join a paddle battle with Owen Wright, but he is looking inspired, wants to make that midseason cut. Can you imagine Owen Wright at G-Land? He'd definitely be at the top of the list as favorites to win that contest, Rich.
Yeah, he would, and he'd have that in the back of his mind too. He doesn't want to miss out on that event. And well, this is a great wave from Nat. What I like here is that Nat's not trying to oversurf it. He's still just sticking to his guns. Just really solid surfing. That snap there was brilliant. And again, I just love how tight these goofy footers can get up and off the lip. How square they come off the bottom. It's something that's unique to the backsiders out here at Bells. The natural footers, they have to kind of extend their turn, get out on the face. It's more horizontal surfing at times, but our goofy footers, they've got that ability to draw down deep into the bottom. And watch this, vertical hit off the top. Like Owen, that little tail slide. Looks like he's on a shorter board compared to Owen. But Nat just performing so well here. I know he's riding the Almeric fin template, which Owen usually rides, but Owen switched to the Mick Fanning template for this event just to get a little more hold off the bottom. He just felt like with the Merrick template, it's got a slightly smaller back fin, which enables you to release the tail a little quicker, but Owen didn't want that for this event. He wanted something that he could just lean into as hard as he could. And with that big 6'2", 6'3" frame, he's so much leverage on his equipment.
What a great heat. 2 goofy footers going blow for blow, standing by for last of Nat Young. Will he take the lead off Owen Wright? We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be right back.
for a team shred on all of our fun boards. All my boards are intact. That means that I didn't charge hard enough. I can see people through the trees out there already. I should be down there. And now it's time to go have some fun. We got a few days off before I'm heading home.
Jackson Baker prepares for Ethan Ewing in the second heat of the round of 16. He has been on fire ever since he went on his home break at Surf Fest at the QS 5000 level. Had some great surfers in that final, but he never looked like he was ever going to lose. He is such a momentum surfer. Once he gets on a roll, it's hard to stop him. Before that event started, he said, yeah, I want to win at home and I want to win a bell, where he's checked off the first one. Let's see if he could go all the way as a rookie. To take out this event would be very impressive. First, he's got to get past Ethan in the second heat of the round of 16, and we did in fact get a lead change. Nat Young, before we went to break, locked in at 8.10. Owen's 8.67, still the best wave of the heat, but Owen drops to second with priority. Now looking for a 6.3. Nat worked hard to earn every bit of that number and the lead, Laura.
He did. That was such a well-surfed wave, and yeah, almost matching Owen, getting up in that excellent range, in the 8-point range. So yeah, it's going to come down to that backup score now. So Owen, you know, he's 5.83, just a bit bobbly there, so he'll be looking for something.
Let's break down the excellent scores. Owen Wright 8.67, just under. Nat Young with an 8.10, and we'll see which one Richie Lovett likes better. What do you think, Rich?
I love the split screen, Joe, because we can make a real comparison. Both start off with a very tight snap, and again, Owen's a little bit more critical on that second one, extends the bottom turn, but I got to give the third turn to Nat Young, so his one was stronger, but then through the inside, I think Owen maybe just did enough to get the edge, and it's really interesting when you're thinking about, you know, incremental differences in the rides and the 0.0, you know, moments that you got to give these scores. So yeah, you could see that Owen's wave just a little bit more complete. It had a little bit more towards the end section, and I guess that was the difference.
And Owen's wave a bit bigger as well. It was a bigger set. He just jumped off the jet ski, and it was, yeah, it was a huge wall at the back.
13:15 on the clock. What a battle. Owen Wright takes this wave, looking for a 6.3. Great connection there. Smooth off the bottom, drills it off the top.
Oh, wow.
Throws it up vertically again and hammers it as Richie Lovett falls out of his chair.
Sorry, Joe.
Inside, setting up well on this wall. Nice, beautiful redirect. Belts it again with authority. Owen Wright is in sync with bells this morning, but Nat Young's looking to answer.
This is blow for blow. How insane. Nat Young, a huge crack there. Another one. Wow, just a bit of froth in the face here, but he's going to work it through. What an exchange from these boys. Goofy footer heat did not disappoint, guys.
Nat Young setting up the last part of this inside wall. Reaches hard for the lip and crushes it. These guys aren't making any mistakes. Enjoying a nice lineup with some consistency to try to work out a spot into the quarterfinals. 2 waves to lock in. They already have 14+ totals. This is exactly what you want to see, especially when you make the Dream Tour. You dream of conditions like this at Bells Beach. You dream of getting a lot of opportunity. For Nat Young, he's a little bit further up on the rankings, but for him, he's not feeling that safe. So he's trying to fight for a spot in the top 10 as well. Let's go through Owen's first, Rich.
Excellent wave, excellent surfing in my opinion. Draws hard off the bottom, and just these snaps he's doing on his backhand, how he gets up into the lip, kind of toying with it, kicking that fin, kicking the tail of his board out, drifting a little bit just for a micro moment. And he's able to regain control, and another one through the inside where Owen connects and gets a few nice turns. The little fist pump, he knows that was a good ride. And then Nat outside. Look at the foam line. It's just so perfect out there right now. What a treat for these guys. And Nat doing some nice work on here. Maybe a little bit more horizontal in his approach on this wave. So I don't actually know whether he's going to increase his scoreline, needing to better that 6.87. But for sure, I'm going to go and say that, well, Owen's going to blow that 5.83 out of the water.
Really impressive back-to-back exchange there. Nat Young had the lead with his 8.10. Owen Wright just chasing a 6.3. And they still have so much time to continue this momentum. Their first matchup that they've had together since 2017. A lot has changed since then, coming into 2022. And Owen Wright, fresh off the skis, looking to regain first priority. Laura, is there a rhythm to the best waves of the set? I mean, we keep hearing maybe second wave you got to be on a day like today. Can you overthink that?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen Owen on the first wave of every cert this heat. So I think, you know, coming down here and obviously seeing it be like, driving around the corner was like the perfect corduroy lines coming through. Beautiful sunrise. And yeah, I think it's just so clean out there that the first wave is drawing off the reef enough, and it doesn't have that foam on the face. We've seen the foam on the face on all of Nat's second waves of the set. So, I mean, yeah, Owen's obviously identified, working with KL, that the first wave is okay to go today.
Last score for Nat Young, a 6.10, doesn't factor in. Owen Wright, a 7.73, and the lead and priority. And that'll be a tough situation for the Californian. Getting dropped off, you have second priority, nothing changed in your top two. As we see the focus from Ethan Ewing. Right behind him, whispering in his ear, Cale Bell Warren, the local boy that is at the top of the ladder of the coaching program with Surfing Victoria. He also is featured in the main event here when he came out of the trials. And he's had a lot of success in the last couple of days, Rich.
Yeah, he has. That man there on the screen, Ethan Ewing, was one of the standout performers yesterday. And his brand of surfing, time and time again we say it, is just so suited to these open face Bells walls. I cannot wait for the next heat, but I also cannot wait to see how this heat plays out. It's just such a treat with, you know, Bells has just come alive for us.
Yeah, we're in for one crack a day. And even talking to Nat, so we see a little paddle happening here. Owen potentially going to hold Nat off here.
Owen Wright using priority. Let's see if he can add up another big number. I like that draw. It's down to the bottom. Stretched out bottom turn, drills it again. Out in front, there's that big arc off the top. And now starting to fade, staying light on his feet. A rookie back in 2010 where he won Rookie of the Year. Clips it right on the money. Gets the finish. A stellar performance from Owen. Throwing away a couple mid-range fives. Looking to improve on a 7.73. Kale's loving that wave.
Yeah, Kale's loving it. Look, he's got his little notebook out. But wow, look at this heat. We've had at least 6 waves from every surfer. Well, 6 from Owen, 5 from Nat. There's been so many good sets coming through, and it's what you love to see.
Owen just catching his breath, looking for a huge result. We talked about 2010, Rookie of the Year. 2011, he was in his first world title race. Went 3 finals in a row with the GOAT. From New York, Lowers, Tahiti. He ended up winning that event in New York that day. Still the biggest prize purse in surfing history. As we break down the form of Owen Wright, Laura, what do you love about his approach?
I mean, I just, like Rich has been saying, his timing is just impeccable, and getting his board up in some of these really critical pockets, and even with the lumps and bumps, and making it just look so effortless. Look at that, throwing the tail out, coming around, and just having that full, big, iconic fan out the back with the spray. But
oh, those bottom turns are just so deep, huh?
Surfing so strong. I actually thought that this wave wouldn't wouldn't get above his 7.73, even though he surfed amazing. And look, the scores come in, it's a 6.63, so he held Nat off. I think, you know, it could have been a bit of a mistake there because it was a bit of a smaller set. Hasn't factored into his scoreline, and now with 6 minutes to go, Nat's going to have priority in his pick of the set.
And I guess, Rich, how you break that down, like Laura's identifying a mistake there as a competitor. When you take a wave using priority and nothing changes, how do you move on from there?
Yeah, it's a bit of a blow. The wave did look okay, like it looked good when he took off on it, and I guess he was backing himself thinking, I am going to improve my scoreline. Didn't pan out.
I kind of think he might have needed to go for something progressive on the end section, but it's so hard and bubbly in there. So knowing that, like, he'd done some good surfing and tried to do something a bit bigger.
Remember too, just like as you said, Laura, like these guys have surfed a number of waves. They're long waves. They're kind of getting gassed towards the end of this heat. The legs would be really hurting.
6 long waves at Bells is a lot. They're long, and it's hard work.
Taking the deep breaths. Has priority. He's been in this situation in the past where he needs an 8.31. I remember when he was just loving life on the tour into his second, third year. I talked to him and he said how confident he gets when he's on a magic board. If he needs a 9, he knows he can get a 9 when the wave comes. He's been working out his boards with a Proton to a rookie for Channel Islands, and he's got 2 great boards to choose from here on the Bells Bowl. Looking at the Harvey Norman recap, we got underway quickly. 8.67 on Owen Wright's second wave of the heat, Rich.
Yeah, aggressive surfing on the backhand. Owen Wright just the fist pump after that one. He was stoked. And Nat Young, he's been answering back big time.
Big turns right in the pocket, and he's able to really explode. The wall stands up with some drifting maneuvers as well. He got a 6.87 to stay in the game before he built his total and even got the lead, Laura.
Yeah, he did. Nat's been surfing so strong. He's so fast. Both of these surfers so fast, and just doing some of the best backside surfing we've seen out here in a long time.
So much time to enjoy the bottom turn from Owen Wright and how hard he attacks. How patient is he? Controlled with perfect timing. 7.73 for his low score at the moment for one of the better combined totals he's had in a long time. Now live action, Nat Young blitzes the first section, chasing an 8.31, going upside down and a free fall out of the lip. Great aggressive start for the Californian. Fading it, sweeping bottom turn. Didn't have a whole lot to finish on.
Wow.
But he did kick out with control, Laura.
Yeah, those first 2 turns were huge, but unfortunately not getting that third section in or that strong finish. So it's going to be a tough one for the judges, but I feel like if he just had that big finish, he could have been right there with the score. But yeah, look at these first 2 turns, Rich.
Yeah, straight up into the pocket. Nat just taking advantage of the bowl, lighting up here. The second one was quite dramatic as well, but this, as you said, didn't really have that third dynamic moment, which Owen had. I think back to his 7.73. Owen had those 3 that just connected so beautifully. All 3 turns, critical.
I mean, I'd say
high risk.
Yeah, I'd say Nat's was more perfect, and Owen's was almost trickier to surf, but he had 3 big turns out the back before he got to the inside. So, yeah, we'll see where the judges go. They might have loved, you know, just how clean and perfect that wave was, and yeah, how strong he surfed on it. But yeah, hard one for the judges right now. 2 minutes 45 seconds to go.
Standing by for the last number for Nat Young. As we stand by for that, we can't help but get so excited for the big heats coming up in the round of 16, Ronnie.
Oh, mate, it's huge. I'm here on the steps, standing in the footprints of absolute legends of the sport, and we just had a couple of young guns run past me. So interesting to see the different prep for the surfers. Jackson Baker, so sociable, so out there, and stopped and chatted to just about everyone as he made his way down to the water's edge, reacted to the crowd down there. Ethan Ewing, on the other hand, blinders on, marched straight past everybody, kind of didn't take in everything that was happening in the grandstand, and the 2 surfers are going to make their their way out. Both really confident, both surfing great. That's going to be a fantastic clash. There's so many big heats coming our way. Felipe Toledo and Connor O'Leary in heat 3, and Kaipo's out there in the lineup. I know you're excited about this one, Kaipo. John trying to get one back on Morgan Cibilic.
Oh yeah, I'm out the back with Dometic and John Cibilic. That's going to be a great matchup. We got Mick Fanning, going to be a big challenge to Callum Robson. That's incredible. And Ron, you also mentioned it. Felipe Toledo can take the yellow leader's jersey onto Western Australia, but he has to make it past Connor O'Leary. And coming up next, we have some incredible surfing. It's going to be the contrast between the power of Jackson Baker and the smooth, precise surfing of Ethan Ewing. Joe, I'm excited out here.
Oh, it's incredible looking at our lineup in the round of 16. Imai Kalani-Deval beat Kelly yesterday. That was a huge performance for him. But he's got Jack Robinson, the amazing athlete, into his second season on tour that did one of the biggest airs, that huge alley-oop, to really take down Leo Fioravanti in a dominant way. That's going to be a big one to watch. Sammy Pupo has Italo Ferreira. So much to look forward to set up the quarterfinals. We're down to 40 seconds. The score did drop for Nat Young, a 7.67. He kept it in his top 2. However, it wasn't enough for a lead change with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, I kind of picked that might have gone just under the score, but as we see, a judge, got him up there in the excellent range, an 8-point ride from one of the judges, but coming in at the 7.67, he just needed that one more good solid section, and I think he could have got there.
Yeah, it's they're big healthy score lines, aren't they?
Look at that
already. Heat 1, and Nat surfed amazing, and he should be stoked with his performance. He should take that energy and that momentum over to Western Australia. But Owen Wright, it was just a flawless performance. That was great surfing in a clutch situation. Stoked to see the Big O move through.
Important win for Owen Wright as he's into the quarterfinals, and Nat Young exits in the round of 16. Coming up next, Jackson Baker takes on Ethan Ewing in an all-Australian battle right after this.
There you go. Well done, Owen. Great surf for both sides, Owen and Nat. That was an epic way to start the day. You're reaching the water now. Jacko Baker.
Just always being around the ocean, that was kind of like what we did. We were never bored. Obviously watching the tour and seeing guys like Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson and Andy Irons, Kelly, all those guys is kind of what's inspired me and made me want to go for it. It's really good to be back in Australia and competing here. It's right at the top of my list of events I want to do well at. All my heroes kind of growing up, they've all won it here, and if you're surfing well here and you're winning events, it's a huge statement. I feel like my surfing's kind of been at a pretty high level. Obviously style matters to me. When people say that I have a great style or whatever, that's a huge compliment. I want to go more towards the aggressive side as well. After seeing Griff get his first win with the 10-point ride, it's definitely pushed me and made me want it more. And to do it in Australia would be the ultimate goal.
An all-Australian battle is just getting started. A rookie named Jackson Baker against Ethan Ewing, who's still growing in his profile on tour. He was always set to be one of the greatest ever with how he just rides any wave in the world. But Jackson Baker's kind of been the one on the roll, fresh off the win at Newcastle. It'll be Ewing. Tracking down the line, setting up a big bottom turn, and how's that big forehand hook to get things started? Driving off the top, wraps it with that higher line. Quick fade into the pocket again. Nice steady pace for Ewing. Never see him chatter his board. It's just all transition moves using his rail. And now looking for an end section to finish on. As he'll throw it up through the lip. Airdrop. Stays on his board until he has to step off on the sand. A well-read wave for Ethan Ewing as Owen Wright equals his personal best here at Bells and gets to the quarterfinals. He was a bit emotional after his win yesterday over Griff. This morning it was just all fire on the back end of Owen Wright. Big scoring matchup, 16.4 total. Over Nat's 15.77 total. And we'll be working out who will be sparring with. Will it be Jacko? Will it be Ethan? Laura, are you seeing a favorite in this heat?
Oh, this heat's such a hard one. Like we were just talking about, these surfers have both such strong points about their surfing. Jackson attacks and is so powerful. Ethan is so stylish and precise. And like we saw him on that first wave, he didn't really, he kind of just was taking off deep, racing along, did 3 big sweeping turns and 5.33 for, you know, a pretty medium-sized, not, you know, perfect bowly wave. So Ethan right there getting a pretty good start.
Last turn for Ethan Ewing on the inside was deemed incomplete. As you can see the score there, a 5.33. Let's have another look, Richie.
Yeah, the guys were sitting super deep for this one, and this is what Ethan had to do, just streak down the line before he gets to that opening slice. It really is just precision surfing, isn't it, the way he approaches the wave. Another wrapping cutback. And, well, the judges leaving a bit of room here because they know that when both these guys open up and start taking off on some of those sets, really attacking, getting a little bit more critical and vertical in the lip, that's when the biggest scores are going to come.
So now 5.33 on the board. Jackson Baker's holding priority as we have a great opportunity to talk to a very familiar face and a very familiar voice as we welcome Richie Porta to the booth here for the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. Good morning, Rich. Great to see you.
Morning. How are you going, guys?
Fantastic. Love having your company. Rich, the other day when I called you up, you were talking about how you can't really trust the forecast down here until you're about 3 to 5 days out. We showed up and we're going, oh no, what are we going to do? And how great is this? Just in a short period of time, the wave showed up and we're coming off one of the better days we've had this season.
Yeah, things change quite rapidly in the Southern Ocean because of the storm front. So as we're talking about, you know, you can't bank on long-term forecasts here because the storms develop so quickly and push the swelling. And I really like the amount of waves that we're seeing this morning. I think you're going to be in for a really good day once the other side of that tide swings by.
Well, obviously, longtime head judge, Richie, you've seen a lot here on the Bells Bowl. What's your biggest takeaway from all the action and all the big numbers we saw yesterday?
Wave choice is critical. Like we saw it just in the last heat. You know, Nat was surfing really, really well, but his waves just didn't allow him for that 3rd and 4th turn, whereas Owen was picking the eyes out of the sets, and that's a crucial element today because you can surf amazing, but if the wave's not allowing you to get that extra turn in, that's going to be the difference in some of the scores today.
Wave selection so critical. We saw that evident with Imai yesterday in the win over Kelly, where he waited forever for an 8.17 because he knew if he took an insider, he wasn't going to get the score. Rookies are really trying to work that out now, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a bit of a riddle when you first come onto the tour and you try and figure it out, and after each wave you're going, oh, okay, that's what they want to see, and you know, you start to learn.
Here we go.
Action.
Jackson Baker. Hard off the bottom, big hammer, blowing the whole board out, but he goes straight down. So trying to kick off this heat with authority. That'll open things up for Ewing now. Ethan snap to start. Wrap and cut back. As we still have Richie Porte on the Stay Connected call for Boost Mobile. We'll have an inside section starting to grow here. All patience for Ewing. And now waiting for the finish, springs into it, attacking the lip, stomps it. He'll get credit for that finishing move. And now he has 2 scoring rides, and Jackson will be incomplete. Always looking at those finishing moves very closely. Former head judge Richie Porte. It's a pretty tough one to ride out of when the sand's approaching so quickly, and every wave sometimes finishes just a little bit differently as you head towards Winky Pop.
Yeah, and once again, we can just go back to the last heat. Owen's waves were a lot bigger on that closeout section in the end, and Nat's waves were quite small and insignificant. So the judges want to see if you're going for that last big turn, you want a big solid section. The little soft turns don't rate. The judges have lost interest by then, well and truly. You know? So you've got to be really careful on what waves you get, and it's crucial that you pick the right ones. I can't emphasize that enough today.
We really enjoy it. And Laura Ennever, what happened to Jackson Baker here?
This turn was huge. I really thought he had it there, his back foot just slipping off, but look, his board turned around exactly where he wanted it. If his back foot had been able to stay on, he could have had that turn, and that would have just been mind-blowing and a huge score.
He was so confident this morning when I saw him. He's one of those guys that is not feeling any sort of, oh no, what's happening in an event. You know, you're walking downstairs, and depending on where people are on the rankings, there's this nervous feel. Jackson is not nervous at all. He's actually having the time of his life. Even with that fall, I know he's confident that he's going to make a comeback. Well, speaking of Jackson, and since we do have our scoring and judging expert, Richie Porte, on the line, let's talk about the fun stuff. Richie, yesterday, Jackson Baker and Jordy Smith, I mean, everyone thought that was a pretty close call. How did you see that one play out?
Oh, that was amazing. What really impressed me was how quick Jordy reacted to that situation. Like, most people, it takes a few seconds to process things. Jordy's looked, he's gone, oh, no, I don't want this wave. And then he's seen Jackson saying, well, I'll have it. And then he's gone, well, if you're going, I've got priority, buddy, and let's get an interference. And that's the only thing that's going through his mind right there. No matter what Jordy's going to tell you, he's lined Jackson up then and said, here's my way through the heat. Because he's chasing a 9.1. It's going to be tough to get it on that wave. And then he rolls over on top of it, and he has unconditional right of way. But the thing was, the judges deemed that Jackson didn't do enough to get in his wave, hence no interference. What Jordy needed to do, and this sounds a bit nasty, but it's a rule and it's there to be used, is crash into him. And if then it's really clear. But the way it ended up, it's like so close, and yet unfortunately for Jordy and fortunately for Jackson, no call.
Did you agree with that decision, Rich?
On the spot, mate.
Right, yeah, I kind of did. Like, if you look at it in the slow motion, which we're looking at it there, it's like Jackson angles right away from it, just in enough. You could have got, I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd called it. And I'm not surprised that they didn't, because it's just like it's right there. It's 50-50, you know, like, let's sit on the fence with that one. The call is the call, and it's fine.
I suppose what you're saying is there was just enough gray area, and if Jordy did have a collision and there was contact made, then there would be no question the interference would have been called.
Clear cut, because he's got unconditional right of way.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, the most impressive part for me was how quick Jordy reacted to here's my heat. I'm going to get through the heat right now on an interference, and tried to use the rules. And good on him for trying.
Right,
but,
it's an unpopular feeling, isn't it?
prize.
I mean, like, I almost feel like Jordy was thinking about, am I really doing this? Am I playing the game this way? And maybe at the last second decided he was just going to roll over the falls.
It was a tricky one, and I think we should note that Jordy looked at the wave, and then for that millisecond, he kind of backed off interest. That's when Jackson made the move to go it. And then as soon as Jackson actually realised that Jordy had second-guessed his decision and started to go the wave, he tried to get out of the way. He was trying to get out of there. So it wasn't... it was, like Richie said, it was really 50-50. Could have gone either way. And, yeah, sorry, Jordy. It didn't go your way.
Well, that was fun, Rich. Thanks for letting us go there. And obviously the celebrated numbers and the fun yesterday, a 993 from John Florence. We had talked about how the scale has changed the other day, and they don't just throw excellent numbers out for anything. But we had quite a few to talk about, and even already this morning, is that just a testament to how good the waves are and how amazing our tour is at the moment?
Yeah, for sure. And you look at John's wave yesterday, it's 4 amazing turns, each one different, and flat to the board. I really like this second one, because to come up into the lip like that and ride out so clean and so powerful, it's a testament to John's surfing for sure. And it's right up there, it's high, you know. The waves are pumping, so it allows for really good surfing. And we'll see some of that again today. I also like Jack Robbo's 9 for his air. Like, I thought that was really good, and showing a little bit of difference in what you can do out of bells. It's not all about the carving and the power turns. It's like, let's get innovative and progressive, and that's that element that the best surfers in the world bring to a wave that everyone thinks this is the way you surf. He goes, no, I'll do something different right now. So, you know, I think we'll see a lot of that today as well, because the waves are going to pump later on this afternoon with hopefully a bit of a building swell. But yeah, it's testament to they're the best surfers in the world, right? If they're not pushing it, then we're in the wrong sport.
Oh, we love it. That was a big alley-oop that Richie just mentioned there. Richie Porta, thanks so much for your time. Can't wait to catch up with you very soon. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes.
Always great to catch up with Richie Porta on the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. Longtime head judge and still our scoring and judging expert. We get some insight on breaking down all the action. And coming into today, I'm expecting a lot more big moves. We did see those airs from Jack Robinson. We saw a really big air from Ryan Callanan that almost saved him in the heat with Italo last night.
Yeah, that was such a tight heat there with Italo and Ryan. He got that big alley-oop in, and unfortunately just went down on the next turn, which was super uncharacteristic. You know, he did all the hard work. It was right there, and then, yeah, unfortunately just slipped through his fingers with a little fall, and the judges really penalised him for that.
I think the takeaway, guys, is that there's sort of 2 ways to build a score. There's the traditional surfing route where you're just, you know, laying down clean lines and surfing the wave from start to finish. You might manufacture a 7 out of it, or you could do what Kolohe did yesterday, race down the line, pop a big alley-oop, and you get a 7 for primarily just sort of one major turn and a couple of follow-ups. So, you know, if you're a surfer that only has that rail game, you've only got that one option to draw on, whereas there are surfers in the field that have it both, the Johns of the world and the Philippes of the world, and you know, it's the guys that perhaps have to do a little bit of work. And we saw Ethan Ewing in the interview saying, I really need to start working back on the progressive element, because I want to add that into all the style and flow and that carving element that I have. So it's, you know, even the top surfers in the world, they need to be working on their skills.
Well, something that we always reference is being on the best waves. Richie Porta broke that down in just the first heat of the morning. Owen was on the better waves. Nat's waves didn't offer him as much scoring potential. Laura, as a former competitor, how do you practice that? How do you learn to be on the right waves at the right time?
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's experience and surfing here and having that crew around you that really know this wave. So, I mean, yeah, Cale Bill Warren working with Owen Wright there, and he's having an amazing track record this event. He's got Callum Robson as well, and all of his athletes are on the best waves of the day, really.
I think there's an innate kind of intuitive thing that happens for surfers at this level, and you know this, when you've surfed a wave that many times and you've been down there in a variety of different conditions and moments, you just know when you see it. When the sets come in and you can see them lining up and you can kind of see them stack 3 or 4, you go, I think it's the third one, or I think it's the second one. It's almost this sort of subconscious intuition that you have at this level. And it's a weird thing because you have to be an expert at reading the ocean, and all of our competitors, men and women, they're experts at reading the ocean.
And one man that's in a great seat to pick out the best waves is Kaipo Guerrero. From where you're sitting in the water, Kipes, is it pretty easy for you to pick out the best waves of the set?
Well, you can see the sets coming, first of all, because up the reef is center side. And so the swell's going to break up there first. So when the bomb sets come in, you can see them up there, and it's about 25 seconds or so before it hits the bowl. So you have some time to prepare. Now, once it hits the bowl, that's when it gets tricky. That's when you have to identify which one to go. I've heard a lot of talk about the second or the third wave of the set being the best one, maybe getting some of the water off the reef, but I'm sure that is tide dependent. And right now, Joe, we have this filling tide, and it feels like it might be slowing down the wave just a bit.
Thank you, Kaipo, for the insight. Yeah, we're definitely seeing that now. These two have been sitting for quite some time, where Nat and Owen were going blow for blow. They had about 4 or 5 waves apiece at this stage of their matchup. Jackson fell in his first turn, 183. That's all he's had. Ethan Ewing, 627 and a 533 to try to get a spot into the quarterfinals. Adjustments, sometimes you have to make them heat by heat, especially here at Bells, when things can slow down in the middle of your matchup, Laura.
Yeah, I think it's just, there's nothing you can do. You just have to really hope that they're coming in. A lot of the time the guys will, time the sets, and look, we can see them paddling, we can hear the whistles, so we know something's coming right now. This is what they've been waiting for. But yeah, back to that, a lot of the competitors actually time the set, so they have a bit more of an idea, and then it doesn't freak them out, and they're not, too worried. But I'm sure, talking about what Kaipo said, they know the tide will be slowing things down a bit.
It also makes that first fall of Jackson Baker come into play here, because if he had actually surfed that wave and not fallen, he perhaps would have a score that's matching Ethan Ewing.
15:45 to go, and Jackson will try to open up with his first completion. Stretched out wall here at Bells, wide open face. The rookie digs in. Setting up the lip. Beautiful sweeping carve. Baker wrapping cutback. Inside track is already giving him a healthy wall. Didn't have to chase anything on an extended little inside track. He was able to keep his flow right into a big section. I think judges appreciate just smooth lines and not downtime at all. So Baker will be right in the mix with that score.
Yeah, after that first fall, that was exactly what Jackson had to do. He just had to finish that wave. It was such a bomb. It was so big and had such an incredible, sections on it that he just needed to lay into them and just go back to that power surfing just to get something on the board here with the 14 minutes to go, like you mentioned, Richie.
Yeah, it was sort of blue collar surfing, really, showing some restraint. You could tell he sort of geared down a little bit from that first wave where he just wanted to absolutely murder it. On that one, he was like, okay, let's surf this wave. There's maybe 7 points on this, even if I just surf it semi-conservatively, but drawing off the bottom, a nice carve here, opens up the arms and the shoulders, and then wrapping back into the whitewash. This one stood up right on the inside. So 4 big turns, all connected. Maintain the speed, maintain the flow. He could match Ethan's 6.27 here.
Jackson knew it was time to get a keeper on the board after the fall in his first wave. He's getting right into the mix with Ethan Ewing. This all-Australian battle continues right after this.
I like to just keep my routines pretty simple. I like to get up early. We made a bit of a saying called win the morning, win the day. It's like if you get up early and you really capitalise on that part of the morning, you win the rest of the day. Everything's a bonus from that point onwards.
Some of my favorite things to do outside of surf contests are hang out with my friends, golf, just come up with random goofy things that a lot of people might not think is fun, but we make it fun with the crew we have. Oh, Bruce's part.
This is my local beach, so any opportunity to give back and keep the beaches as clean and healthy as possible, that's what I want to do.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
It's just good to show that it only takes a little bit and you can make a big difference.
And if we all band together, it actually becomes one big, beautiful change.
To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Visit Victoria, official event partner and exclusive tourism partner, by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, by Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia, and by TAC. Drive safely through the home of our wildlife. A safe drive saves our wildlife.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Owen Wright, that was a significant heat for you to be making it through, and I saw you having a chat down the beach with Cahill Bill Warren and Adam Robinson afterward. What was that discussion about?
Oh yeah, I've been training down here a couple times before this event started. I think when you're on tour this long, you can sometimes get complacent, and maybe that happened to me, maybe it didn't. I'm not sure, but I've definitely been putting in the work here, and we're just ticking off things that we've been working on, and I've been getting scored, and I had for me, Nat's one of my favourite surfers out here, and he's like the new school Occy to me out here, and yeah, I have a lot of respect for him. So it was nice for me to have that heat against him and really take it to him.
Great performance. Talk to me about making it to the quarterfinals, but wanting to go one better and finally semi here at Bells.
Yeah, I think for me, coming goals is always to ring the bell. So yeah, just get the work done until that happens. So if it does, then I'll be cheering and celebrating with the fam.
Hey Valley, what did you write in the chalk up there for your dad?
Go Dad. Owen.
Number one?
Number one.
Go Owen, number one, in the chalk on the boardwalk for everyone to see. Well done, Owen.
That's so good. Thank you so much, Shannon. And little Volley having a blast with his dad's post-heat interviews and supporting his auntie as well. Tyler still going in the quarters. Mikey Wright was incredible. He was going blow for blow with Felipe just the other day. But great to see Owen in this kind of form, and it's really cool. He's doing everything to check everything before an event now. He's been on tour since 2010, and he's had great success. So there's probably a time where you feel like, yeah, I've got everything worked out. I'm making heats, and cool that he put in a lot of time down here. It's definitely paying off as he's off and running into the quarters.
Yeah, that was cool that he mentioned that, maybe he has become a bit complacent. Maybe he hasn't. You're so used to coming down here. And, we've been coming down here. Yeah, go Dad. Go Tyler, go Mikey. Yeah, some amazing art there by Varley, right? The new superstar. Move over, everyone else. Varley's coming through. But yeah, I mean, we have all been coming down here since we were like 12 years old, doing Rip Curl Grom searches, doing all these contests, pro juniors here at Bells. Like, we have been surfing Bells for a long time and being down here at Torquay. So I think, like Owen said just then, to come back down and actually put in the work and actually, reconnect with the wave, and it's obviously paid off. He's put in the work, and he looks like he knows like the back of his hand right now.
Yeah, to me, it was a different interview. There was a different mood to it. Yesterday, all the emotions came out, and he was kind of pouring his heart out to us.
Today,
and then
serious
today
business.
It was game face back on again. So, he's going through the motions with this event. He's certainly on.
Here comes Ethan Ewing, using priority. Big power carve. Pushing hard through the lip, he jams it again. Flowing down the line, here comes Ewing's wrap. Looking to better a 5.33. And the man from Stratty's on a roll so far. Just looks great going straight down the line. Belts it. Whitewater section approaches, and Ewing nails the finish. Some brilliant turns, some variety to start off wave number 3 for Ewing, and it looks like he'll be increasing that lead. Laura, how'd you react to that one?
Yeah, that was an epic wave to come back. He went more progressive, he went more flair, and yeah, just doing it, looking so stunningly beautiful still, but just that Ethan Ewing we're used to seeing. But yeah, he's stepped it up there, and that last score of Jackson coming through at the 7.27, so you know, let's see this, Rich.
Love it. So on rail. Higher in the lip compared to what Jackson did. And then that turn there, that's the money one. That layback hack, just putting everything into it. Pushing his board to the absolute limit. And then gets the rail work all the way through the inside here as the wave starts to get a little bit slopey. It's this final section. Another little re-entry off the top and a foam hit to finish off. Complete ride. Surgical in his approach.
So clean. Yeah, I love this turn. Just picks the eyes out of the section and lays into it. Yeah, it goes so high. Look at those fins there, throwing so much spray, the body twerk.
And then able to switch gears on the second effort on the best part of the wave, Rich.
Yeah, watch how tight in the pocket he gets here. Pay attention to the back arm. All the weight is right on the tail pad, right there. Now he releases. The board gets flat. He re-engages the fins. On with show.
It's perfect surfing out of radical sections. He's never fishing for his rail line. It was so smooth on those first two efforts, and he didn't really get a crazy wall on the end of that wave. That 8-point ride, the bulk of those points were because of his aggressive approach out the back. So then we start diving into the story of, well, if you don't have a big set wave, if you perform like that, judges will still reward you for that commitment and risk.
Yeah, that wave was nowhere near as big and bowly as Jackson's, but he did that surfing that you need to do on a smaller, more drawn-out wall to, yeah, get up in that excellent range. So incredible stuff there from Ethan.
So you can like surf a wave up or maybe surf a wave down as well, depending on what size of wave you get in your matchup. We'll now hear from runner-up in the last heat. Nat Young is with Shannon.
Down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, catching up with Nat Young. That was a tough battle against Owen Wright. You had some great waves out there, but a tough loss, no doubt, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was a good heat for sure. I mean, I knew going up against Owen out there was going to be tough, and both backhand, so it was going to be fun. But I feel like I surfed kind of my best for what I was given out there, the opportunities that I had, and made the most of them. And I think at the end of the day, Owen might have got better waves than me, and it allowed him to get higher scores. So I'm not too bummed with how it went for me, but obviously I would have liked to do better, but we got another one in a couple days, so try to carry that momentum over there to West Oz and do the best I can.
Fantastic. Anything you'll change up heading into Oz? I mean, West Oz over Margaret River?
No, not really. I mean, I stay pretty consistent with my routine, and I got good scores out there, so just kind of stick to my surfing, and eventually I'll get past this 9th round. But yeah, it was fun. I was happy to surf good waves and get opportunities, so that's all you can ask for.
Love it. Thanks for the insights, and well done out there.
Thank you.
Nice, cool breakdown from Nat Young, who enjoyed the matchup with Owen Wright, and he read it perfectly. Owen did have the better looking waves, which gave him more opportunity. And I suppose you're kind of feeling a moment where a surfer I got to surf. I got to do my kind of surfing. It's a little easy to walk away from an event like this when you still had a chance to perform.
Totally. When you perform in a heat, win or lose, you know, you can hold your head high. It's those heats when you absolutely have a barrier that you're like, oh gosh.
Yeah, there's sometimes you can just get skunked for waves, or, you know, your equipment didn't feel right. Nat was swinging for the fences. He's going to be dangerous when we head west. Here's the Harvey Norman heat recap. Ethan Ewing has been crushing sections. Started with a 5, built to a 6. Last score, an 8-point ride as he controls this one over Jackson Baker, Richie.
Yeah, the scores are going in the right direction, aren't they? And this man here, he's building through this heat. Limited opportunities, though, for both of our competitors. And Jacko Baker, well, he's found the biggest wave of the heat so far, and he's laid down some amazing tracks. But with a little bit of restraint on this wave, just really good surfing. And Ethan Ewing, well, he picked up an amazing hit wave here, Laura.
Yeah, this was amazing. Just this turn here, the turn of the heat for me, absolutely insane. Wild stuff. And yeah, these boys haven't had as much opportunity at all as the boys in the last heat, but they're making the most of them when they come.
Joe, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said you can surf a wave up or down, because I feel like on this wave, Ethan surfed that maybe 7-pointer up to an 8, and Jacko surfed the 8 down to a 7.27. So that's kind of the way this is panning out at the moment. So it's it's critically important that Jacko really opens up on this next one if he wants to get that 7.
And it felt like a reaction to his fall. He was incredibly aggressive, Jackson Baker. So I think that that 7-2-7, he was going to get a number on the board. You've got the wave, just don't fall. And that might have been why he didn't start off a little bit more aggressive on that second strike. 2:50 to go. Baker does have priority. He's still in the ballpark of just needing a 7.01. He is such a momentum surfer that once he starts winning, he can get on quite a roll. And when you talk to Jackson right now, you can tell he is incredibly confident. And you'd say with 2:30, he believes that he's ready to turn this heat.
100%. Jackson's got the momentum. He's got the confidence. And coming off that win at Merriweather at home, there's Mitchell Ross and Ryan Callanan and his partner there. And, he's got such an amazing support team. I'm sure everyone's really, I'm sure so many Aussies are tuning in for this right now on this Good Friday morning. But I wonder how different this heat might have been if, Jackson had surfed conservatively on the first wave and then unloaded on that second wave. But, they're the things that, he'll have to discuss with his team. And still 2 minutes to go. Set could still come through.
Big opportunity for Jackson Baker. Wears the number 61 to honor his late mother who passed away from breast cancer, and surfs for her every time, feels her energy. As such an amazing human being, an amazing family, and you feel the love that he has for her and carries that with her, hit with himself all around the world. And it's great to see him in the position he is in today as a rookie on tour. He's just a class act. Remember when he was out of the contest at Sunset, he went down to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, watched every heat after that.
Yes.
He's in one of those guys who knows how special this is to be on tour, and he's enjoying every second of it.
Yeah, he's got this footy that he takes around everywhere too, and he said by the end of last year the football that came on tour was on the Challenger Series was just absolutely ruined. But look, there it is, the pink footy
held by Mitchell Ross, who's also from Jackson Baker's hometown, Newcastle.
He'll be rubbing that ball like a little Buddha belly. Come on, waves.
It's great to have surfers from Merriweather both on tour together. From Jackson to Ryan Callanan, the Morgan Cibilic. Cibilic still in the running. He's got John again today. Now looking at 35 seconds. Speaking of Ewing, Matt Hoy.
Yeah, the Hoy.
He's got a bell from 97.
Love that the boys are all just chilling around Matty Hoy there, just getting that Newcastle energy on the stairs.
Matty Hoy, such a great carve here on the bowl. 14 seconds. Jackson Baker looking towards that staircase and doesn't look like he's going to get a shot. Fell on the first turn, and we were wondering how significant that fall was going to be in this inconsistent heat, and it ended up being everything. Ended up going down to Ethan Ewing, an 8 and a 6.27 to move on to the quarterfinals to take on Owen Wright potentially later on today. Round of 16, heat number 3 coming up next. Felipe Toledo takes on Connor O'Leary. We're bringing Ronnie Blakey and Rabbit for the call.
Good Friday once again. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach back underway here in its 59th edition. And a strong performance from Ethan Ewing in that last heat. Jackson Baker showed great form in the earlier rounds of this contest. But he's still going to be looking to shore up his position in the top 22 over there at Margaret River. The surfer from Newcastle looking sharp in those earlier rounds, but this man would not be denied today. Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, so much hype to heaped onto Ethan Ewing's shoulders since he joined the tour ranks. Even fell off tour there for a year, but this wave, it suits him. His style has always been a huge talking point, but the surfing has improved. It's more aggressive now.
Much more aggressive, and he's always been so fluid, and his free surfing is probably the most watched in the world at this moment. But he's starting to put it together. You know, he's matured into his professionalism. He's getting 2 good waves. I liked how in that heat at the start, and as it went on, he went a little bit deeper and really attacked the bowl. But you know, credit to Jacko too. Jacko got that one beauty.
Yeah, one of my favourite former CT surfers, Chris Gallagher. I saw an Instagram post that he did one time. He's coaching a bunch of great up-and-coming talents, and he said, everyone who comes to me shows me footage of Ethan and says, I want to surf like this guy. So, yeah, he's starting to realise that potential now, as is Connor O'Leary. He's on a mission to lock in a spot for the back half of the year. Draws don't get much more difficult than this in the modern era. Felipe Toledo has been so dominant. He has a great opportunity here if he can get through this heat to jump into that yellow jersey heading over to Margaret River.
Well, a lot of pundits would have circled Felipe Toledo as a likely winner at Bells. Certainly, if you said, you know, the top 3, he would have been in most calculations.
Well, already on the live leaderboard, he has jumped ahead of Baron Mamiya and Kelly Slater. Just if he only finishes up in the event here, he'll still be up into that 2nd position. It was decimation at the top end of the leaderboard yesterday, Kipes.
Now out the back, and with this out the back with Domenic, and with this slowing tide and the filling tide, really what we're seeing between our 2 surfers is a chess game rather than checkers. You don't get a lot of opportunities right now. I feel like it's slowing a little bit. Even though the tide coefficient isn't that high, there still is, the glass is filling over the reef right now. We're getting more water over the reef. So it's really going to be key when you make a move with that piece to make sure you make the right move.
Yeah, so true. And Bugs, just looking at the Oakberry surf conditions, you've been paying close attention to that slight coefficient that we have today.
Well, it's an anomaly, in my opinion, Ronnie, because here we have the Easter, it's high tide, I mean, there's going to be a full moon. Now, on a full moon, you could usually expect about a 1.8 to nearly 1.9 peak high tide. Today, we've got a 1.23 metre high tide, so that's an anomaly. As Kaipo said, the coefficient is close together. This is allowing us to surf into the high tide. Whether we can carry through the high tide's another thing. However, you know, normally, honestly, right now, it'd be rink on.
As a competitor, are you taking that into consideration when you paddle out into the lineup here at Bells Beach and thinking, if I'm going to get a number on the board, I want to do it early in this heat? You just don't know when it's going to start to break.
You know, you've got to take it into account, Ronnie, because there is some waves with that right contour that are actually ripping through all the way from Rincon, and you'd be able to do major manoeuvres. You wouldn't just be racing it. So they are there they're up for grabs. It's a risk.
You talk about the opportunity here for Toledo to get himself into that #1 position, heading over there to WA. Also a big opportunity for Connor O'Leary with some surfers above him on the leaderboard falling out of the mix already to shore up a position, give himself some room to breathe with a quarterfinal at least here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach in 2022. So much on the line for all the competitors, and we've had this situation in the past. Usually though, it's coming at the back end of a full schedule, so the pressure has been turned on the competitors very early on in the season.
Like we're talking about a bit of a cat and mouse game, a game of chess out here. We've got Felipe Toledo on the inside. My thinking here is that he wants to keep him a bit deeper, his opponent a bit deeper. We saw in that first match with Owen Wright, Nat Young, it was a goofy paradise. They were surfing on a lower tide on the bowl section. There was those, you know, they were able to come square off the bottom on the backhand and hook it under the lip. As the tide fills in, less of those opportunities on the backhand.
Let's just talk about that heat for a moment. What a way to kick things off after what was an unbelievable day of competition here at Bells yesterday. I think when you're in the middle of it, you know, you're not able to really kind of compare it to other years. You're watching it all unfold, but watching the highlights yesterday afternoon on the post show with you, Bugs, I was reflecting on the great days I've seen of competition here at Bells Beach. I think it's right up there.
Yesterday was a magical day, and by all accounts, it was right up there. First of all, you know, it was off the charts with the conditions all day. There was only, I think, during that Mick Fanning heat, it went that little nor'easter came in with a few ribs on the face. Then it went glassy again. It was an amazing day. Right up there with, you know, be a top 5 day in the history of Bells.
Connor O'Leary, there he is sitting in that 15th position, the 28-year-old who had his first year on tour back in 2017. He cracked the final that season and easily qualified, but 2018, I think the weight of expectation, the weight of backing up that big finish in his rookie season really hurt him, and he's been battling to get back to this position as a CT campaigner. Doesn't want to let this opportunity slip through his fingers now. This is the first time we've seen him pass the 3rd round at Bells Beach. But you look back at who he was coming up against in the earlier rounds as a young gun on the CT. He got beaten by Joel Parkinson his first year, Zeke Lau his second. So they were really tough early round draws, but this one might even be a bit tougher.
Oh, I think it's tougher. You know, because Philippe Toledo, you know, we saw Philippe take that inside. Connor started to edge over further towards the bowl, and Toledo just sort of herding with him. So Connor stopped the paddle because I think they're both playing a bit of a mind game right now. Philippe Toledo wants him deep.
Felipe Toledo, no, he still seems like such a grommer, especially in the way he surfs, Bugs. The most exciting surfer on tour when he is firing. Just made that showdown at the WSL Rip Curl Finals so entertaining last year. I think if anyone was going to push Medina in the form that he was carrying into that showdown event, it was going to be Felipe, and he certainly did that. In his 9th year on the CT, though, 10 championship tour victories from 14 finals. For a while there, he had a 100% winning rate when he got to the last heat of a CT event. He kept that record for a number of years.
When Philippe Toledo is going to win an event, you can see it coming from way back in the draw. So he is so predictable. When he's on fire, you go, here he comes. He's on the way to the final.
Predictable on the wave, and well, completely unpredictable on the wave, I should say. Here's Jackson Baker.
I was tripping. I just went to sleep. There was ones at the end, but they were just a bit too small. And too small.
If I was needing a 5 or a 6, you'd go, but a 7 you need a score. Like, and I guess I picked the right one when I had the knee on a knee, got the 7. Like, that was good. I gave myself a lot of time to get back in the heat, and then, yeah, like, just not enough.
It was just unfortunate.
And I mean, that letting Ethan up at the start though too, like he got a 5.5 like yesterday. Like I was like, I'm not hassling, like, have it. And then I just fell on that.
Even at the end with his 8, that was at a point where there was usually 3-wave sets in them.
Yeah, there was one wave. I thought that was going to be a second one for sure.
I didn't think he might let it go.
The surfer's just digesting the results, Jackson. Reflecting, I think when he goes back and looks at that heat, you know, I think he'll see opportunities on his high-scoring ride to maybe change up his approach to that bowl section, but still great surfing from him. As we see Toledo getting things started, a 26-year-old hammering down the line, pulls through the back of this one.
Yeah, well, he backed himself because Toledo went, I'm prepared to sit way deep because I've got that speed underfoot. I can accelerate faster than any man. And but this time with that incoming tide, what you're seeing is that it's moving onto the, when it comes onto the bowl, it comes on in one line. You don't have that lifting section that you can get that run into the bowl.
Well, Toledo, he wants to be here. If, you know, maybe tomorrow is a finals day, he'll be celebrating his 27th birthday tomorrow. So he's keen to get through this one. But he's just gifted Connor O'Leary priority, and Connor will have an opportunity to really put the first big number of the heat up.
And on the analysis, when you go back on reflection on that last heat, I think Jacko Baker really nailed it there, because he said that Ethan got that first wave. He got a 5.5. It wasn't an insurmountable opening score. Ethan only got the one major turn on the bowl before he went into the fat section. But what happened was that Jackson fell on a prime wave.
Yeah, that's right. Giving it his all, and that's probably why he reeled it in and was a little bit more reserved on that high quality set. But man, I'm just loving the performances and the guts our competitors are showing on the Bells Bowl at the moment. In particular, Ethan Ewing looking strong out there at the moment, Shannon.
So true. Ethan, you're putting on some of the top performances of the event this year at Bells. How does it feel to find some rhythm competitively and get some of the better waves?
Yeah, it feels great. I feel like I've been kind of surfing pretty smart in my heats. I wasn't that happy with my surfing in that heat then. I felt a little bit tentative and a little bit nervous, but yeah, I'm really happy to make it, and yeah, I felt like I surfed it smartly.
What do you do in those moments when you're feeling those nerves?
Just try and take a few deep breaths and kind of trust in all the work that I've done leading up to these events, and I've got great boards and everything, yeah, but nerves sometimes come in, and yeah, it's a lot on the line, so yeah, just try and take it step by step.
Speaking of a lot on the line, you got Wright coming up in your first quarterfinal. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, it'll be great. He's a really smart competitor, and he's done well out here before, and yeah, I'm looking forward to that heat. He's got a great backhand, so yeah.
Well done out there, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Out the back, meanwhile, live action unfolding. Big exchange happening between these two competitors. The first of this heat. Heat 3, the round of 16. Connor O'Leary finishing up on the inside. Toledo trying to smash this one as he rolls on through. Silky smooth, big section here, and he absolutely slams it.
A great exchange, like a surf movie, just being able to peel off from one to the other one, and Connor taking that first wave with priority. The second wave had a lot of body right through that middle part. Both well served.
Both really well served. You think about the history of Felipe Toledo here at Bells Beach and consider his chances of getting into that yellow jersey. 6 previous attempts here at Bells. Cracked 1 final and 3 quarterfinals, so has only missed the final series twice, as we see them making their way back out. And Felipe.
Yeah, Felipe.
In the overtaking lane.
Yeah, overtaking lane, all right. We'll get into pit stop in a minute, but whoa. Felipe Toledo cutting loose. He had a good open face here, the beautiful pocket, steep vertical pocket on this higher tide. And this wave really holding its body through this middle part. And there's a very interesting part at the finish here. He gets a really good snap there, and this last move, Ronnie, that's dynamic. Bang. And the beauty about this for him, we'll go back there, but here's a wave for Connor. This first wave, he's already on the fatter shoulder, and great backhand turn there.
Yeah, nice swoop on that second move, but you're right, just that first section kind of laid down on him a little bit.
A little bit. You know, he's so good at getting up there at 12 o'clock, getting beyond 12 o'clock and whipping it around on that vertical face. It didn't offer that opportunity.
Yeah, you're spot on. That's really his most powerful, reliable maneuver, that big backhand vert with the blow tail.
It served him well. And you see he's already just a touch wide of it right there. I don't know if it was there on offer, even if he went vertical. He didn't want to risk it.
What about that setup, though, to get a more vertical approach? Just faded right back into the bowl, sat in that whitewater for a moment before accelerating up into the pocket.
He set it up so well. And you look on the back end, they've always got to look over the shoulder and eye off that lip and then really just let nature do its course. It's an instinctive way of surfing backhand at Bells.
Kaipo, just under 19 minutes to go. The score's starting to roll through. It just felt like Toledo found a bit of steeper wall to work with on that outside section. Your thoughts?
My thoughts on it is that actually Conor O'Leary banged away outside, and then, you know, maybe not as exciting on the inside. Felipe Toledo, I feel, was building for a crescendo to finish throughout that wave, pacing himself and, you know, and really being able to bring some excitement for the finish. The other thing I'm looking at right now is the Red Bull jet ski getting back out the back, and who's going to get priority. And it looks as if Felipe Toledo, although he took the second wave, has first priority right now.
Yeah, it's a good pickup, and Bugs, you were watching that unfold too.
Well, first of all, Felipe Toledo did get that one good turn on the outside, but to Kaipo's point, the pit stop on the inside, it was a sloppy one for Conor. Something got caught up on the jet ski. Felipe Toledo super slick on the you know, the pit brake pickup. He was just on it and out, even though he was on the second wave, because it finished a little bit further out than the shore brake. That gave him one advantage, but the pickup was so fast. Conor got caught up.
Massive boost, isn't it, in the advantage when you get the edge on your competitor with your number, but you're also back out there first. 7.57 for Toledo on that second ride for him. Conor O'Leary, though, 6.17. Positive signs for both competitors, but Toledo with the edge, having priority now.
Okay, so here we go. Now Toledo's coming over. Here comes a jet ski. He's going to get the outside one. Watch how quickly, how slick his pickup is. Now, we know that Conor's got to go through the shore brake first, so that jet ski can't come in any closer. Straight onto the back for Toledo. He's off. That's at 2.1 seconds.
Yeah, they just they egg those Red Bull ski drivers, the water patrol, on too. Once they're on the ski, it's go, go, go. Almost get out the crop and give them a couple of whips.
The persuader comes out.
Exactly, but yeah, that was a really unfortunate situation for Conor O'Leary there, because it was just bad timing. The ski had to deal with the shore brake section that he was chasing down, as we see a big set rolling through the bowl now, and it's catching our competitors out of position.
Wow, this is amazing for the higher tide. And look, they're going to have to duck dive this one too. Felipe Toledo had a look at this, but it's already past the bowl, so slightly out of position. But that's what bells can do to you. The bigger sets do stand up outside. The trick is, though, that you can, you go through the one and you're out the back, you duck dive. The next one can come in and really hit the reef properly. So a bit of a wasted set there.
Fun reflecting on the history of this event, Bugs, and there is so much of it in its 59th edition now. Saw a photo of Peter Troy doing a post-heat interview that was put online yesterday, wearing board shorts and a vest, and obviously no jet ski assistance back then. You guys, you had it tough.
When I first came to Bells, as we see Conor going down there, that's pretty uncharacteristic. I don't think there was definitely no interference. It looked like Toledo had well and truly got away, and his leg rope. When I first came down here from Queensland, I had a sleeveless spring suit. So I'd wear the sleeveless spring suit with the t-shirt, a long sleeve t-shirt underneath. I mean, and I thought I was killing it.
You were toast?
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing just how resilient you guys were back then.
Well, we didn't know any difference. I mean, that to me was a measure of warmth, a measure of protection. But on those crisp early morning offshores, yeah, it's when you get back to the beach, that's when you start rattling.
Well, just one previous battle between these two, and it was back in 2017 over at Margaret River. Toledo got the edge on Conor O'Leary, and at the moment has a slight edge over him as well. Gearing up for a monster clash. Up next, John Florence, the two-time world champion, takes on those famous steps. And you're stepping in the footprints of the sports greats as you make your way down there. The crowd comes to life as these competitors hit the sand up against Morgan Cibilic, who actually holds a 2-0 head-to-head record over John Florence. And those two battles that they had at Newcastle last year and down at Narrabeen, it wasn't like Morgan just snuck ahead of John. He beat him by more than 3 points on both occasions.
The Newcastle one was a real shock, because John actually started that heat pretty good. He looked completely in control. Morgan got those he knows Merriweather better than anyone. And you know, it was like, well, who? Hey, hang on. How can this kid be doing this?
Talk to me about the payback factor. When someone takes a head-to-head lead over you, often people say, oh, yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. You know, that's yesterday's news. But is it something that plays on the back of your mind as we see Morgan hit the beach?
You know what? It plays on your mind big time because, you know, in your career, you know, it's one thing to, you know, see the stats. Your personal stats are those head-to-heads. And especially, you know, obviously it's the head-to-heads amongst the big five that really count on a personal measure. But just your head-to-heads, you don't want to be in deficit.
Well, think about it. Kyle Abelli had some big wins over John Florence early in his CT career. We still reference those wins just about every time Kyo comes up against a tough customer. Same thing for Morgan. He will always be able to talk about the two heats he surfed and won against John Florence. He has an opportunity in the next heat to claim a third victory over the two-time world champ, but he'll have his hands full. John's been on fire, as has this man, Toledo. The Brazilian starts off with a couple of big hits, already has a 7.57 in the bank, and he'll add to it with this ride. It's going to easily get rid of his throwaway score, the first wave of the heat. And he, again, is a guy that can actually really increase his heat score or wave score with a big finish on the inside. Just a lip line float on that one. Connor O'Leary trying to snatch the lead and win this exchange, keeping that board moving. Great flow, finds a vertical section to hit. There's that trademark turn that we were touching on earlier.
Yes, it's a reversal of roles. We saw on the initial exchange, it was Toledo on the wave behind. He got the 7.57 over Connor O'Leary's 6.17. Now the situation, let's look at this pickup here. This was critical last time. They are close. Connor O'Leary's up and right, is gone.
Well, Connor O'Leary should just be absolutely screaming his guts out at the ski driver, saying we got to go. And it looks like he's going to get the edge here, Bugs.
And Toledo took a little bit longer, but...
Oh, he climbed up on the back of the ski quick, though.
Oh, he did too. Now it might come down to who did get the first wave and the second wave, because this is going to be pretty close. But hang on, something's happened to Toledo's jet ski. They've choked up.
Well,
yeah, he's riding. He's got the persuader out.
I think.
Oh, hang on.
Ground control has put the word out. You got to let him pass. It's like the showdown in the F1 last year.
Really? Oh, yeah. What a showdown. It really is. I mean, it comes down to this sort of thing, though. But bearing in mind the fact, though, that sometimes when you've got that first priority, it can be the wave behind is the scorer.
So, you know, it's gambling at that point, isn't it? You let a wave go, and it ends up standing up on the point as the Red Bull jet skis hammer towards the zone. And it doesn't end here. The priority isn't given when you jump off the ski. You've got to get back to the takeoff zone yet. So the paddle battle is on. Look at Toledo.
Oh, he got the wake. He got the wake. He just got that little bit of extra boost off the jet ski.
Well, this is going to be super interesting.
He'll get it because he had the first wave.
Look, Connor O'Leary with the head down. Toledo holding strong. Connor's not giving up. Look at the weight coming off O'Leary.
Yeah, it's amazing. We made mention of this in the previous exchange, and now it's turned into a battle royale for priority. I think Toledo's confident that he's going to get it.
Wow. That's baffling to me.
I picked
Unbelievable. What a battle. I mean, Connor O'Leary, even when he got off the ski and was paddling in, that, you know, it's your ability to exit the ski with speed that has an effect on the race to the lineup. But it felt like Connor O'Leary kind of got done in a couple of times there, just based on the speed of the ski.
Unbelievable. You know what I loved about it? At the end of it, they both had a chuckle. It was like one of those situations when you're watching in rugby or rugby league where someone just hammers them with the heaviest tackle and puts them down, and they both get up and have a chuckle.
Well, everyone else is going to be looking for Toledo's ski because it seems to be a little bit quicker. But let's dive into the replays. This one came through in the excellent range based on the power and the precision that he executed on the outside.
Yeah, well, you know, what I called on that one was that I liked the fact that Toledo's going a bit deeper. He went for a medium-sized wave. He got 2 major manoeuvres on the bowl. That was the difference. And then, of course, this finish here is a softer finish by his standards. It's a safety call because he knew he'd banked the big points. Connor surfs his wave super well.
Oof.
And, wow, that was a good hook. And he also finishes it really much stronger, but I just think that Toledo's dynamics on the bowl section proved the difference.
Yeah, they warrant the big score, the biggest score of the heat so far, 8.43. This one, though, it's going to help Connor O'Leary. He needed to improve on the 6.17. He did that just marginally, 6.83. So he's now after a 9.17 with just under 8 minutes remaining. Well, still plenty of action to unfold in this heat. We're going to take a bonsai brew break and be back with more in just a moment.
Going for a team shred on all of our fun boards. All my boards are intact. That means that I didn't charge hard enough. I can see people through the trees out there already. I should be down there. And now it's time to go have some fun. We got a few days off before I'm heading home.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year we're partnered with Shiseido and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
All big changes start with just a single step, and I believe in the power of coming together and working together to create positive change.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. Go to weareoneocean.org.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. 59 years of surfing tradition here at the Bells Bowl. We're in a heat right now with Connor O'Leary and Felipe Toledo, guys, and it looks like Toledo is on fire.
How crazy is this situation with the ski and just the huge part that they have played in determining how this heat has unfolded so far, Kipes?
And you know what? Yeah, spot on, Ron, because getting that priority really gives you heat control. And right now, Felipe Toledo with a big lead and priority puts him in that heat control position. We saw the ski race out the back and we saw the paddle battle. 2 competitors after all of that, we're actually having a chuckle out there and taking it light. So now it's just waiting again, as we talked about the chess game, for the next sec to occur.
It's amazing that Connor O'Leary was able to muster a smile after this whole situation, Bugs, because from where we sat, it looked like Felipe Toledo's ski actually went past the buoy or the buoy, and he kind of got the advantage of just rocketing off the back of the ski there. Connor O'Leary, his ski stopped a little short. He didn't have that same momentum as he jumped off, but there is a skill involved in getting off that ski, and I've got to say, Felipe Toledo, Italo Ferreira, I think they do it better than anyone.
Well, you know, we saw he got off so cleanly and got the wake and got that little springboard. But it's proven that it is an imperfect science, because on the previous exchange, because of the clean pickup, even though Toledo was on the second wave, he got the advantage both times.
I think what they're going to end up having to do in this situation is put 2 buoys out there almost with a tape across the buoys that the ski can't go through, and you paddle between those buoys, because it is a grey area where that drop-off zone is in relation to where that buoy sits in the lineup. But you know, that'll be a frustrating situation for Connor out there in the lineup, and having ridden the first wave of the exchange and on both occasions found himself out there in second priority.
So what you're saying is that in the full spectrum of preparation, they really should be watching things like the Melbourne Cup.
Mate, I just think it's not something often that you're probably considering when you're riding a wave, just that race to the ski. But Toledo's urgency in that situation has given him an edge over O'Leary on both occasions, and He's also surfed his waves brilliantly as we dive into the Harvey Norman recap. 7.57 and an 8.43 for the man.
Oh gosh, he's on fire. He was always going to be on fire. He's got to be one of the guys to beat for sure. This combination of manoeuvres is just so scintillating. He's in great form coming into the Rip Curl Pro.
There's a lot of people that surf with just that incredible speed, but Felipe Toledo doesn't lose those traditional lines anymore. He can be very smooth when he wants to be, but still manages to just blow your mind with something explosive and completely unpredictable. So powerful. And Connor O'Leary, he's right in this heat still, but the requirements gotten bigger after each exchange.
Yeah, well, Connor really needs a wave similar to Toledo's last one. He needs to come from a bit deeper so he can unwind and just unleash on that outside bowl, just like that move there, but do it on the outside bowl twice. This is just legendary because look at you're right, the trailing jet ski.
Yeah, look, Glennon Ringrose here on the ski in front. He pulls up. And then look behind him, Toledo's got a lot more speed, gets a bigger exit, but you can see he just rode past the buoy there and Glendon's kind of pulled up. So from where I'm sitting in the booth, Bugs, that's a pretty interesting situation and definitely played a part in Felipe getting that priority back. Here we go, big set waves on the outside. Toledo looking to improve on a 7.57, beautiful steep section. Big drawn out carve, maintains plenty of speed to get back up into the pocket again, disappears for a moment, emerges from that white water and now moves through to the inside, looking for fireworks on the outside. Connor O'Leary falling hard and Toledo's going to get another nice finish on the inside here, just kicks that tail, super explosive, looks up at the judges, throws the cheese whiz and works the crowd.
Good call, Ronnie. I mean, again, he's in a dominant position. He's in control of the lineup. But we've got booming sets on this, even on this higher tide. It's a good sign.
A minute and a half to go, though, and Connor rode just far enough to put himself a little too wide to really get those major turns on the bowl. So we'll see if he can get back out there and, well, for his benefit, connect with a set that's going to provide those big turn opportunities on the outside. But let's see what went wrong here. He went for it.
Yeah, he got a lot of air under the board, and, you know, he was looking to land flush, and just this would have been a great combo. What the degree of difficulty in this turn alone. If he'd pulled this off, he was heading towards an excellent score, Ronnie.
Yeah, you just saw his front foot kind of crept over the outside rail, and it was hard to maintain balance at that point.
Gosh, he's had a courageous dig.
He sure has, and when you look at his position coming into this contest, 15th place, really solid. Toledo's called it a day, or called it a heat, I should say.
Well, he's declared his innings for round 4.
He sure has.
And he improves his position with a 7.83.
Holds that board up to the gallery. Says thank you very much. Improves that heat score total too, 7.83 on that last ride. And it is an excellent heat score, 16.26. And I had a feeling just with the conditions that we have, these clean faces, that Toledo was going to be a very, very difficult hurdle for Connor O'Leary to try and jump today. But O'Leary put a couple of sixes up. I think he just missed those big vertical hits on the bowl. Had to go to the carving turns instead. Well, he's a popular force here at Bells Beach, and he's moving on through to the quarterfinals, and likely he'll be in the yellow jersey at Margaret River. Felipe Toledo on a tear.
Congratulations, Felipe Toledo, taking that last hit out. Out in the line, John Florence and Morgan Cibilic.
Yes, thanks, Drew. he'll get the winner of these. Okay. That's at the quarterfinal. Whoever.
So many big clashes coming your way as we get into the round of 16, but this is going to be a big one between John Florence and Morgan Cibilic. Plenty of history between these two competitors. Morgan getting the edge on John twice last year.
And this was in that Newcastle event where he just found that little Merriweather connection. He came out of nowhere. No one saw this coming.
An excellent heat, better than excellent. A 9.03 and an 8.1 for Morgan. 17.13 heat score total. Edged ahead of John by almost 4 points. And then at Narrabeen, proved a nightmare for the two-time world champ again.
He had the heat of his life at Narrabeen. And because we know John's backhand is so unbelievable, and yet Morgan just played it so smart.
How's that? Beautiful backhand snap there, and you know what? It had shades of Trent Munro, and Trent, a former winner here at Bells Beach, and oddly enough, he won the event on his backhand.
At Phillip Island.
That's right. Well, here we go, Morgan. Let's see if he can put pressure on John again. Rips into his first turn, goes a little high on the face though, and goes down. John Florence, he'll look to exact some revenge on the sophomore surfer who's having some trouble in his second year here.
Now, the second year syndrome is real, but on that one there, do you think though that based on what he saw yesterday of John, based on those last sets booming through the bowl in the Toledo heat, that Morgan went, I've just got to push the envelope a bit harder. I've got to get above that lip line.
Well, let's see what Florence does here. First mission for him, get as much speed as possible before ripping into this big carve. Again, sets the rail so high in the face. Unbelievable back-footed jam on the second maneuver. So really did make the most of those two big sections on the outside, now flowing through to the inside. This guy is desperate to even up this head-to-head record with Morgan, and I think he wants to teach him a lesson here.
Wow. Well, John would have taken note. He would have taken note of the Ethan Ewing heat. He would have taken note of the Toledo heat, knowing that if you can get two major manoeuvres on that outside bowl, you're heading towards the excellent range, and he just nailed it.
I think he also probably remembers that last time they were competing against one another, Morgan put the big scores up early, and that application of pressure hurt John. He got a little frazzled, but he has started with what should be an excellent score here.
Yeah, he just wraps it John style, the first wrap, and holds it through. This second one, Ronnie, absolutely such a high degree of difficulty in that manoeuvre. You know, anyone with any less confidence would have come unstuck right there.
Well, last time we were here at Bells Beach, Bugs, John went on an absolute tear on his way to victory. His average heat score for the contest was 16 points. That was brought down by a 13-point heat score total in the first round. But look at this. This is magic.
This is such magical John. No one holds it. You know, he's changed world surfing. When he started doing that at Margaret River, everyone had to change their entire approach to, and you watch everyone now, they're trying to hold that rail right through the turn. But no one does it better. His lip work is unbelievable.
You know, John, when he's not at his most confident, he'll keep that backhand jam, that layback just below the lip. But on that occasion, you can sense that he is on. He's making his way back out on the ski now, Kype. So I know that you watched that second turn unfold. All three fins getting above the lip.
Fins getting released, but the other thing too is just seeing and feeling the intensity of John right now in this matchup. The surfing's incredible, but I see a little bit more of focus and just eye of the tiger intensity coming from JJF right now.
Yeah, that's a great point. I've seen John down there in the competitors area, standing on the steps watching the contest. Kypes, I haven't seen him smile yet this event. He'll be smiling after that first score, 9.07.
There you go, 9.07. Well deserved.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mentioned that average that he carried through the event last year, Bugs, but he had a number of excellent heats. 4, in fact, the highest of them, 18.16. That was in the 4th round against Owen Wright.
Well, what you mentioned was that vengeful eye of the tiger.
For sure, yeah, 9.07. What a way to kick things off. And sometimes in really classic conditions with a surfer as good as John, you know, the scale will be held back just a little bit. There'll be some restraint from the judges. I felt like we saw that at the pipe event at the start of the year. In some of his heats, John, he had waves that could have gone so close to perfect, maybe should have gone that close, but you just don't know. You have to leave a bit of room because he'll do something just truly mind-blowing.
Yeah, but I mean, even you look back at some of the great performances this morning so far, Owen, you look back at Toledo, Ethan, their first waves, they surfed well, but kind of within themselves. That was such a high-risk second manoeuvre. That's why they threw the 9.
9.07. Morgan, in his second year on the CT, had just a 0.73 on that first wave and is already going to be up against it. But he was aware of that yesterday. He spoke about coming up against John. He's just probably at this stage happy to be in this round, to be proving to himself once again that he can get through those earlier rounds. It's the first time he's been past the 3rd round this year, and he's not out of it yet. Still plenty of time left, but he's going to have to find another level here.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't be happy with the start. He's going to have to, you know, really wash that one off, and I do believe that the pressure of being against JJF did come to bear on that very first manoeuvre when he just went above the lip line and just flipped his board over the top, and that's not a good start.
2-time world champion, 2016, 2017, 14 finals for John Florence, 8 victories. And lining up a second Bell's title with some big performances. Got work to do still, and he's still an outside shot, potentially, of getting into the yellow jersey if he wins this contest. He's up again. A smaller wave, but just looking super alive. The crazy thing about John, it's his 11th year on the CT, but he has missed so many events due to injury. Missed a couple in 2013, missed a couple in 2015, missed 6 events in 2018 and 2019, where he still managed 2 victories, was really on his way to a 3rd title in 2019. And last year, missed 4 events due to injury and was showing, you know, some promise with his performances. So he's gone through it all. He just keeps bouncing back and always seems to get to this incredible level.
Yeah, this is a pretty clever ride. When you get a 9-point ride, going out there quickly, getting, you know, like a 5.5-point backup or thereabouts, you might get more, obviously, but, you know, that is a nice score to aim for a quick backup with a 9 under the belt, and then being able to go into priority rotation mode. Still major manoeuvres going on here on this smallish wave with 25 minutes remaining. And Ronnie, if John progresses here, where does he go?
He goes up the leaderboard, and he's got some work to do to make up ground on Felipe Toledo, who's moved into 2nd position. Into the number 1 position already if it's a quarterfinal finish, but John's got work to do. Have a look at the faith out there in John here at Bells Beach. I mean, 10% of the crowd going with Morgan. I think that would be
Newcastle.
Obviously people who love an underdog story, because this is a really big challenge.
And if he progresses past this, where does he go on the draw?
Oh, mate, if he gets through this one, it's going to be awesome to watch what unfolds. We've already got Nat Young and Ethan Ewing meeting in quarterfinal 1. Toledo got the victory in heat 3 of this round, so that's who the winner of this one's going to come up against.
Exactly. So the thing is that when you leading into this tournament, first of all, we see 2 of the guys that were spoken about as a possible winner were Toledo and John. So and the dark horse, if there was a dark horse mention, it would have been Ethan Ewing. They're all in the top half of the draw.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Meanwhile, bottom half of the draw.
Oh, yeah, wide open now. Wide open.
And Mick Fanning, you know, with Kelly Slater falling to Emai Kalani DeVault yesterday afternoon, Mick Fanning's got that chance to become the most winning male surfer here at Bells Beach, chasing a 5th Bells title.
And you
that's
know
what the warm-up looks like these days with Sunzander there.
Awesome. You know, last time when Mick was here, it was his swan song. He had the final against Italo. That was a fairy tale. Win or lose, that was a fairy tale. This is a bigger fairy tale.
Yeah, massive. He's just loving the opportunity to perform in front of his family. They were all out to dinner last night. It was a big heat win yesterday over the world #1, Kanoa Igarashi. And probably one that Felipe Toledo was thankful for. He's down there with Shannon. What a performance he put together. Unbelievable stuff from the Brazilian.
Philippe, great performance out there. Talk to me about how crucial it is to get those 2 big maneuvers out on that back section.
Yeah, I guess it's the most important part of the wave, because after that, you know, the wave just flats out, and then you just gotta make sure you finish strong. So first part, 2 big turns, 3 big turns if you're lucky, and then finishing strong on the inside, it's definitely the most important parts of the wave.
Coming in as runner-up from the last time we ran here in 2019 to John Florence, what are you going to do this time to change up that result?
You know, I don't know. I mean, I feel pretty good. My board's really good. I just feel like if I'm in the rhythm with the sets and in the better waves, I guess, you know, that's going to take me one spot better. And you know, just so blessed to be surfing waves like this. Forecast looked a bit tricky at first, and now it's just providing. So really lucky to be surfing waves like this, and I'm really amped for the next round.
And off of that result, it could change, but you're now into the yellow jersey, heading into Margaret River. How are you feeling about that with goals for the rest of the year?
Yeah, that's awesome. You know, there's still a lot of heats to go. I guess like John needs to make the final or whatever, something like that. But yeah, I feel great. Even if I'm not yellow jersey, you know, going into Margie's with a big result here, it's something that, you know, brings me extra confidence going into Margie's, which event that I like and that I won last year. And, you know, not really worrying about the cut, which is pretty good too. It's another thing not to worry about. And yeah, I don't know. It's just really happy, and got to keep going, staying humble, and always really thankful to God.
Well, great performance. Can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thanks.
Got a birthday coming up tomorrow, Felipe Toledo. He could be celebrating in style with the performances that he's putting together, but there is a chance of a rematch of the 2019 final. But Toledo, Bugs, you know, he came onto this tour as a wiry Grom, still had that incredible speed. Now he's added the power. His rail surfing is some of the best that we see on the CT. And when you see him around the comp site these days, he's one of the true alpha males. He has a confidence of him. Other competitors come to him for counsel, and he guides them through their heats, especially those Brazilian Groms. But he is a presence in that competitor's area.
He sure is. He's just got to get past security.
20 and a half minutes to go. The backup number for John Florence just dropped 6.67. Morgan, after a combination of 15.74 now, as we reflect on John's victory here at Bells Beach. And what a win it was. One of his favourite victories of his 8 championship tour wins. And a very worthy name to go on an incredible trophy on a roll.
Oh my gosh. This tournament is heating up. It was, the forecast didn't promise a lot, but it certainly turned around. But the field, the strength of the field promised the world, and we're seeing it. Yesterday was an unbelievable day, and we are now backing it up.
Amazing looking at the size of these conditions and the freedom that John had in these huge waves. So, you know, you take some of that wind away, you pull those walls down in size, you can see why he's so comfortable attacking these still tall walls out on the Bells Bowl.
Sure is, and that was an amazing victory. He's got the Hawaiian flag proudly adorning him, and right now, we go all the way back to 2000. Sonny Garcia, look at the champions. Mick Fanning in that first column was a dominant figure. Kelly Slater, Parko and Andy Irons. I mean, look at the names. Geordie.
Yeah, the great Sonny Garcia had a good run of results here at Bells Beach as well. But yeah, John Florence, 2019, a really interesting year. 2 big victories and then an injury, just ending his run. He was well and truly on his way to that 3rd world title, and the way he's surfing at the moment, looks like he's picking up where he left off.
Well, he had 2 firsts and a third. I mean, he was way ahead, and I think that is part of the intensity coming into this year. I think even though, you know, he brushed it off and, well, there'll be more years, those world title years, you know, and the near misses do haunt you a bit.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a surfer that's suffered as many injuries and had as much time away from the tour as John Florence. The fact that he's able to just keep his head together and just stay in this kind of form, fight his way. So much work goes into recovering from those knee reconstructions. So, you know, it's been quite remarkable to see him just continually bounce back and bring this sort of form to us.
It's been his attitude during the rehab period. I spent a little bit of time with him when he was rehabbing in California, and gosh, he had such a good attitude. You know, he was so positive, and you know, that's the way you've got to be. It's, you know, there's some acceptance and the resignation that you're out, and you've got to do the right thing by your body and your health.
Yeah, it's been an amazing career so far as we dive into the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. Those big wins, some of the best performances we've seen in the final of Championship Tour events. But he's really starting to rack up those career CT heat wins. So many excellent waves. I think that's the most important stat to focus on there is John Florence competes at an extremely high level, where some surfers take a while to figure out the formula for bringing your free surfing performances to competition. You know, John's not restricted by that jersey, Bugs. He always surfs to his best when he's out there in a heat even.
Oh, he does, and it brings out the best in him. It's an amazing situation. Like, I touched on that second wave, and I was saying, oh, look, a 5.5 back. When we saw it in replay in slow-mo, I went, well, yeah, that's going to be more than a 5.5. That's 6.67.
Well, 2 of the great shapers there, and Darren Hanley enjoying a well-earned break from the shaping bay. He crafted 99 boards to bring down here to Bells Beach for the competitors, and only one of them was for himself. Chatting with John Pizel there, I did hear a classic story about Darren and just some of the superstition and stuff that goes through a competitor's heads when they're really looking to fine-tune their equipment. Sometimes Mick would put a board under his arm and go, wow, this one feels too heavy. So Darren would take it to the shaping bay, pick up a handful of discarded dust off the floor of the shaping bay, throw it on the board and just take it straight back to Mick and say, yeah, mate, I took a bit of glass off it for you. And Mick would ride it and go, it feels much better. So they know the cheat codes.
Oh, that's so good. Of course, John Pizel there also watching over John Florence. I mean, these are the 2 iconic shapers of the era.
Oh, man, they're busy.
Well, yeah, but
99 boards, Ronnie. You missed out on that 100th.
I said to Darren, yeah, I said, why don't you just round it out and bring one down for me?
Oh, gosh. 99 boards amongst the stable. That is incredible.
He said, I'll give you 3% off retail. So I think I'll just stick with the old yellow one I've been riding for the last 6 months. Here we go, John Florence on replay. Let's have another look at it. Just the acceleration out of the lip, unbelievable. But you love this turn, Bugs.
This turn's amazing. His first turn of the, a second turn of the heat, and it's just a remarkable turn. He got every bit of that 9 points on that. It's nearly pretty much a bit of a soft ending for John. The work's done. And his second wave here, this the smaller wave here, this really amazed me because it didn't look like much when he took off, but gosh, he's just laid into another one and backs it up. It ran along the bowl really nicely.
The strategy so sharp. Sometimes you bank that big 9-point ride, you sit out there and start thinking to yourself, I'll put it away on the next ride, but he quickly got that backup number. The requirement's so big still, just based on the strength of that opening ride. He's going to struggle here because the time is winding down. Still 14 minutes to go. It's not over yet, but the ocean seems to have started to just slow down.
Look, it's so true what you said. I mean, when you get those scores, the 9s, between the 9 and the 10, that can actually, play in your mind, and you get too picky after that. Backing it up quickly with that 6-6-7 was such a brilliant stroke. His opponent, Morgan Cibilic, he basically needs 2 8-point rides.
Yeah, well, we've seen it so many times in the past. Surfers losing with 10-point rides.
I'm one of them. It happens. I mean, you're out there and you've just got this 10 under your belt and you feel on top of the world, and the other guy's just plugging away with it, and a couple of 8s, because obviously to get a 10 the surf's pretty perfect, and you come and you go, oh, how did I lose that?
I guess later on in life though, you just look back and go, I had a 10-point ride at that location.
Yeah, 10s are special.
Yeah, and they don't hand them out too often these days. John almost got there in the last round, and with this healthy heat score total already amassed, there is a chance that we'll see him throw everything he's got at a big wall if he gets the opportunity. So don't go anywhere. This heat, is not quite in the bag just yet, but I think there's also the opportunity for John to go perfect here in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, well, we've had a little bit of a lull in the middle of this, and I think John, I think he's still got a bit in the holster.
He's making the charge up the leaderboard as Mick Fanning makes the charge through the draw here at Bells Beach. You just expect to see that, especially when the conditions are on, and that is certainly the case today. Mick wears that X on his back, carrying the name of his son Xander into the lineup as he makes his way down the stairs, as he's done so many times in the past here. A 4-time Bells champion chasing a 5th win this year.
And just another salute to Mick. During the floods in northern New South Wales, it was Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, and a band of jet ski surfies who, helped out all these people who were isolated, who were on their roofs. It was an absolutely amazing performance, and it was from the heart. No one asked them to do it, and they were the true heroes.
There was an amazing community push before Mick even got out there, but when Mick got involved, it inspired just everyone to come out of the woodwork and really lend a hand. And you can get behind that flood relief cause by going to giveit.org.au and lending your support in the way of a donation. Mick Fanning coming up in the next heat against one of the rookies, Callum Robson.
Just getting onto the World Tour was a crazy thought to me. Well, I've said this so many times. If you had told me at the start of the year that I was going to get in the top 5, I would have said you're bullshitting.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles of guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody, and then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
Just under 10 minutes remaining in Heat 4. Morgan Cibilic trying to keep that perfect record against John Florence. 2 previous wins over the 2-time world champ. Morgan's got work to do, and he's up at the moment. Nice carve to get started here. Drives up into the section again, whipping off the top. Let's see what he can do as this wave starts to move into deeper water now. Looks over his shoulder as he goes on the search for points at the end of this ride. Lines it up into the pocket. Nice little floating re-entry. will get another opportunity here as this wave starts to line up toward him. And a classy finish right on the sand. He steps off. And that'll be his best ride. Should help him break combination. Uh-oh. On the outside.
Oh, my gosh.
John Florence left in a great position. An empty lineup. And trying to get rid of a 6.67 to put Morgan Cibilic potentially back in combination. What an opening turn. Off the bottom, into the pocket again. Loves that layback here on the Bell's Bowl. Winds through a setup carve to get himself some momentum coming through to the inside. This wave's going to break before the shorey. Just so much momentum through this more dead section of the ride, but still has the speed to get a couple of big turns on the inside section. The body language suggesting that he loves it. The crowd eating up the performance of this reigning winner here at Bells Beach. What an effort for the 29-year-old.
Yesterday, John was a standout. Today, he's proving the form was true. He's having another incredible heat. That beautiful, I think that 6.67 set him up to be in the incredible priority position. He knew that his opponent had to go. Morgan Cibilic gets a 5.5. And there's Mick Fanning. He gets the Bon Voyage send-off. He's paddling out. He's not walking around to centre side and coming from the backside.
Well, every decision Mick makes here at Bells Beach is based off experience. So he'd be looking out the back, seeing where the set waves are coming as we dive into the replay now of Morgan's ride. This one was a 5.5 bug, so just fell short of getting him out of combination.
Yeah, well, what happened was that it just went off the bowl pretty quickly. He only got the one manoeuvre on the clean face, and even the second one was it softened up. The wave softened up, and Morgan, he finishes this wave pretty well, but he needed a bit more on the outside, and he's going to be in he's going to be in a lot of trouble after John's score comes in.
A lot of trouble. And I mean, what can you do, Bugs? What can you do when you're up against a guy, you know, contest results aside, this guy is considered the greatest surfer in the world at the moment. But when he finds that form that has people making those kind of claims with the jersey on, there's really not too much he can do.
Well, it's the same as when he started to, you know, do that at Margaret River, and he just went into his own level. I mean, he built a platform of excellence built on power, and this surfing here is unbelievable. This is just, and it's a variation on the layback. I mean, that's just phenomenal, and that's his first one opening up, and he goes into this second one. These second manoeuvres are putting him in the excellent range. They are just so phenomenal. How he uses the lip, how he uses the board under his feet, the layback, the power, and then he bursts out with it. Bells is a powerful wave.
You know, I think everyone has a go-to turn, a trademark manoeuvre. For Mick Fanning, it was that big swoop off the top. For John Florence, it's that layback forehand snap. But he has so many little slight variations on that manoeuvre that it never really loses its shine, Kaipo.
Yeah, it really doesn't. That swoop is timeless, and that's what a great surfer is made of. That's what a world champ is made of, is when you have a signature turn that everyone below you in new generations are trying to replicate, because basically you invented that turn.
Yeah, it's true. I remember Bruce Irons talking about it with Andy Irons, the former Bells champ. And Kaipo, he always said every world champ, when they look back on their world title year, has that turn that they can rely on, that they just never falter on. And for John, it's got to be that layback jam. And for Mick Fanning, it's the big swoop, and has been the big swoop. And Mick's going to put it into play, Bugs, on this in this next heat for sure.
Yeah, we're looking for this Mick Fanning performance. You called out the heat, that's in the water right now as the heat to watch. I called the next one. The Mick factor is got to be right up there, but John, it's really where the difference is. It's a swooping, carving layback snap.
Well, it's inverted too. I think that's the big point to make. You know, quite often a layback snap for many other competitors is a bit of a safety turn. you can execute that turn in the most critical part of the wave, but you come at it sometimes from a bit of a horizontal position. John's approach on that move, it's hard off the bottom, up into the bowl, almost coming upside down as you get to that lip section. And Richie Lovett was talking about it yesterday. He drops his front hand into the wave. He pivots, he extends that front leg, keeps that back leg coiled, and really, once he starts to get halfway through the turn, the extension of the back foot just allows him to unleash so much power. And at Bells, you want to throw spray. It's like Margaret River. These are lineups that sit a long way from the judging panel. Let's dive into it again and just digest everything John's given us today.
Yeah, he's actually given us a lot of variety. I mean, the clean carvings, the layback snap. It's just a treat to watch. And he's just surfing with such confidence. And this is the 907. And, you know, just a pretty conventional finish there. Here's Morgan. Now, Morgan's, you know, he's acquitting himself well here, but that wave, it just sort of petered out on the bowl. Probably, you know, he waited a long time. Sometimes when you hit that wave choice and you hit the trigger, it's just a bit too early, because look at this one.
Yeah, I mean, coming up against someone as in form as John, you have to be on the best waves to even have a chance at getting past them. And John's sort of taken that little edge that Morgan might have been able to find just completely away from him. And then he's gone and done some of the best surfing, again, that we've seen in this contest. His 12th excellent heat here at Bell's Beach Bugs. And fitting, he wears that number 12 on his jersey as well, but an 817 on that previous wave. There's still a bit of time on the clock. I'm not giving up on the 10-point ride just yet.
Well, it's still early days yet. Don't forget, if he gets through this, he's got an amazing quarterfinal against Felipe Toledo. Now, that's where we could see 10s.
Well, time has really worked against Morgan now, because he's not going to be able to turn in two numbers to turn this heat. But he'll get an opportunity out there with priority, potentially to show us what he can do.
Wow. Look at the corduroy.
It was a big return to form for him. I mean, this time last year, Morgan was carrying a third-place finish in a quarterfinal. And coming into this contest, he hadn't been past the third round. So just to get to the round of 16 has been a big breakthrough. And maybe a chance to gather up some momentum for Margaret River.
Oh, look, this opens a window of opportunity for Morgan. A 9th-place finish definitely gives him a chance. You know, he's had such a shocking second-year start to the tour. But this 9th place, it's a keeper. It'll just move him up a little bit. There's a lot of guys outside the bubble that are moving up.
Well, let's see what the youngster can do with this one. Just trying to really put on a performance for the crowd here. Goes the big layback jam. And he's not going to be able to execute on that one.
No, he won't be happy with this performance today. It just didn't happen for the young guy. And yeah. John, wow.
So intent on obviously getting right up to the top end of the ratings. John's going to be leapfrogging a bunch of competitors on the leaderboard that fell out of the draw. So he's making his charge towards the final 5. A move that he doesn't want to leave too late, as he brings this one right through to the inside for another big finish there. The crowd making some noise, and certainly one of the favourites for the big crowd that's come here to watch the 59th edition unfold.
Well, no claims, no smiles. It is just business for John Florence here at the Rip Curl Pro. Although, you know, he is very affable. He'll you know, with the kids and that, he's a great champion.
He'll crack a smile in a second once he's swamped by all these grommets. But John Florence with another excellent heat. Morgan Cibilic out of the contest, and that sets up an amazing quarterfinal clash with Toledo. Bring it on. Mick Fanning and Callan Robson coming up next in the round of 16.
judges still just throwing around some numbers for that last heat. Pretty good one. Another 8 point rise, 8.7. John Florence on his last wave. There's one wave there to come into for Morgan. I don't think it'll be the 17.7 out of the year. That counts one in 5, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, Greg A. Ellis. How you going, mate? Oh, well, very well indeed. Board to your seat. Drew and I just took a boat, mate. You're doing the next 8 heats in a row. Well, we're going in a row.
Bells in 2012 was a huge week. We had just had the passing of MP, had an incredible week of waves and found myself in final with Kelly Slater. It was my third final in the row. I'd been runner-up twice, the 2 years before. Yeah, it was the most focused I'd probably been in a final. We both started off pretty quick. I had priority and the lead, and Kelly takes off on a straight closeout and then just does that full helicopter, full rotator. I was out the back and I looked back and I saw him through the air. I swear he looked at me and was like, got ya. And you know, when something was so incredible, you had to give it a 10. But yeah, I was lucky enough. I had 2 big scores on the board and just snuck past him in that final. And to ring that bell again, it was a huge thing for me to celebrate the life of MP, but also to have broke my drought since my 2001 bells.
One of the best ever at Bells Beach, coming back to play against the world's best. Mick Fanning accepting a wild card, and he's already done some damage, eliminating world #1 Kanoa Igarashi yesterday, and now he's in the round of 16 with a rookie named Callum Robson. And the Aussie fans and the Victorians have made their way down to the beach to watch one of their heroes compete here on Good Friday. The stage is set, great Bells conditions. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel with Richie Levitt on the Harvey Norman host set. And Richie, this is kind of the moment we've been waiting for, seeing Mick back in the jersey, looking incredibly comfortable. And those kind of early round heats are well behind him because he really found his form yesterday on the bowl.
He did. Mick Fanning started to click into gear, and back on the bowl here, it's a different day again. Yesterday there was a bit more surface texture. There was the devil wind. Today it's perfectly groomed, and this is what we all wanted to see Mick Fanning surf in down here at Bells. And well, he's already upset a few of our bigger names, and Callum Robson, well, he'll be hoping that he can take down the 4-times champ.
I mean, for Callum, when he qualified, he probably had no idea he'd be at the bowl with Mick Fanning.
Hero, one of his heroes.
Guaranteed, and a chance to compare his surfing to one of the all-time greats. We talk about the 4 bells that he has, equal with Kelly. As we know, Kelly's out of the event. It's up to Mick to see if he'll be able to break that record as a wild card this year. Condition update, Rich. Obviously, that tide's really starting to fill in.
Yeah, we're getting very, very close to high tide here at 10:20. And strange things do happen at the top of the tide. The bowl starts to fill up a little bit more. And the opportunity through the bowl, it starts to get taken away a little bit. It goes from that guaranteed 3 to 4 turn combo back to that 2-turn combo. And what that does, it puts even more importance on executing those 2 turns perfectly. So yeah, we'll just see what happens. I know that last heat, there was still some decent sets that rolled through, but a fair bit of downtime now, just waiting for the sets.
And you'd expect for Mick to be able to adjust better than anyone over the last 2 decades of competing here at Bells. He's actually, with those 20 appearances at Bells, he's equal with Taj Burrow. Second most appearances at this venue, Kelly, with the most. This was his 25th start for the GOAT. But he's been in the most finals, Mick Fanning. We talk about the 4 wins, but he's been in 7 finals at Bells. Behind Mick there, you've got Joel, Kelly, Sonny Garcia, with 5 final appearances at this prestigious venue. Callum Robson into the biggest heat of his season, trying to shake off the jitters right now against Fanning.
Yeah, it can be nerve-wracking, these moments. You know, you as a rookie, you know, nowhere near as experienced as Mick Fanning when it comes to these bigger moments. When you get deep in the draw, the crowds on the beach are bigger. The importance of the moment is bigger. So yeah, it's, you know, you live these moments when you're an aspiring pro surfer, and it's become a reality for this guy.
Kaipo Guerrero's in the water. Kaipo, what is Callum Robson going through right now?
Yeah, Joe, I'm out the back with Dometic, and Callum's actually got the inside of Mick Fanning, and we talked about it before, slower conditions, longer lulls, the chest game, but really this is going to be a mental test for the rookie on tour, because he's sitting next to a surfer I'm sure he's looked up to his entire surf development, you know, with Mick Fanning. So this is really going to be an interesting mental test, not just a physical test, but a mental test for Callum Robson.
So true, Kaipo. What an interesting moment for Callum Robson to try to settle things down and treat it like it's another heat, but everything feels different. You walk down the stairs, the energy's all focused on Mick.
Yeah.
The Victorians came down here to see the entire event, but this was definitely pinpointed to really watch Mick and maybe his final contest, because they don't know when they'll see this again.
No, it's a pretty special moment here for all the spectators and everyone watching, tuning in around the world. This is Mick Fanning in perfect Bells Beach conditions. This is what we signed up for. And big moment here, Callum Robson. He needs to put all that aside. He needs to think, this guy's not my hero. This guy's just my fellow competitor.
Mick Fanning started to paddle to the inside. Callum looks like he was focused on trying to control the heat defensively, but Mick started making a run for this nice and early. Up on his first wave of the round of 16. Big top turn wrap. He'll slam on the brakes. That hollow section took him by surprise, and he ended up being kind of late to pull into the tube there.
Yeah, he was just a bit off on that first turn, Joe, and what happens at high tide, Bill starts to get a little wobble through it. Some wobbles through the face of the wave. And on that first turn, Mick just got caught up ever so slightly. And that just set his timing off. Let's check it out here on the replay. Streaking down the line, waiting for that moment. Just got caught in the top of the lip there. And then perhaps a little indecisive. And it's not often that you see a barrel on offer here through the Bell's Bowl, and Mick going really high in the lip there, and just see that hillside rail just got caught. Mick had to drag through that turn, and as a result he was caught a little bit behind and really had no option but to tuck into the curtain. Was all over by that point.
Yeah, rare to see him kind of have a misstep there. Was reading that section, but I felt like after getting hung up on the carve, he was ready to just belt that next section with everything he got to make up for it. But then that section hollowed out, forced him to switch gears at 2.17. And now Callum holds priority. That win he had as a wild card was actually his second start back in the day. He surfed in 2000 in this event, and he was knocked out by Pedersen Rosa in the early rounds. And I guess it's fair to say for Danny Wills, we keep saying how Mick got past Danny in the final, which he did, but the year after, Danny got him back in 2002. There's only been 3 events in the 19 previous starts where he hasn't made the quarters. He's been so consistent in this round.
Well, great wave coming through the bowl for us mine surfers. We can imagine what we can do on the waves when they roll through. And a lot of our surfers, it's a good point, a lot of our surfers, when they're down here watching the conditions, they are mine surfing every single wave. And they're pretending they're riding it. They're thinking about how much points they can get, where their positioning would be, so that when they actually paddle out to do it for real, their mind's already in that moment. Their mind's already switched in to where they want to be and what they want to do.
Saw the focus from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Miguel Pupo preparing for Kolohe Andino. Also Italo Ferrer on site checking out the conditions and probably thinking about a lot of memories of being next to Mick on the ball in his first win out here in 2018. Both surfers paddling out the back. Callum's the one with priority. You'd see him now trying to line up the bowl section. Callum about to open up here. He will hold his position. Fanning's going to hold back as well.
Interesting.
And now all adjustments again, pulling into this one a bit deeper. Callum will make a move. Just stretching this one out from the takeoff. Now lining up the first section. Beautiful forehand hook back to the bottom. Going up for a solid layback carve, but he can't hang on. Connected with a lot of speed, but got off balance and made his first mistake.
I just don't know whether that was nerves creeping in or whether, yeah, he just got put off by a little warble on the wave. We'll check the replay. But we've watched Callum Robson make that turn time and time again up to this point. Great looking wave as he takes off. Joe streaks down the line, waits for his moment, drives off the bottom, hacks it up into the lip, plays with the foam ball as he goes into his bottom turn and just overcooked it on the second turn here. So a stretched out bottom turn, beautiful first carve. Gets into the bottom turn. Let's see what happens. Goes for the big layback hack and just his front foot just got out of position there. And it was all over at that point. Tiny little misjudgment. The foot slid off. That was it.
So 2 falls to start from both of our competitors. Fanning 2-1-7. Callum having a set wave and falling on his second turn. Gets a 3.17. And now Mick Fanning holding priority as he's chasing down a spot in the quarterfinals. Mick Fanning came in with so much hype for good reason. Everyone already knew he was one of the all-time great junior athletes coming out of Australia. Qualified at a young age. It took a little bit to get his feet wet with world titles because we were getting right into the Andy Irons domination era where he went 3 straights in his titles and the rivalry was focused on AI and Kelly. Andy beat Mick out here in the past before the quarters as we have an up and out from Callum. But things all changed for Mick when he had a terrible injury. That ended up having him focus on fitness. Came back the following season. 07 was his first world title run. Let's now catch up with the defending Bells champ. John Florence is with Laura.
John, picking up where you left off yesterday after an amazing performance and finally getting the jump on Morgan Cibilic.
Yeah, that felt good to beat Morgan, especially just after last year. We had a couple good heats where he kind of smoked me, so that was fun.
I mean, talk about the conditions today. We didn't have many expectations to see waves like this week, and look what we've got.
Yeah, the waves are amazing. I can't believe it because this whole time everyone's been like, oh, the forecast looks so bad, and then the last 2 days have been pretty much as good as you could imagine Bells being. The size, the wind, everything has been amazing.
And you love it here in Oz. You love Bells. You got the bell back in 2019. How special is it to you down here?
Oh, it's so special. The waves here are so amazing. It's amazing how many different waves there are from the Gold Coast to here to Margaret River, and here in Margaret River, really feeling kind of like has that Hawaii kind of raw power to it. So I love it.
And a short arm today. Is that the first time you got the arms out at Bells?
No, I had a short arm on all my heats. Any reason I can have to not wear a long sleeve, I take it.
Still Hawaii boy at heart. Congrats and into the quarters you go.
Thank you.
John feeling happy, feeling warmer than usual down here at Bells. We're in a short arm full as we catch up to the inside section of Callum Robson. And the rookie winds up, hits the end section. We'll catch up the halfway mark for Mick Fanning on his second scoring ride. Wave breathes a bit. Remember, we're just about maxed out on the high tide.
Oh, nice.
Top turn wrap, fit that in well. No water left, but he'll sacrifice the body for the finishing move.
Big crowds down here this morning to see the multiple world champion here, Mick Fanning. Mick might take a little jog up the beach, get in position to hail the ski down. Careful, bud. But great exchange. Looks like we're going to get some scores on the board. No decent rides up to this point, and at the 20-minute mark. So it basically means we're going to have a 20-minute heat, Joe. And as we see Mick jumping on the ski, good exchange.
We keep talking about the crazy form that Mick Fanning's been in since retirement. He's putting in highlight reels at his home break and spending more time in the water, but also putting on some amazing performances in some quick traveling trips as well. How was that big blast?
Wow, that big slice. Trademark Mick Fanning comes around the section, does an extended layback, cut back, and some rail work all the way through to the inside. But perhaps a little more aggressive than Callum on his wave. Degree of difficulty of the maneuvers a little bit higher. And again, through that inside, just showing some flair right before he hits the eject button. This is Callum Robson. Sets the bottom turn, slicing off the top, straight back to the power source, up high again. Two very clean wraps, Joe, and then brings it all the way through to the inside. You can see just biding his time with the fuller tide. Everything's just a little bit more delayed. Callum heading all the way down to the button at the Winky Pop section, and perhaps just getting bounced off with that backwash.
These guys already paddling for priority off the ski. Kaipo Carrera, what are you noticing out there?
You know, Joe, right now with this full tide, there's a bit of a bounce off of the beach, and that bounce is creating some reverb through the waves that the surfers really have to negotiate while they're on the wave between kind of these little reverb bumps that are coming through with this full tide. Another thing is Mick Fanning, his patented swoop was incredible to see, but then his second turn, that layback, he just sat on the tail on that. It was really, really impressive because the board stopped for a moment, and then he came down the wave face. Callum Robson put it together also, just knifing on the edge. It's just beautiful out here in the channel, and it's really, really impressive to see the velocity in which these boards and these surfers are traveling through these conditions. And we got more waves out the back.
Good man, Kaipo. Thanks for the update. So yeah, noticing the condition surface changing a bit. And we did start with two falls and obviously balance with the higher tide. Not the easiest conditions on the day, but still plenty of action. Callum Robson sets up that first arc. Last wave, 5.17 for the rookie. Back down to the bottom, front side carve again, keeping it steady with the rail work. Now he's got an inside track to work with. All patience for Callum. Looking to drive through this inside section. Drills it once, and then will fade out. Tracking Mick Fanning now halfway down the line. I think we heard the audience erupt on his opening maneuver. Quick snap to slide. Mick controls it all the way down the beach. It's such a cool crowd here at Bell's. The Victorians kind of have a nice balance where they're just completely focused. Sometimes you can hear a pin drop in between turns, and then they erupt right when a big wrapping turn goes down, especially if it's Mick Fanning. Mick's previous wave was the 6.17, so he still had the lead, and now we'll work out the last exchange.
Yeah, Mick scoring exactly a point higher. Let's see what Mick did on this second ride. Starts off with that trademark swoop, comes around the section, tighter in the lip, tucks under, gets a little shower. Not a significant tube ride, but a little bit of mini vision there through to the inside. And I feel like Mick's just putting just an extra bit of spice, an extra hint of sugar on some of his turns. Callum Robson surfing very, very well. Clean, calculated surfing, driving through that turn. But when you really start to look deeper into it, just look at the angle that Mick Fanning is getting on his surfboard. Maybe just bearing a little bit more rail. I did like that third turn in the bowl section for Callum, though. And as he came through to the inside, getting the tail a little bit loose on that final section.
What a great back and forth. Both started off slow with a couple of falls, and things just get better and better for these two Australians. As we're working out spots into the quarterfinals, we've already got a rematch for the 2019 final with Felipe and John, with scores in from last of Callum 5-2-7. That was enough to get the lead. And so Mick was chasing a 4-2-7 on his last. He should get his lead right back. As we're about at the halfway mark, the round of 16, heat number 5 will take a Bonsoy brew break. Back for more action with White Lightning after this.
This is my local beach, so any opportunity to give back and keep the beaches as clean and healthy as possible, that's what I want to do.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
It's just good to show that it only takes a little bit and you can make a big difference.
And if we all band together, it actually becomes one big, beautiful change.
Help us protect the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
Always fun to flashback with one of the greatest surfing careers, Mick Fanning, 4-time Bells champ. He's been in more finals out here than anybody. In his second start, picked up a big win, and, well, his whole career changed. Everyone knew he was going to dominate the world at some point.
Yeah, this is when White Lightning, he caught fire and really started to upset the more established pros at the top of the ratings. And Mick found his way up there. Kelly threw everything at it, including the 360 rotation, but Mick fought back with solid rides and got the victory. First of many.
Oh, it was so
they kept
cool.
coming.
They definitely kept coming. I was right next to the Aussie crowd when Kelly did the full road. The audience was silent. Everyone was going, hey, it was maybe an 8, maybe, and it was a 10. Mick definitely turned it on to clean things up. He got past Taj Burrow at Winky Pop for his third bell and ended up beating Adriano de Souza in a tie break in the final, which had never happened at the time, to pick up bell number 4.
Special moments, and just look at the form. It's so clean, it's so crisp, it's so timed, and he really is a surfer that is connected with this Bells Beach Bowl on so many occasions, and he's delivering it again today.
And as we speak, White Lightning's in motion.
Yeah, you've revved him up.
Hard off the bottom, nice trim of the top turn, controlling the rail into a big vert. And now a rapid cutback to follow. Just a fill-in move right there, setting up the inside track. He's been dry docking his previous waves. Crushes that section there. Will he hit it again right in front of the beach? Rides away without a problem.
It's impressive, Joe. It is really impressive. And when you think about, you know, Mick's retirement, he's been riding so many different sorts of surfboards. Twin fins and single fins and quad fins and everything else in between. And he's gotten tuned back on his thruster so quickly. Carving off the top. Holds that one for a little bit longer. I like the second turn. Taking it vertical. Changing the line up a little bit. Giving the judges something else to think about. Working it through all the way to the inside. Finishing strong on every single one of his rides. And when you look at the scores, Mick has put a point, exactly a point, on his 2 rides above Callum Robson. So don't have to be a mathematician to work this one out. So he's 2 points ahead. Sitting on the bottom turn, straight up into the lip, vertical, drifts the fins out. regains control. The way he resets after every single turn, it's remarkable.
So many things to celebrate for Mick Fanning. This heat with Callum, his 100th championship tour heat in his career at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Now with a 75% heat winning percentage. That's the all-time record right there at Bells. Bree looks on, checks the score. Xander focused on his dad surfing, and Mick saying he's finding all of his motivation to do well because of his family. It probably feels so different for Mick to be able to do it in front of his new young family. He was on the road for many years, just on his own, winning events, becoming one of the all-time greats. He's 4th all-time for CT wins under Tommy Carroll, Tom Curran, and Kelly Slater. Last score in, he's improving a bit, Richie, 6.77. Callum now needs the 777 to come back.
Well, there you go, the 777.
That's a lucky number. Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah, so Mick, well, he improved his own situation by 0.6 of a point. And he's out in front at the moment. 9 minutes on the clock. I'm sure we're going to see the opportunity for Callum Robson to bounce back. If I was Callum, I'd be thinking, okay, I've done some good surfing. I've netted 2 5-point rides. What do I need to do from here? I need to add a little bit more spice. I need to show the judges something they maybe haven't seen me do before.
So cool checking out the Red Bull Athlete Zone, to seeing all the families hanging out. Bree's so proud of what Mick's accomplished in his career. Mick said he talked to Bree about accepting this wild card. He's like, well, she's like, you have to go down to Bells anyway for Rip Curl and to do work. You might as well surf. It was just exactly what Mick needed to hear. Made the call back, said, I'm in. And he put his head down, went to work, called Darren Hanley. And I'd imagine for DH, it must have been special to go through the motions again with Mick and get back in the shaping room to get prepared with well, a guy that probably changed Darren's career. When you really think about those surfer-shaper relationships, it's like Peisel with John, Mick, and Darren Hanley. Those relationships are incredible.
Yeah, it's a partnership, and I can't emphasize enough just the importance of having good equipment under your feet at this level. It's everything. Confidence in your equipment. Mick riding one of his 511 signature models. He did run down the beach, Joe, with a channel bottom as well. It's sitting on the beach as one of his spare boards. Took 2 spare boards down to the sand. I was chatting with Darren Hanley right before this, and he just said, you know, this is one of his typical 511s that he's used so many times. It's his go-to shortboard. Here we go. Fight back from Callum Robson.
Callum uses priority, needs the 777. Under the lip speed turn for Callum. Into the open face, draws that carve early. Then belts the lip line. Ton of intensity through Robson's turns. Roundhouse cut back. He's dealing with the downtime well. And now starting to drive forward on the wall. Meets the whitewater section. Final move for the rookie. Belts it. Stays on his feet. You can see the depth of talent with this kid Callum, charging at pipeline. He's always in it for a fight, doesn't give up, never seems rattled in any sort of situation early on in his rookie debut. And dealing with the pressure of having Mick, he's handling that really well as well.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be fazed by his opponent here and the task at hand. He's just laying down some really nice tracks on these Bells walls. But again, Joe, you know, to me it's a lot more of similar turns. It's nothing that we haven't seen before, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I just feel like if he wants to take Mick down, he just needs to get a little tighter up in the pocket, change the line, get a bit more vertical, drift those fins out, show him something new. Mick just looking at that one, wondering whether he should have taken that wave.
Mick Fanning just looked back at it for a moment. He's got the lineup to himself. And Callum waiting to see what he did on this last wave number-wise. Let's have another look, Richie.
First snap. under the lip. He had to cut it a little bit short, and then this one here, it was sort of a mid-face, under the lip hack. Drives out of it with plenty of speed, and that little moment there where he did kick the fins out a little bit, got some progression. So the judges may take that into note, and well, Callum needs to get more than a 5.17. He wants to improve. I feel like it's not going to be the 7.77, but if he can improve on that lower score, he'll reduce the requirement somewhat.
Let's catch up with Morgan Cibilic with Laura.
Morgan, you showed signs of brilliance here at Bells, but couldn't get the jump on John again.
Yeah, it was a pretty slow heat, that one. Kind of got out of rhythm, or Cal just went huge. Bit out of rhythm there, and I don't know, I wish I could change a few things, but I don't know, I played it how I thought I was going to. The heat before mine had a lot of sets, so I assumed it was going to be a slow one, and tried to go that first one, and then John obviously just went to town on his ones, which I was expecting anyway, because he's in pretty good form at the moment. But yeah, it is what it is. I would have loved to have made a couple more heats, and just even ride some good waves out there, because it's pretty firing. So yeah, but whatever.
And talk about how frustrating that is when you are out of rhythm like that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It was almost like neither of us were in a really good rhythm. That John only got those two decent ones. It was all in all a pretty slow heat altogether. So yeah, it is what it is. You get those ones sometimes. The tide is pretty high, and I think it just changed. So yeah, that was probably a little bit of a factor. And but yeah, I don't know, I'm just excited to watch the rest of the comp. It's going to be amazing. I think the waves are going to be firing later today, so yeah, it's going to be good.
And picking yourself up and heading to West Oz, how are you going to do that, and how's your attitude?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right. Love to get, like, obviously through a few more heats in West Oz. Pretty crucial one, so yeah, we'll see how we go. But I don't know, I feel like I had a couple good heats last year there, so, and I figured out my boards a little bit more, so I'm just excited to get there and just get some good waves. There's so many places to surf over there, so yeah, it's just going to be a fun trip all together.
Great to hear from Morgan Cibilic as he's moving on quickly. He's going to enjoy the rest of this contest like the rest of us as we come back to a big exchange. Callum Robson and Mick Fanning. Now with 2:45 to go. Robson went the first one under priority, and this is what Mick was waiting for.
Big wave out the back for Mick Fanning. Drives off the top. A great opening maneuver. The second one lengthened out, carve. And then a third. Roundhouse cut back into the foam. Then Mick starting to show a little bit more expression on the face here. Leaning into it. One of the bigger waves of the heat so far. And another roundhouse cutback with the rebound off the foam. Mick having a little chuckle there.
He's just loving the day, but also I feel like his legs are burning. Couldn't have gone any higher on that round.
No, that was about the highest line you could have taken on that ride. And Mick sits on the bottom turn, stretches out the eyes, firmly fixed on where he wants to go, and it was sort of like a two-stage carve, this one. Mick just always trying to stay with that energy part of the wave.
Was pushing so hard on those bottom turns, using so much of the wave. Way out off the bottom, super high off the lip line for his carves. Callum looking to come back here. Speed jam, he's got to cover some ground here off the bottom again. Beautiful down carve for Robson. Right back into a solid rapid cutback. Fades it now, looks for the inside track. He's got a lot of speed to utilize here. He'll attack that oncoming section. And he'll be taking this one all the way down to Winky Pop, celebrating the rookie letting go of a big roar to the fans there at Bells. They appreciate that performance. The rookie certainly stepping up here in the round of 16.
Whoa, crunch time. Under a minute to go. That was a great ride from Callum Robson. He's hunting a 7.54. He's asked the question, Mick's wanting to know the situation here. The judges are going to take their time on this one. He surfed that wave really well. It was a decent sized set.
And so Mick just got the info he's looking for. He just heard he had the 7.5 on his last. That forced Callum to need a 7.54. So Callum's been rising with Mick. Mick had a 6.17, then a 6.27, then a 6.77, then to a 7.5. Talk about building.
Yeah. Absolutely. And this is, it's all going to be decided after the siren.
One more look at Callum's last wave. Will this be enough to see him into the quarterfinals?
Ah, beautiful looking wave here. Callum driving off the bottom, hacks it off the top, cuts it perfectly at the right moment so that he can get to this section here. A driving carve back into the power source. I love that wrap, Joe, because he extended a little bit further, took the rotation further round into the pocket. And then the wave standing up all the way through the inside, hits it off the top again. And then wait, hang on, there's more. Drives it down the line, finishes strong with a great foam hit, kicks the tail out. He loves it. He thinks it's the score.
Numbers dropping in for Callum Robson. He gets it. A 7.77 to turn it on one of the all-time greats at Bells.
Wow. Well, he got the lucky 7.77. There it is.
Callum Robson surfing the heat of his career to take out a four-time Bells champ on the final wave. Fanning did an incredible job to set pace in that heat. A class act, and Robson, I think, is still waiting for the news.
He hasn't heard it yet.
And a job well done to Mick. Always putting on an incredible show. He kept building with his momentum. You could tell he really enjoyed his last couple of waves. What a special performance from two Australians at different parts of their career. Here's the Harvey Norman recap. Callum Robson battling against Fanning in Fanning's 100th heat at Bells in his career.
Yeah, it was sort of brute strength versus precision and timing, wasn't it? And Callum Robson just did not go away. He stayed in this. He wasn't rattled. He wasn't phased. Just putting a really solid display of surfing together. And Mick Fanning, he brought it to the Bells Bowl. Textbook surfing from the world champion, carving and arcing. Putting together a healthy heat total. But it was Callum Robson on the final wave, driving hard off the bottom. Power hacking all the way through the bowl.
So sweet to watch a rookie step up like this. Didn't get carried away with the sentimental moment of having Fanning in the water. He took it as an opportunity to showcase his talent. He's been impressing us all year, but that was maybe my favorite performance of Callum this season.
Absolutely. I tell you, Joe, if it was that third turn on that final wave in the bowl, if he didn't do that full wrap and really dig into that, it would have been over.
Callum Robson takes the win over Mick Fanning to move into the quarterfinals. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be back for more after this. Callum Robson just took out Mick Fanning in pumping conditions on the Bell's Bowl.
You're already locked in away at the opening seconds of this heat.
Mick Fanning, a lot to be proud of, getting to perform in front of his family and giving us another reason to celebrate. One of the best careers in pro surfing. That one came down to the final wave. 14.5 total for Callum over Fanning's 14.27 combined total. Doesn't get any better than that. As the round of 16 continues, Miguel Pupo versus Kolohe Andino, side by side on the rankings. They're feeling a bit more comfy than some of our competitors closer to the cut. They're just outside the top 10. For Kolohe, he's never had a great result at Bells. He's never been in the quarters. The other day when he won his heat with the big alley-oop, he said he's never made it this far in a decade out here. Second wave for Kolohe. Snap to rock and roll off the lip, punches out the fins. There's the reverse. And now running through the inside. He just had a look at a wave before, 0.8. And now setting up a finish. Looks nice and patient with authority. Throw tail reverse, stomps it on the dirt. Nice use of space for Andino. And he'll be compared to Miguel's start, which was a 4.67 during the break.
Well, we saw Kolohe bring some progression to the field yesterday with that giant alley-oop, and it looks like he's going to go down that same theme today. Two really progressive maneuvers on the one wave to open things up. And some classic lines starting to march through into the Bell's Bowl.
This is exactly what you want to see. There's a lot of t-shirts that look like this over at Rip Curl. The Showcase Bells, this is where the brand was created, born at Bells. Back in the late 60s, they signed on as the primary sponsor of this event in '73. As we look at the goofy foot, stylist Miguel Pupo winds up, hammers it. So much control off the bottom, big carve. Trims it back into the power source. Great start for Pupo. And now lighting up that end section, gets there nice and early to make sure he rides out clean. Already starting with the seesaw battle. Pupo will be back in the lead with that wave. Kind of playing coaching role yesterday afternoon with his younger brother Sammy Pupo, and he went on to victory over Jake Marshall. So we'll be seeing Samuel later on in the round.
Great wave for Miguel Pupo. Let's check the replay here. One of the biggest sets of the morning, and bang, tight under the lip. Drives around again, up and under again, pushes a little harder. Comes to a shallower face, so he starts to wrap around the turns into the inside section, finishes clean. It's undeniably a good score, Joe.
So impressive on his connections off the top. That sharp bite looks insane, and he extends through the lip line as well.
Yeah, and just very committed surfing on the backhand. Look at this, just driving up through in the pocket. Staying right in the energy source. Leaning back onto that heel side, transitioning onto the toe side. As he cuts back, flirts with the whitewash. Then this was Kolohe, a different style of surfing here. Smaller wave, quick snap, keeps the energy. Realizes there's not a whole lot on offer, so throws a bit of trickery in the mix. Brings it all the way through to the inside.
And this was how the heat started. Miguel Pupo opened with his 4.67.
Yeah, a lot of downtime at the start. Got to that moment. Only scoring the 4.67, so just warming into the heat on this first one. But the second one, Joe, an absolute bomb.
Talking about being on the best waves, and Miguel Pupo, second wave was definitely really sizable and allowed him to coil up a few times. He went a long way for that 4.67. So judges keeping it clear. They want to see you on sets. They want to see you out on the wall in the Bell's Bowl. Kolohe just under Pupo start, up 4.5, even with the reverses.
Yeah, Kolohe's going to be a little behind the 8 ball here because he hasn't even matched Miguel Pupo's second scoring wave. Good score just dropped.
7.83 for Pupo. Andino holds down priority, already needs an 8-point ride. Kolohe will take this wave. From San Clemente, California, lay back carve. Love the 2 arms behind his back. Belts it off the lip, hangs on to a mid-face bottom turn, and drills the roundhouse. So probably a little more of what the judges were hoping for from Andino on this second scoring ride. Hard off the bottom, nice clean surfing for Andino. Let's go out the back with Domenic Kaipo Guerrero. How are the fans enjoying the action today?
I am absolutely loving it. I love camping out here, out the back with Domenic. The sun's come out, Joe. It's turning beautiful. The waves have been on fire. They're picture book, just screaming down the line. Light offshore conditions, and the crowd's filling up right now. Bell's being a natural amphitheater. It looks like Miggy's on a good one right now, Joe.
Thanks, Kaipo. Miguel Pupo setting up another Bell's wall. Big hammer there on the backhand. Drives into the lip, crushes it. What an insane whip that he has. His backhand's brought him to the final series at Snapper Rocks in the past. And now reading the Bell's wall incredibly well to start. Things got a little tricky towards the tail end of that ride, but he still rides away free. Looking to improve on a 4.67, and still waiting for last of Andino as well. Things are looking incredibly rippable, and I think we had a little concern about this high tide this morning. I mean, last heat right on the high tide with Mick and Callum. They had tons of opportunity. Things continue to stay the same.
The Bell's Bowl is just going to get better and better and better over the next few hours as the tide has already turned and we start to see some of the water draw off the reef. What's that going to do? It's going to make some of these Bell's Bowls steepen up. Let's check the replay of Kolohe. A great double arm hack to start things off. Sets the fins again, jams it off the top. Little shimmy up the lip there. Extends that roundhouse cutback all the way to the foam. Comes through to the inside section, and Kolohe blasting the final section. So that's a better score for Kolohe. And Miguel, he finds his own wave outside, extends the bottom turn, extends the top turn. Just got a little caught on the second one, Joe, and on the third. We didn't get that full momentum roundhouse cutback from Miguel. And again, just keeping the board quite horizontal, nothing critical on this wave. So I can't really see this one going any further than 5 points, but I feel like Kolohe is going to drop a good number and get right into this heat.
Miguel Pupo got a start against the top 34 at what we used to have a mid-season rotation back in the day, and he got called up for lower trestles with John Florence and Gabriel Medina.
Your first wave at 4.67 on that opener of 4.67. 32 minutes remaining. Well, Andino in the black hole as well at the moment.
It was a fun ride.
Make his way back into the lineup.
Mick Fanning going past a couple of his good friends.
Yeah, good. That's right.
And shaking off that loss.
Might be the last time we see him do this in a jersey, Joe.
Just thinking that, Rich. It's a crazy scene when you see one of the greats come back, Italo, with a high five. They're a different high five than they had in 2018 in the final.
Although we have said this about Kelly a number of times over the years.
Yeah, let's not even
Don't even go
say
there.
it's over. We're going to see Mick maybe get back on tour full time. You never know.
Yeah, he's wet.
I'm all wet, yeah. No cuddles, so you don't get wet. Did you have fun, bud?
We had a great time. We clapped and cheered. Did you have fun?
Yeah, no, it's good fun.
That's a good way to shake off a loss, right to your fam. Little boy Xander incredibly proud of his father.
Oh, it was a good performance, wasn't it?
14.27 total, had the lead until the final minute.
Hey, the old dog, he hasn't lost any form whatsoever. And, you know, you'd have to think that, not that he's going to, but if he ever wanted to entertain a comeback, you know, it wouldn't take him that long to really sharpen the blade.
If you could pick another venue on tour.
J-Bay?
Yeah, gosh, exactly. I mean, and you think about what he did at Bells and J-Bay in the last 7-8 years he was on tour. It was just so mistake-free. The dramatic final where they shared the points with Julian Wilson when they had to move on back in 2015. He came back the following year and won the event. He had that point break so dialed. Everything was perfect, from his boards to his technique. That would be an amazing wild card. We'll see what he has in store for us. But always great to see Mick back here at Bells Beach once again. Callum Robson, though, a giant name in the rookie class now, is waiting for a sparring partner in the quarterfinals. Will it be Kolohe? Will it be Miguel Pupo? Talking about the numbers, Pupo still out in front. Last score 5.6. But Kolohe just got his best at a 6.4. Let's now catch up with Callum, with Laura.
Wow, Callum, standing on the beach, waiting to find out if you got that score on that last wave to beat one of your idols, Mick Fanning. Must have been amazing to get the score.
Yeah, definitely. When I seen that wave coming in, I just took a deep breath and I was like, all right, this is my chance. And I went through motions. I felt like I got a little bit stuck at the start, and then I got my third turn on the bowl. I actually got a good turn off, and then I got lucky with that little inside roll. And then waiting on the beach, I couldn't really hear, but my mates from Evans were just on the beach there, and they'll give me thumbs up. And as soon as I heard it over the loudspeaker to confirm, I was a lot of motion. Just like I made so many mistakes in that heat, so to give myself a shot at the end and capitalise on that, I was over the moon.
And talk about that. You said things weren't going your way at the start, a few mistakes, and how did you keep your composure at the end there?
Yeah, well, it was all my fault. I had the waves. I made some good decisions to go on the wave and then fell, and then just made some silly decisions off that. I didn't really reset. So then with about 11 minutes to go, I just took a few deep breaths and just said, all right, got to like reset pretty much here. And then I got the 6, I think, and then got back out, and then there was that wave at the end. So yeah, I just had to fully just almost surf a brand new heat 15 or 14 minutes ago, whatever it was.
Amazing. Talk about being out there with Mick Fanning, having a heat together. You got on tour, he'd retired, so how special was this?
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, that's Mick at Bells especially when how good it was absolutely pumping. So yeah, I was so stoked to be out there. Even just watching how he went about his business out there, you could see like he was just looking at things, making me think. He's one of the best there is. So I'm pretty happy with that win.
Incredible. He's had 13 quarterfinal finishes and above in the last 13 years, so you've just broken that streak for him.
Oh, really? How good's that? Cheers, Mick.
Oh, congrats into the quarterfinals, Callum Robson.
Thanks, guys.
What a great headspace to dive into with Callum. He had the great energy, a great opportunity to battle with Mick, but he always wanted to win that. And training for your pro career starts really early these days.
Yeah. Just eat a bit of the timber off the stairs that you're going to be walking down for the next 30-odd years.
That's right. It's called Downward Dog, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Done that before. Mick just going to enjoy the action now. Pressure's off. I feel like that's what he really wanted to accomplish after the Narrabeen result last year. He wanted to go surf. He wanted the waves to be great. He beat world #1 yesterday.
Yeah, he just wanted to put in a good showing, and he certainly did that. And now you may have to actually go and do some real work.
17 on the clock here. Andino looking for his first ever quarterfinal at Bells, which always makes me scratch my head a little bit on how he hasn't cracked the code at Bells Beach. Richie, what do you think?
It's a funny one, man. You just think of some surfers and you're like, how come you haven't made it into the finals and semis and possibly even challenged for a win? And there's just something missing in it, and he needs to click. And well, this is the riddle. This is why this event is so important and so hard to figure out. Here we go, Kolohe.
Andino looking for a 7.04. Stretches out the bottom turn, layback. Hack off the top, goes for the carving 3, but loses it. That's going to open the door for Pupo to increase his lead, and he'll step off. So nothing changing the scoreline. Pupo is in a good position to regain priority. Still with the lead over Kolohe. We'll be right back for more after this. You're watching the fourth stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Miguel Pupo leading over Kolohe Andino, still with 14:30 on the clock, as we just finished a very exciting heat where Mick Fanning just went down to Callum Robson. Fanning is with Laura.
Mick, your 100th heat out the Bells Bowl just then. Yeah, it was. Congratulations. I mean, obviously would have wanted to get the win. You've been surfing incredible all week. Looking like you're not slowing down. Dad bod's in full swing still.
Yeah.
Must have been fun.
It was great fun. Yeah, you grab it, mate. Yeah, no, I had a great time. You know, it was sort of, you want to go out just surfing, and Callum's a great kid. He's, you know, it was awesome to have a heat with him. He's one of the Groms growing up at home, and you know, big prospects for Australia with, you know, riding on cows. So that's great. But yeah, look, I just wanted to go and have fun, and that's what I've done this event, and to have this little munchkin running around too. Just it's been a really different Bells for me. I've really enjoyed it, and yeah, the support from everyone's been great, and yeah, it's great memories.
Amazing, and yeah, having little Xander here whacking you with the foam roll before your heat, a different warm-up, but you know, what have you been up to? You've been surfing as much as you used to, or what's the plans now?
Yeah, look, I'm not too sure. I'll probably talk to the guys at Rip Curl and try and figure out some search trips, and yeah, hopefully get off the grid or get away from some people. But no, it's just yeah, just hang with the fam and just yeah, do some fun family things, and yeah, I'm actually planning a charity golf tournament as well at the moment with some friends. So yeah, that's I'm usually used to the one going to events. Now I've got to plan one. It's a bit different, but it's going to be fun. Lots of phone calls involved, but yeah, get that business head on and have a good Easter, Mick, with the family. Yeah, thanks, Laura, and thanks for the support. It's been fun, and thanks to Rip Curl and WSL for yeah, letting me paddle out, and to everyone on the beach. It's been an awesome Easter, so I better go get my kid.
Thank you, Mick Fanning.
Oh, so special. Catch up with Mick Fanning, and you can tell he's in such a great place. Really enjoyed his wild card as much as we did, as we see the end part of Miguel Pupo's wave. Explosive and great timing as he tagged that end section with a lot of power. 5.8 is the low score for Miguel Pupo. 7.83 his best, as Kolohe is still chasing him. What happened here, Richie?
Yeah, he streaks down the line and hits the lip. Gets a little caught up on the first one. The second one, cleaner. Draws out a two-stage bottom turn. Gets back into the foam, and this had a really good finish on it. Little foam tap sets up this final hit, and Miguel just pivoting off the fins there. Rides out clean. Not too much work done in the excellent range through the bowl section. Just some good, solid surfing. I think it's going to be fairly close to his 5.8. He may improve slightly if the judges get excited on the last turn.
You saw Kolohe Andino sitting out there, his jersey number 24. It was originally 22, but he changed it to 24 to honor the late Kobe Bryant, as Jack Robinson is checking out the conditions with Matty Bemrose. Jack has a rookie named Imai Kalani-Duvall coming up next. Imai was the giant killer yesterday when he was so patient against Kelly. Waited for an entirety, almost the entire heat, to get the exact wave he was looking for and upset a 4-time Bells champ. So that'll be a classic. Jack went to the air. Different conditions, different wind at the moment. We'll see how he plays this next heat.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a different style of surfing that Jack brings to the table in the next heat. You know, typically in the offshore conditions, no one's really thinking about going to the air. Hard to keep the board connected to the wave face. Once you hit that lip, offshore wind tends to blow the board away from your feet. And, well, Kolohe, he's sitting patiently. 10 minutes to go. Needs a solid one. Needs a good comeback wave here if he wants to really take it to Miguel Pupo.
We dive into the story of Kolohe's relationship at Bells, how tough it's been for him. After that alley-oop he threw down yesterday, he was well aware of all the tough results he's had out here. In that first one in 2012 as a rookie, I remember that heat against Bede Durbridge. That was a really uncomfortable loss for Kolohe at the time. He was so young. He was so skinny. He looked like a little kid. And he talks about it now, looking back at old tape. He was half the size he is now. He ripped in that heat. He was doing big airs, little fin throws, but compared to Bede's turns, it just wasn't in the same conversation. And he had to deal with that uncomfortable feeling of winning everything as a junior, and then he couldn't buy a heat win on tour. He had to back himself on the QS that first season.
Yeah, big expectations when Kolohe came onto the scene, and he really didn't bank the results. And as you said, like, he's a different human. He was a boy when he came on tour. Now he's a man. You know, he took a leaf out of Mick's book, started training really hard. Diet, obviously a key thing. You know, he's you'll very rarely see him with a drink in his hand, if ever. You know, he's straight down the line and a real student of the sport of surfing. Knows a lot about the history. Looks back on a lot of old performances and tries to take stuff from history and different styles of surfing. I want to see Kolohe pick a bigger wave towards the end of this heat and really lay into some rail turns and hacks, because he does that so well, and I feel like that's going to have a big impact in this heat. If he can find one of those waves, he'll really give Miggy a run here.
Richie Levitt, longtime competitor at Bells, your personal heroes when it comes to performing on the bowl of all time, any era?
I really love the way Curran approached the Bells Bowl. You know, I guess if you think of today's version, it's Ethan Ewing style of surfing, but Curran's lines just, for me, were just so clean and so precise. I also like to watch Joel Parkinson, and you know, there was a few years when I was on tour with Joel. You know, my time on tour was kind of difficult because it was that Kelly, Andy, Mick era, and you know, those guys were just dominating. But on the flip side, it was a pleasure to watch how those guys were surfing. And so for me, kind of Joel and Curran are the two that I really looked at, because their timing through the bowl section was just so perfect. And then, of course, you know, the greats, Mick Fanning.
And just celebrating the carve and power surfing. Yep. And I guess you really get to see the idea of one line from start to finish. And for me, I always think of Mark Occhilupo. When he took off, it was like it was never separated between turns. It was always one from start to finish. And his unpredictable nature as well made his performances so exciting out here.
I don't think there's been a better goofy footer attack Bells Bowl. I think he is, you know, still the yardstick for how you perform on your backhand out here, and I'm sure every single goofy footer has watched. You know, they've worn the tape out on Ocky's performances out here.
Really special. There was a long drought with the absence of goofy foot winners. Since then, we saw Matt Wilkinson, then Italo kind of rise up for the goofy footers. Occy held on to that for such a long long time. There was that famous skins event that was here back in the day where he had to beat everybody in the draw. It goes down in history of one of the best performances in surfing history of total domination, because it was a format where it wasn't like you just surfed against a few people to the final. You had to compete against everybody there.
Exactly, and you just kept going up against the next person, and no one could come close to Occy. He had just connected. I think he was riding a 6.3 Dalberg, I think it was, channel bottom. Oh man, and just the power that he was just displaying was unmatched, and to this day probably still unmatched on the back end.
And this is why the staircase is so legendary at Bells. You're passing all these names in history, and you'll see a surfer like Courtney Conlaw get to the bottom of the stairs and see her name 3 times. Just all those years and memories right before she paddles out to give her a little pump up to go compete.
Yeah, special moments. We keep talking about the stairway down onto the beach, and so much history. It's part of it. It's one of the little things that makes Bells a unique experience for everyone, and that's why all our surfers constantly say this is one of the best events on tour, and it's a real favorite to get a win at.
And it's got to be cool for Kolohe to be here with his dad Dino, who's walked down those stairs to compete, with his coach, more like an uncle, Mike Parsons, who's had some big performances on the bull in his lifetime. As we approach the 5-minute mark, let's check out the Harvey Norman recap. Miguel Pupo took control early with a 7.83.
Yeah, mistake-free surfing for Miguel Pupo on the backhand. Just taking every opportunity when those sets come, and he's picked the best rides, Joe.
He certainly has, and we're just seeing how that is the major difference in this heat. Kolohe started with a 4.5. It was a much smaller wave, even though he was technical with some reverses. They wanted to see him on a bigger section, laying down the carve. His best score so far, 6.4, is keeping him in the mix.
Yeah, more of that. That's what we want to see. Hopefully the Ocean Producers has gone a little sleepy in the back half of this heat, and Kolohe just belting that inside section. He certainly looks like he's on, but just look at the difference in wave height. Miggy, he's in rhythm with the sets at the moment. He's had the lion's share of the best waves, and he's performing well on them. Driving back into the whitewash, smooth surfing from start to finish. And as I said, mistake-free.
And he's put a solid top 2 total together, 7.83, 5.8 in 6 rides. Kolohe's caught 4 waves, and he still needs a 7.24 to maybe get his first win off Pupo. Miguel still undefeated over the Californian. Even took out Kolohe on his home break at lower trestles. He's got him at pipe 2 times. So Miguel probably feeling pretty confident when he remembers the track record between himself and Andino. Kolohe holding down priority, so he's got a shot. He's got to pick the right wave in the next few minutes to maybe make his first quarterfinal here.
I remember sitting back, it was 14-minute mark, I think, around then, and I was going, oh, he's still got plenty of time. We're going to see a number of exchanges. And just off the back of that high tide, the swell starts getting sucked back out to sea a little. And we haven't seen really a significant wave come through the lineup in a good 10 minutes now.
It was definitely what we were expecting almost in the heat previous, and that one pulsed. There was just set after set, finished with a final exchange on the buzzer, and Callum beat Mick Fanning. Things definitely slowing down. Imai Kalani Duvall, Jack Robinson coming up next. Then we'll have Samuel Pupo take on a former world champ named Italo Ferreira. Quarter 1 already sees an Aussie battle. Owen Wright matching his personal best result. He'll have Ethan Ewing. Felipe Toledo, John Florence, rematch of the 2019 final. Both these guys want to be a part of that final series talk, and I'm just so impressed with Miguel Pupo's comeback to the top 34. Mentioned before how he qualified with Medina and John, and I asked him once, he said, yeah, he did feel like he had some work to do when you're in such a powerful rookie class, maybe the strongest in history. Multiple world titles for both John and Medina, so he kind of felt like he was in their shadow. But when he started off with a strong performance at pipe, he didn't even flinch. He knows all the hard work that he's been putting in. He's learned so much, balanced with his experience and tough losses. He's a brand new Miguel Pupo this season.
Yeah, it's we've seen him just taken it up a notch or two, haven't we? You know, there was mistakes that happened in the past. It seems like he's cleaned that up. His power has definitely increased. Positioning, more critical, so he's done the work. And, you know, sometimes it takes a number of years for our surfers to really settle into their ability to reach their potential. Others find it really quick.
He's just enjoying that coaching mentor role to his younger brother as well, and I think that's building his performance. Richie, you always talk about coaching your friends on tour, actually helping yourself kind of prepare mentally for big moments. Speaking of big moments, 54 seconds, lines on the way. Kolohe needs a 7.24.
Well, it looks like there's a couple here. He's going to have to choose wisely. And it's in this set. If he doesn't go a wave in the next 40 seconds, this thing is over. Miggy.
Might as well take this wave under priority. Snap to start for Miguel Pupo. Hits it perfectly off the lip. Driving hard into a meaty backhand hook.
Uh-oh.
And now shutting it down with some aggressive backhand surfing. He might be improving on his 5.8.
Oh, no.
We're seeing Andino with nothing to work with. That's going to do it. Miguel Pupo stays undefeated over Kolohe with 4 straight victories as we shut this one down.
Yeah, Coach Mike Parsons there, you saw a little bit dejected. And wife Madison as well, just looking on.
So Miguel Pupo just went crazy under priority. Hammered that insider. This is what happened to Kolohe on his decision.
Just streaking down the line, pulls up into the tube there, and just the wave runs off too quickly for him. So unfortunately, Kolohe not really getting many opportunities towards the back end of this heat, and unfortunately out of the event now.
Miguel Pupo moves on to the quarterfinals to face off with a rookie named Callum Robson. Surfing like a true vet who's learned a lot over the years. Round of 16 continues with more action. Emai versus Jack Robinson coming up in heat number 7. We'll be right back.
Pumping. Game on.
That was fun, eh? Steve got an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Man, look, get it. Hey. Yeah, they're the reason why I'm here.
Can I have your jersey?
I need it for the next round.
Mom, so proud of you.
You just shot. Yeah, oh mate, my heart just went.
What a nice I get that to work, by the way.
Yup. Nice.
Last of red was a 6.53, so Conor O'Leary steals that one right at the end.
Yes!
I never made it past round 3 in this whole thing. Once, 10 times.
Good job, man.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, and just having a look at the lineup makes me so excited to be at work today. Imai Kalani-Duvall and Jack Robinson. Imai with a score to drop in. Taking a look at this one and driving down the line on a beautiful open face. Negotiating that first section with speed, and now locking into the power on that first big carve. Ducks into the cover up, and he's gonna come out. Digs that rail in on a big wrap back into the power. And a good looking start for the Hawaiian. Goes for the snap layback. And now for the finishing section for Imai, and that is a way to start out a heat here at Bells, a round of 16. Shannon Hughes alongside the 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And Rabbit, what a way for Imai to kick things off.
What a great start. I mean, we looked out there, we saw corduroy to the horizon, the tide's just coming off the reef at Bells Beach, and we're in for an amazing section of the day with the right tide, and Imai just starts with a cracker.
Incredible performance. It's great to know that those conditions should be improving as that tide's bottoming out.
It certainly will. I mean, the bowl's going to really come into play, and earlier today on the high tide, we had due to the coefficients, we actually had a small low tide. It was only 1.23 metres. Usually at Easter, they're really huge tides. So this is, to me, quite an anomaly. But it was we were able to surf through the high tide. We saw those heats with, John Florence and Philippe Toledo. They were high tide heats, and they were still really, really good.
It really did just, it was working through the morning as we showed up. It was really exciting to see it still breaking, because we were afraid maybe that swell had dropped off a little bit, but it was still pulsing, and great to see that there was enough of it to run through that high tide. And scores in for this, it's an 8.0, Rabbit.
Yeah, well, Emma Kalani has to come from deep here, and that first snap just really lays it into it. Beautiful first snap. It comes around this section. Here's an opportunistic barrel. That's a clean little, just for a second, he was cleanly in that thing. And I was wondering how the judges would react to that. It's so rare to get a barrel at Bells, but on the offshore sometimes you can. And then he finishes it super fun. It just really ties it up here. This clean finish here. He just about loses it and has to, just maintain his balance, really. An 8-point ride. What a great start.
And just putting all that pressure on Jack Robinson, as Jack's sitting out the back with priority, and Imai's just dropped in an 8.0. Kaipo, you got to see that from the lineup.
Yeah, Shannon. Look at. There was a lot of stuff going on even before that wave when we opened the heat. The set came through. Those guys saw the indicator, and Imai was able to get to on the other side of Jack Robinson to take possession when we had that open priority. And then Imai had to make it a long ways, right on the razor's edge of getting caught behind before he got that first big hack in, and then found the barrel, completed the ride. Well done, and that's going to apply some pressure to Jack Robinson. Another thing, I was talking to Imai earlier today, and I was just saying, hey, kid, 2 good waves, and it looks like he's already got 1, so he's halfway there.
So true. Great to see him kick off so strong, and now with all the opportunity to just find the right waves in the lineup. Kaipo, your thoughts on the conditions continuing to improve as that tide drops out?
Yeah, so the wind's still really good. The tide is drawing out, so we should see steeper wave faces and longer walls right now with that change in the tide. Like Bug said, though, the coefficient pretty low today, so we're not having those extreme tide changes, and that's actually boding well to have a full day of competition.
So good.
And Kaipo, from your angle there, it's pretty rare to get a barrel. We know on the lower tide with a good offshore wind, you actually can get barrel sections at Bells. They're pretty rare, but from your view, it looked pretty clean from here.
Yeah, it was clean, and I think the thing is, Bugs, is you have to be ultra reactive, because it's not a wave that is going to barrel every time. It takes that special wave to make a barrel, and when that opportunity presents itself, you got to be ready for it, and Imai was.
The opportunistic barrel at Bells.
So good. So we got more waves coming.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Love having that chat with him out in the lineup. as we've got lines approaching. Imai having a look at this one under priority, and he's gonna make it through that first section and go straight up into the roof on that first big turn. Digs the rail in on the second, connects it smoothly into the third, and now to just be patient with that flat section, has the look back, and up and riding Jack Robbo out the back into those first couple of turns, gets a little hung up there on that section, and now just using that rail to negotiate. We'll see if he decides to stick this one. We did see Imai decide to kick out early and not wait for that inside section, get to the ski, get out the back again. Jack Robinson gonna take this for all that it's worth through to the inside section. Great snap up into the lip and connects for a powerful finish with the crowd going wild as he rolls up the sand.
Wow, he rode that wave like a cowboy. And you got to love it that when the exchange is back to back, it's like watching a surf movie.
That's exactly what it's like. What a way to kick things off, and just to have it just be such classic conditions out here for two surfers who have yet to get championship tour experience in previous years here at Bells. It's great to see find a few waves like this. As we take another look, what did you love about this?
Well, I love that first turn. He really laid into it. He nearly lost it there. And again here, nearly went over the back of the wave. I mean, he was on the ragged edge of this one. Is it Shannon?
Talk to me about that. Those second two maneuvers, the first one so dynamic, and then just getting caught. Where will the judges bring that into their thoughts?
Well, I mean, he buried the rail. He buried that board. It was just about underwater, and he recovered from it so beautifully. The finish of this is dynamic. So it will be, that's why I said it was like a cowboy. It was like riding a bucking bronco. But this first one is a searing carve down the face of the wave, and he's looking down the line there. He knows that he's behind the section here, and he puts it up there. He goes for the layback. The lip sort of just smacks him in the face. He buries his board, and then it is just a fantastic recovery. Then he goes for the 12 o'clock foam climb and nearly goes over the back of the wave, so another recovery. That one he really gets hung up there.
Such an impressive recovery. And then we saw this from Imai Kalani to vault on the first wave in the set.
Yeah, there's the first wave, and he runs out of bowl section pretty quick, but he sticks with it. So there's it'll be a good backup wave for Imai on that one. He calls for the ski, he doesn't make the shore break section. This is a really interesting ride by Jack to see how the judges go, whether they're going to, dock him for not being in control through those manoeuvres. That'll be the question mark. And then in the recovery, Imai doesn't get a short break finish, but Jack really does here. These two turns here are quite dynamic.
Really seamless in that combination on the finish. Judges now dropping the scores through. So Imai drops in a 4.5 to back up his 8-point ride. Jack Robinson comes in with a 6.5 for that opening exchange.
And look at the corduroy. It is just a matter of like, which wave do I go? I feel the wind, that northwest offshore has stiffened just ever so slightly. That is such a good omen for the lower tide Bells today. And it looks like Jack is going to go. No, he's forcing the issue.
So Imai uses priority, takes off on Jack Robinson, goes big on that first big maneuver. He's going to try and find the barrel again. He's just behind the lip. And now placing it again into a really difficult section to negotiate. Throws the fins out, drifts the tail. And now that big carve back with a great section opening up in front of him for the finish. And the Maui surfer proudly representing Hawaii, putting on a great performance here at Bells to kick things off. Jack Robinson now answering back out of Margaret River, finding his feet in his very first championship tour event out here at Bells. Getting a couple good carves on the outside section and now lining it up. Finding that speed, finding that flow through a frothy section, and does very well to negotiate that lip line finish.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to wait for the replay to see the start of Jack's wave, but there's two just scintillating. What a great exchange. And Emma Kalani, in his interview yesterday, his post-match interview, he said he's just been kind of frustrated that so far on the tour, he hasn't had the opportunity to open up. He did yesterday in his heat. And today, well, he also said he just wants to show what he can do. And he is showing us today. This is a showpiece out here.
I feel like that was a major shift for Imai as well. Coming out, taking out Kelly Slater in that heat, finding that 8.17 that he did towards the back end to take out the greatest of all time. And now to have that confidence to carry through and really just allow himself to have some fun out here and open up, as you said.
Yeah, it wasn't so much that Jack forced him onto this wave. It's like he wanted this wave from the word go. But I love what he does here. This is where he makes the most of these two sections. That was difficult. And then he still gets it up there for a nice snap off the top of the lip. So he really utilised that wave, and all the way through, surfing on instinct, and as I said, he's taking every opportunity he can to show what he's made of.
And then Jack Robinson on the outside.
Yeah, Jack on the outside here. He's really going to town on this one. We know that Imai got the better of the first exchange, the 8 to the 6-5. And this one's looking a bit more even, but wow, both putting on a good show out here. This is awesome.
Incredible performance, and now that we get to take a look at those first two turns from Jack that we missed in live action because we were trailing with Imai, can really see all the work that he got done on this last wave.
Yeah, he's really finishing with a flurry right on the sand, and he likes that. So the fist pump is always a sure sign that he's pretty pleased with the ride.
Just over 20 minutes on the clock. Imai Kalani DeVault sitting with an 8 for his opening ride. He's just bettered his situation by putting on a 5.5 to increase the requirement over Jack Robinson. We are waiting for scores for Jack's last wave to drop through. We'll see if it's able to touch that 7-point range. And we just saw Miguel Pupo take out a convincing lead over Kolohe Andino down there with Laura.
Miggy, your best result ever here at Bells Beach. You've been here for 10 years competing. How does it feel?
It feels great, you know. I love the place. It's not a place that I don't like it. I always like coming here, and yeah, it took me 10 years to make to the quarters and even to make past third round, which was fine. And I was lucky enough to get the biggest wave of the heat, I think, and I surfed it well. And I was and there was 10 minutes to go, and Kolohe had priority, so I was just praying like no waves, and yeah, that's what happened.
And yeah, as you say, Bells is a very special place for you. Your daughter is born here at Bells. When you were here, you actually missed the birth of your first child, and it's her birthday coming up this weekend.
Yeah, it was her birthday a week ago, and both of them actually. My mid one was her birthday too on the 3rd. So yeah, I'm pretty happy to be here, you know, doing the job. And this is the easy part, you know. My wife's at home with 3 kids, so she's doing the hard work for sure.
Amazing. Anything you want to say to them back home?
Yeah, thank you. Watching, guys. Love you.
And Miggy, taking on the quarterfinals, anything you're going to change, or just get back out there and try to get the best waves?
I guess it'll be the battle of the dads, you know. It's me and Meek, and he just had his child a few years ago, and yeah, I'm just happy to be here, you know, to compete against him, and especially in this special place, you know. He got 4 bells, so I'll try to do my best and make it to the semis.
Actually, I'm going to let you know, Callum Robson got him at the end of that heat, so you're against Callum, yeah.
Sorry guys, so my bad right there. So I'll be against a rookie, so I'll try to put my 10 years experience out there for sure.
Amazing work. We'll see you in the quarterfinals, Miggy.
Great to hear from Miguel. His wife at home with 3 little girls. They just had their 3rd. She's about 3 weeks old now. So she's certainly got her hands full as Dad's taking some big wins, and he'll be matched up against Callum Robson, who just took out a nail-biting finish to the great Mick Fanning. As we take a look at the bracket heading into finals day on the men's side, take a look at these quarters.
Yeah, that top half of the draw, it's so stacked. Owen Wright this morning beating Nat Young. That was an amazing heat. Ethan Ewing has just been building his performance throughout the tournament. Look at quarterfinal number 2. Philippe Toledo, John Florence. That is a cracker of all time. That could be a heat for the ages. Callum Robson just nipped Mick Fanning in the dying minutes. The rookie having an incredible year, and Miguel Pupo, and that's all we know so far. But this heat here is amazing because the exchanges have reciprocated each other. Imai got the best of the first one with the 8 to the 6.5 for Jack. Second best one is, well, Jack Robinson, a 7.57 at last effort. and M.I. Kalani got a 5.5. Now, they're really tied up here. We've still got 18 minutes remaining. There's Jack calling for the time. And it's an important thing to know right now because he doesn't have priority. He has a lead, but it's a kind of a slender lead because M.I. Kalani only needs a 6, just over a 6. When you look at these sets coming through, wow. There's a lot more to offer out there than a 6 for this young kid.
Yeah, it's so important to remember that. We've seen so many excellent scores throughout today. Obviously coming off of, I think, the froth levels. It was all-time excitement out here yesterday, Rabbit, seeing just one of the greatest days of professional surfing that we've been able to witness in a while with such clean conditions, and every one of the men in the draw for the round of 32 stepping up their levels of performance. So many excellent scores that came through. It's going to be exciting to see surfers like this. Italo Ferreira, you know, Olympic medalist, a world champion, a former Bells champion, paddling out with, again, such great conditions on offer for him in his round of 16.
Yeah, well, you nailed it. I mean, yesterday was like a legendary day, and I was only thinking before when I was sitting in the competitors area, I was just going, you know what? Today might top that.
So exciting.
It's the wind's gone offshore. That's what we've been waiting for. Day 5 of the event, the wind is offshore. It is classic Bells, an outgoing tide, corduroy sets. You just couldn't ask for any more. Performance-wise, this is going to be amazing. We've got the champ going out next. Well, basically defending champ. No, hang on, that was Mick Fanning.
2018.
Yeah, 2018. John John's the defending champ, yeah.
That's right. But yeah, I mean, he's right there within the last few years of competing here, and that's where we got like Courtney Conlog and Carissa Moore, you know, between those wins, and Steph Gilmore over the last few years as well. It's going to be interesting to see which of them takes the lead on the women's side. If the more recent champions here can take the win on the men's side as well.
Yeah, there's some great challenges up, and I want to speak to the resilience of Miguel Pupo. He said it took 10 years to actually get past the 3rd round. Well, he just got past the 4th round for the first time. He's in the quarterfinals. He hasn't come on radar, and for that very reason, because over a 10-year period, he's never made it to that quarterfinal stage. He hasn't been on radar as far as people who are potential winners, but his performances have been outstanding.
Outstanding. He's been working with Adriano de Souza as well to just work out some of those kinks in the performances, and it's clearly paying off. 15 minutes on the clock. More action to come. Bonsoy brew break now, and we'll be right back to call it all.
Yeah, like growing food and cooking and fishing, and kind of those things are all a bit intertwined, and spending time with my family and my girlfriend, and have a couple cats and a dog now, which is pretty funny. I never thought I'd have pets.
This is my local beach, so any opportunity to give back and keep the beaches as clean and healthy as possible, that's what I want to do.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean.
It's just good to show that it only takes a little bit and you can make a big difference.
And if we all band together, it actually becomes one big, beautiful change.
Help us protect the future of our sport. To learn more, go to weareoneocean.org.
My favorite part about being on tour is probably just surfing the good waves we surf, the competitive aspect of it, and just being in those like high pressured situations, but while you're surfing really good waves. You know, you're happy, you're stoked, you're excited, and you're surfing against the best guys in the world.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach is brought to you by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia.
And we're back for a big day of competition. The surf just keeps showing up, so we're going to show up and we're going to let these surfers hit the lineup and bring through some excellent scores. We've already got one of them on the board for the current heat. We are in heat number 7 for the men's round of 16, just over halfway through. Imai Kalani-Duvall opened up the heat with an 8-point ride. He's backed it up with a 5.5, but is sitting in second, chasing a score to take out Jack Robinson, narrowly in the lead with a 7.57 and a 6.5. And exciting news, Rabbit, we will be heading into the women's quarters after this, and then the men's quarters to finish out the day.
Strap in for an amazing afternoon at Bells Beach. Women's quarterfinals, then men's quarterfinals, and we have an epic day of offshore corduroy bells. Wow, the Rip Curl Pro is firing.
It is unbelievable. We've got 4 women in the draw out of the 8 in the quarterfinals that are previous champions here. We're gonna have Courtney Conlog and Sally Fitzgibbons in heat number 1. Bronte McCauley and Tyler Wright both looking for the bell for the first time in heat number 2. Carissa Moore and Steph Gilmore, the heat to watch for heat number 3, former bell champions. And then Brisa Hennessy, world number 1, up against the ever-fierce Joanne DeFay for that final quarterfinal.
Wow, the cream has risen to the top. We have a lot of legendary champions, past champions, challengers. The women's draw is looking outrageous, and they must be just salivating looking at this tide going out. They're going to get the best of it.
That's it. It's so exciting to see that their quarters will be heading out just as we're kind of peaking at the best of the day, at least from what we're expecting and the trends that we've seen over the last few days. We've got some cheers down on the beach as Italo Freire and Sammy Pupo are no doubt running down and getting ready to paddle out into the most perfect right-hand point break that Australia has to offer right now here in Victoria at Bells Beach. And the sun is shining and the crowd is out in force as we see Imai now up and riding, driving around that opening section, took off really deep and now unleashes that first turn up into the lip on the second. Big wrap for the third, and now he's just puts that stall on to regain some speed here through the inside section. He is chasing a 6.07 to get the lead away from Jack Robinson, and he's going to need to do something really good on the inside here to just seal the deal. He goes up into the foam, and he'll ride out, get back to the ski, and have a little bit of sand in the wetsuit as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a borderline score because he did some pretty good stuff. He had to race that first section, Shannon. And then when what I love about this kid is that, you know, when an opportunity presents itself, he just throws himself at the lip. And he's really got to race this section.
Yeah, just nearly got away from him, but then he got up to it.
Yeah, and then this move here, bang, he gets that second turn in. That's a critical one. And he comes into that flat section, bit of dead water there, but this wave, it's still just got enough power to get him through to the shorey. And just a nice clean finish. You wouldn't say it's one of the more slick moves on the inside, but just a nice clean finisher upper.
Scores to come through for Imai, waiting for those now. Proudly representing Maui and taking on another championship tour berth, you know, with Dusty Payne paving the way for Imai all those years ago, and it's great to see him finally getting some rhythm. Scores in, it's not enough to get that requirement. It's a 4.87. But Rabbit, it was just so cool to see him take that win yesterday over Kelly Slater. As you mentioned, him just wanting to be able to show what he can bring. I had to count through his heats from the first couple of events, and he's only had 2 heats per event because he's knocked out in the second heat every time for the first 3 events. That was only 6 championship tour heats served with the jersey on that time to learn, to gain experience before paddling out at Bells this week.
Which basically means that he had not won a heat.
Exactly.
And which is really tough, you know, to come into the 4th event, you know, nearly like you nearly, you know, your head's nearly down going, oh my gosh, I mean, I feel like I don't belong. And he's going, if I could just get a chance to show these folks what I can do. And even in that heat yesterday, there was a big dead patch. They started out, they both Kelly and him both started out with a bit of a flurry. They both got 2 or 3 waves at the start of the heat, then this big long dead section. And he sat out there with priority for a really long time and really hadn't had that wave that he was looking for. And it came at the end, and it was a clutch wave. He had to put it all together.
And he did that. His coach Pedro so stoked when he got that score and just felt so proud for him.
Yeah, it was right on the money. It was a borderline score, and yeah, I mean, you just didn't know which way it was going to go.
Down to 8 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Jack Robinson sitting in the lead. Imai still chasing that 6.07 as we see a smaller line rolling through. Either surfer going to take a look at it. It's looking flat out the back. In that last heat, we did see an unfortunate loss go down for Kalohe Andino. Laura's there to catch up with him.
Down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Kalohe Andino, a tough heat loss there. You're saying you couldn't find the rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, I had really good waves, which is hard to get, but my surfing was just not up to par today. I had the wrong board decision for sure. It was a lot more powerful and windier than it looked. And yeah, I just got out surfed. My girl smashed me, and I was actually a little bit embarrassed out there. I was just sitting out there going, man, I can't sink a rail. I feel like I'm 12 years old, so yeah.
Being a bit hard on yourself there, like always. You're known for that, but Chloe, how are you going to pick yourself up and take this over to WA?
I'm looking good to make the cut, so I'm excited about that. That's a big topic. And then, yeah, just try to surf better throughout the rest of the year. I put a lot of work into surfing good in these waves with my boards and getting stronger. So hopefully before I have a heat like that again, I'll just make the right decision on what board to ride and not choose the more grovelly shape that I did choose. So.
Yep, always learning. Good job, Chloe. Into the next event we go, WA.
Thanks so much. Interesting rabbit to hear him just reflect on that board decision and how important it is coming into heats like this.
Yeah, that was a really interesting interview because that's when that wind did pick up. And that brisker offshore and still, you know, solid booming sets, and he felt like he took the wrong board out. And, you know, that equipment's everything. They might be talking like either half an inch or, you know, leaderage or a board with more rocker. I mean, it could be a whole bunch of things that might change up according to the conditions. And down here, that offshore wind, it often does that when you get that nor'wester coming in. It strengthens throughout the day.
Taking a look at the Oakley coach's deck. A little bit of stress down there. Jack Robinson in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, well, Imai Kalani not really being able to take advantage of having that priority. He went on that wave. He kind of had to race the bowl. And I guess the judges said, well, you know, you didn't quite get enough done on the outside there. It was kind of borderline, but a 4.87 doesn't go into his top two, and obviously he needs something just over a 6. But
5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap, Imai got off to a great start with this 8-point ride.
Oh, yeah, this is a scintillating ride. 8 points and incredible first clean barrel we've seen of the event so far, and that's that offshore wind and the outgoing tide. They just hit the last part of the bowl there just nicely. It was only momentary barrel, but you know, he was cleanly in there.
And so fun to just see his wave knowledge there, to be able to duck into it. And now in the lead, Jack Robinson, he's fought back to find that lead.
Yeah, that first maneuver really set it up beautifully. Well, this is the 6.5 actually. His first wave here, just he got caught up a few times, and he finished it really strongly though. Amazing. I don't believe you can get that many points in the short break, but on this side, this is the wave he got the 7.67 on, 7.57.
And those second two turns really the ones coming into it to bring through such a big score.
Yeah, well, he stayed in complete control on this wave. And Jack just got his nose in front on the leaderboard in this heat with this wave here. His finishes have been dynamic.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock, and Kaipo mentioned that kind of reactive nature that Imai had to have to find that barrel, and that reminds me of the finals day at the back in 2019 during the Vans Triple Crown, that been out at Sunset, where Jack Robinson took out such an impressive win. And he just was in sync with the ocean. He was finding barrels and sections that no other surfer was able to tap into. And Jack's really been one of those surfers in the conversation over years before ever qualifying that's got to be one of the all-time in knowing how to read the ocean.
Jack Robinson has got the magic dust sprinkled when he hits the ocean. He's a child of the sea.
It's been really exciting to see him find some rhythm on the championship tour after a tough rookie season last year in 2021. It was obviously very different from the tour that we were expecting him to walk into as well. Very different locations on offer. And so cool to see him after, you know, never making it past the round of 16 throughout the year to then find that win in Mexico.
It was pretty amazing when you consider the fact that he had a bit of a dud result in Margaret River, and no one expected that. But then, you know, in Mexico on that point break, he just showed what he can do on a linking wave.
And it was so crucial in that conversation around requalification for him to make sure he was going to be getting through to this season. It's been great to see him find some rhythm in waves that maybe he would have been more expectant to surf and perform well in. He did have that early loss out at Pipeline, but then found himself in the quarterfinals at Sunset, a wave that he knows so well.
Oh, a bit of movement here now. Jack has got priority, but that wave sort of backed off as a smallish wave. I think there's a few lines coming out the back. I just sort of spotted them before. I'm not sure if the lines are going to. Yeah, there they are.
Still 2 minutes on the clock. It feels like that's enough time for those sets to reach, you know, the bowl here.
I believe it is. 2 minutes from now. So hold the phones, all right.
There is every bit of opportunity, and if that set reaches, there's still so much time now. We could see that two-wave set. Jack's going to have to go on one of them, and it's going to open the door for Imai on the other.
Yeah, well, Imai's in a good position here because Jack's going to have to either commit himself and go. Yeah, he's having to look over his shoulder where his opponent is. He'd like to get it to the point where there's just that one wave ridden. It's a big booming Bells wave. It's going to break. There's Jack and Imai heading for the shoulder. They'll duck dive this one, and it is a takeoff for
Imai up and riding under priority. Oh, and he kicks out of it. It was such a wide-breaking set, Rabbit.
Yeah.
There's going to be a wave behind, but surely, and there we go. Jack Robinson's going to be on it now with 60 seconds on the clock. Imai's going to be out the back. The job for Jack now to increase that requirement on Imai and unleash on one of the best-looking waves out of the Bells Bowl that we've seen all day. So much size. Great section opening up in front of Robinson, and he lays back on the finishing turn. What a performance. The wave selection between those two coming through the back, Rabbit. Jack Robinson definitely taking off on the better of the two, and now the question will lay on Imai Kalani DeVault. Will he be able to get a wave? Is there enough time? 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, well, he's paddling for this wave. It's got a little bit of white water on it. It's a smaller wave. It might hit nicely, though. He's going to have a shot.
He's chasing a 6.07. Unleashes a huge tail slide for the first turn. It's a bumpy section to negotiate, and he does so well with that second slice. And now, as this wave stands up on the inside, he's looking for that good finish. Being patient and now squaring off. Ditches the fins, and he's feeling it, but we do have the score to come through from Jack Robinson, which could increase the requirement on Imai.
That's the factor, because as you said, Imai needed a 6.07. That didn't factor in Jack Robinson's dynamic last ride. They were both dynamic rides. Imai's wave, a smaller wave, but wow, did he cut loose on that thing.
It had so much pocket to it as well.
No, it really hit it nicely. I thought when he paddled onto it, I didn't think much of it, but here's Jack.
All right, what are your thoughts on this one, Rabbit?
Yeah, it's a pretty solid ride. Those first turns are, you know, just good, solid carving turns. Nothing outrageous, but he rode it well. It moves off the bowl section. He goes into a series of cutbacks. Look at this layback there he does at the end. Oh, yeah. That's a finishing move.
And then the answer back, a smaller wave, but a good bowling section on the inside.
Yeah, two sections here. Bit of progressive surfing there in the hot dog range, and wow, I like that as well. What a great ride by Imai to a clutch surfing. he really needed this. He knew that Jack had a wave. He's going to increase his score. He's going to need more than a 6 for sure. And it's a solid finish on this one as well.
Adds in that bit of variety and progression to each of those turns also.
And they're both happy. They're both sort of making an appeal, but also satisfied. You know, at least you're going to go down. You're going to go down fighting on this one.
Well, scores in for Jack Robinson. He's going to hear it at any moment. It's an 8.47 to increase the lead and put the requirement at an 8.05 for last of Imai Kalani Duvall, as scores are still coming through for Imai.
And it's going to be a respectable score, but whether it gets into the excellent range is just based on, I think, the size of the wave.
What a well-played strategy from Jack Robinson in that final minute to let Imai have the smaller of the set and take off on that second wave.
Well surfed, both you lads. That was a 16.
And results are in. Jack Robinson with the win. Imai Kalani Duvall, an incredible performance, one to be proud of, but a knockout in the round of 16. Coming up next, heat number 8 for the men's round of 16, Sammy Pupo and Italo Ferreira hitting the lineup. And we're back at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Back in 2018, we saw Italo Ferreira find his very first championship tour victory in a clutch performance right here over the great Mick Fanning on his retirement day, Rabbit.
It was a win for the ages. What a maiden victory. And that just, after that, Italo Ferreira just went into hyperspeed on his way to a world championship.
So exciting. It was a really impressive performance for him and very emotional for both men in that final, with so much on the line and so much for them to look back and remember now.
Well, it was a swan song for Mick Fanning on a career on the tour proper. Of course, we've seen him here today, a very respectable performance, that's for sure.
Sammy Pupo opening up on his first wave on the forehand. Nice two-turn combination to start things off. Surfing with a lot of speed and a lot of intention. Those first couple of maneuvers, great whip back into the pocket, and now setting it up for the inside. In his rookie season on tour. And he's now looking to put on a bit of a finish here. He had that check back to the outside, and he's gonna decide, you know what, it's worth throwing something out for the fans, for the judges. Goes for the reverse and puts on a great performance to kick things off.
Good opening ride for Samuel Pupo. And, well, Shannon, what we've got here is basically the master and the apprentice.
It's quite exciting seeing matchups like that as we watch Jack Robinson walk in after a really great final wave to secure that victory.
He really is a superhero to the Groms, Jack.
So cool to see all the kids down there. So many of the surfers taking their time to give autographs as well, while having a lot else going on behind the scenes for them this week. Italo Ferreira now having a look on his backhand. 2 great turns to kick things off. He's got a good wall that's clinging to the reef as he comes through the inside section, keeping so much speed and flow. Great engagement of the rail. And now just stalling as he sets up for the finish. Straight up into the lip. Puts on a little pop shove it in the shoreline.
Yeah, that's an interesting wave. I thought that it wasn't the biggest wave of the set that was approaching, but Italo, he really picked that wave. He knew he wanted a wave. He looked along, he saw the taper along the bowl. He thought it was perfect for the backhand attack.
Scores to come through from that opening exchange. And Kaipo, you're out there, out the back. What's it looking like?
Yeah, I'm out the back with Domenic, actually, but what's happening right now that you don't see some of the intricacies that I'm able to see from the channel is Italo Ferreira. When he's coming off the top, those fins are getting in the air. You can see his fins every single time he's snapping on the backhand, and he has that really unique neutral stance. He has that really unique backhand snap that is a signature for Italo Ferreira, and it's just so impressive to see the control, because basically after he does that turn, he's really controlling his board with the front half of his board before the fins re-engage. It's amazing.
So impressive, Rabbit. As we take a look at it here, we can really see the way that he's ditching those fins from this water angle.
Yeah, Kaipo's got a bird's eye view, and I called it as far as the wave. He picked this wave. I mean, he called it. He picked this wave because it just had a beautiful taper across the bowl. Absolutely perfect for backhand surfing. And, well, you know, maybe Kaipo should be that 5th judge, that water angle, you know?
Hey, that's a good idea. Start throwing a judge out in the wetsuit as well, making sure that they're checking all the nuances from staring at the wave down the line. Sammy Pupo got started with this one.
Yeah, a lot of energy by Samuel. It's a smaller wave. He surfs it well with a lot of energy. It gets him a 4.5, but the master comes in with a 7.83.
A great start for this guy, Italo Ferreira, a 7.83 for his opening ride. Now going in for a second. Nearly spins that board all the way around on the face of the wave. Somehow maintains so much control coming out of it, and now he's looking through to the inside. An impressively progressive performance from Italo for the outside section. And now setting it up. Just being patient with it. Placing that board exactly where he needs to go, and now gaining that speed and that projection to literally walk off on the sand. Hopefully his ankles are all right.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, he's so used to landing on the sand. We saw him in Newcastle last year do it 17 times in a heat.
That's so true. It's so dangerous. It's so threatening to those ankles, but at the same time, it's what these surfers are here for, to put it all on the line on those finishing sections.
Yeah, he did take a bit of a spill. I mean, a normal mortal might have injured himself on that one, but he just got up and shook it off like a grommet.
He is definitely one of the grommets. Sammy Pupo having a look at this one. He is sitting with priority, and he's going to decide not to go a smaller size wave. And at this stage of the game, with performances like this coming through from Italo on those first 2 waves, he's going to need to wait for one of those solid sets to roll through.
You know, there's another factor here too, and I used to love it too. You know, I used to love it if I was a number 3 seed. If you found yourself right at the bottom of the draw, no one talks about you. Yeah,
Italo Ferreira on this one. What did you think of that opening turn?
Well, the opening turn was unbelievable, and then that was just such a tricky little turn on that one. I mean, he meant to do it, but he's, again, such an instinctive surfer. I don't think it was in his playbook. I think it just instinctively, it just appeared on the radar for him in his mind. And look at this finish here. He steps off, and then it cops him from behind, both the board and the surging whitewater. And it just goes to show how supple he is.
He really is one of the great acrobats of our sport. Great reactive time and scores through a 5.17, so he's got the backup score on the board now against the rookie in Samuel Pupo. Sammy did have an opportunity to compete out here at Bells back in the 2017 event when he took out the trials over Jacob Wilcox. It was a wild and woolly day here at Bells during that trials day, and Sammy got a great win over Jacob. And then he went down in round 2 to the great Joel Parkinson.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, that last wave there by Italo, you talk about that, you know, what do you think about that move? Well, you know, the judges clearly said, you know, it's just a funky kind of trickster move. It's not really progressive surfing, and he didn't get rewarded for it. He may have been better off just taking the route that he took on that first wave. He got that 7.83, got the 2 huge moves on the outside bowl.
Yeah, so important. Philippe Toledo mentioned it in his post-heat interview as well after coming in, and just how important it is here at Bells to make sure you capitalize on those first 2 maneuvers on the outside section, really being the only way to find yourself in an excellent score. As we saw Italo jumping off.
I tell you what, he got bowled over on the shore break, and then he just takes a dunking, but he's having a laugh at that one. That's just all time.
He's got a great smile on his face. I love that the camera crew caught that. That was amazing.
And I think Ronnie mentioned that you know, Philippe and Italo are the absolute best at dismounting the jet ski and getting that little wake, but he nosedived, he pearled.
That's so funny. Even Philippe had that little paddle battle with Connor O'Leary, and he took, well, his ski kind of caught up to him as well for Connor's ski, but his dismount was flawless. On the dismount, gets that explosive little bit of speed on the belly dive, and then for Italo.
And they had a bit of a chuckle about that too.
So down to 25 minutes on the clock. Seems like it's been a fast 10 minutes to kick things off. And we saw Jack Robinson with a clutch performance on the finish, taking out the lead over Imai Kalani-Duvall.
Well, talk us through it. In the lead at the end there, Imai only needing a 6-point ride, and you see those corduroy lines coming towards you. How'd you feel?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but yeah, you just have to feel it within and just be free out there, because so many things changing, and it went flat for a long time, and then that came in the end, and I was just keeping an eye on him and what was going to happen, and making sure I was just to be on the best wave. So standard, but also like hard to do it when you're in the moment, because there's like you're under pressure a lot, you know.
And you let him go that first wave, just, you know, obviously knowing there was a second wave behind it. Were you just thinking that that second wave would draw out better?
Was that the 8-point ride that he got? Or yeah, I remember at the start when he got the 8-point ride, I shouldn't have let him go. I should have pushed him even deeper. And but then also didn't get stuck on it, you know. I was like, okay, I'm just going to go to work and get busy, and chipped away at it, yeah.
And I see you've got some tape around your toe. Is that an old injury you're coming into this event with?
I got a couple of tapes around my toe. I got this one and I got this one. I got a cut in the bottom here that's bad. So yeah, I have a little rest after this comp, and yeah, get ready to go again. But right now I just got to keep going.
And you're into the quarters this afternoon. You're going to reset and head back out there. Any changes?
No, I think I'm good. Just keep an eye on it, see what it does, and yeah, I'm not really thinking too much, just staying in my time and in my zone, so yeah.
Love it. Jack Robinson in the zone. We'll see you this afternoon.
Thanks so much, Laura. Classic Jack Robinson, just focused, calm, and collected as ever, Rabbit.
Staying in my time. You got to love that.
Down to 23 minutes on the clock. Italo Ferreira currently sitting in the lead. Sammy Pupo now waiting to get a second score on the board, and it'll have to be a good one because he is chasing an 8.5. And for those fans that are watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round in 22 minutes. A new live stream will start up for the quarterfinals and beyond. For those fans tuning in from Brazil, coverage of the quarterfinals will continue exclusively on worldsurfleague.com and SporTV. For everyone else, keep it right here as we continue with the quarterfinals for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And the women's quarters will be hitting the lineup next with two of the greatest of all time, and Courtney Conlog and Sally Fitzgibbons. Having a run down the beach, Sal's getting an early start.
This is going to be, the stakes are high for this women's quarterfinal.
So much on the line for both of these women, sitting far down the rankings, not able to get those big performances that they've been requiring to keep themselves in that top 10 on the women's side of the draw. And for the two of them, making it to the quarterfinals has been really important, and it's sad to see that one of them is going to be knocked out here coming into that midseason cut conversation.
Quarterfinals are going to help both of them, but one of them is going to the semi-finals, and that is going to be a real keeper, and they may go beyond the semi-finals. So a very big gap here between being in the quarterfinals and perhaps being in a final, points-wise, and obviously a shot at the title, a shot at a bell.
Yeah, there's just so much that's on the line for these two women heading out. Courtney there with her mom, Tracy, having a chat. Courtney is the 3-time champion, and she is the returning champion from 2019. So she's got that momentum. Sally Fitzgibbons has 2 bells to her name back from 2011 and 2012. And she is so hungry to get another one.
Yeah, it looks like Sally's going to do her last-minute preparations from around centre side. She knows what it looks like. I mean, we've got an outgoing tide, so there's no trick to the lineup now. We know we've got an outgoing tide. And the bowl section is going to be absolutely where it's at.
So exciting to see. Sally was down here early this morning during those first few heats of the men's round, having a ride on the stationary bike in the athletes area, and just getting her head in that space, because it wasn't for sure that the women's quarters were going to be on. You know, if the conditions didn't shape up, we were maybe going to put the event on hold for the day. And so she was here bright and early, and once she got wind that, you know what, it looks like it's just going to be firing all day, she was absolutely ready to go. Headed home, got those boards sorted out, and it'll be exciting to see those two matching up. And they've had such phenomenal careers battling out with each other for the last decade on the championship tour. It'll be one to stay tuned to, as we have another great set rolling into Bells Beach here at the bowl. 20 minutes on the clock, and Samuel Pupo has priority. He's going to opt to go for this second wave in the set. Races down the line, and now unleashing into a huge down car for that first turn, straight off the bottom into the whip on the second. Seamless combination for the start, and Italo Ferreira goes massive on the outside section as we track with Sammy through the inside here, getting every point he can out of this wave. This is such an important one for him. And setting it up on the inside, puts on the performance to finish, and Italo Ferreira tracking through on the outside, has put in a couple of great turns, and now he's waiting for that section to bowl out, and it looks like he's going to have a critical one to finish off on. Again, right on the shore break, and it just keeps opening up for him. Rabbit, what a spicy finish.
Well, that's the best finish we've seen, because he basically got 3 really good manoeuvres on the shore break, and he got one huge move in the bowl. Now, I think this is going to be reflected in the judging, because they both had one amazing dynamic turn in the bowl section.
And now that race to get back out of the lineup to find priority. Sammy Pupo now on the ski, so he'll get out there first, no doubt. Italo Ferreira catching his breath after throwing so many turns down on that last wave. And great to see that finishing section, but first let's take a look at Sammy's.
Yeah, well, Sammy has to get around this section here. He's flying down the line, and as you said, he just carves it down the face. A beautiful turn, and then he goes out into a flatter shoulder. So really just that one major turn in the bowl, and then just a series of roundhouse goes back. These are very lowly scored points on that middle section, and he gets to finish pretty nicely here.
What an exchange. So first wave of the set goes to Sammy, and he found this great down carve to kick things off.
Yeah, this is such a dynamic turn, and he just holds his rail. No, the board goes flat on the face there, but he maintains the speed, and then he just brings it up. And look at Italo, this turn here, it's just a huge float. And he gets around this section. It's amazing. I thought this was just going to be impossible to make. And it really paid off, him getting around that section, getting back up in the lip on the backhand. and really made the most of this wave. And the ending here is amazing because this is not really a short break. This wave's holding its body right through this section. You think he's done here, Shannon, but he's not.
It just keeps offering more. He hasn't even hit that finishing section yet.
Wow.
And there it is, the speed in the tail on that final turn.
So spicy.
So scores to come through. Not a single score has dropped in from the judging panel yet. Both surfers already from that inside have jumped onto the skis. They've gotten that lift all the way around those outside buoys. And now they're on the paddle back to that takeoff zone. Samuel does have priority. And there's already another set rolling through from the horizon as we wait to see where the judges will go with that last exchange. An 8.5 requirement on the board right now for Sammy Pupo, the rookie, up against one of his heroes, no doubt. The two Brazilians sitting in the lineup, the 2019 world champion Italo Ferreira, as we see a great set rolling through, Rabbit.
No, it's a super wide set. Only Italo's in position to get this. I don't believe that... no, he couldn't. It was a super wide one. We saw it coming, and the second wave of this set was just a bit too wide, and none of them were able to get it. But Samuel was way inside. Italo nearly got it.
How difficult is it when you're out there in the lineup with conditions like this today, where some of those sets are coming and hugging the reef a little bit more, and some of them are really swinging wide, to notice it when you're out and sitting there?
Oh, this is the trickiest thing about bells, particularly as the tide goes out. You get these big bombs that stand up outside, and if you can, you know, snare it out there, you're in for an incredible ride. Then you get the wide ones, and then you get the deep ones, and then what happens is that you'll paddle out and duck dive, and then the next ones come in and you're too far out. That happens a lot. This exchange here, look at the scores, Shannon.
And scores are in. Italo Ferreira just narrowly getting the upper hand with a 7.57 over Sammy Pupo, dropping in a 7.33. So situation, Samuel now chasing an 8.07 to take the lead away from Italo Ferreira. Bonsoy brew break now, and we'll be right back.
I like to just keep my routines pretty simple. I like to get up early. We made a bit of a saying called win the morning, win the day. It's like if you get up early and you really capitalise on that part of the morning, you win the rest of the day. Everything's a bonus from that point onwards.
Here we are back at Bells. Decided to retire, and then I found myself in the final against Italo. And yeah, things were going good, and then I was just behind. I was waiting for a set, and he went a medium one and just smashed it, and there wasn't another wave that broke. But for me, ending my career, and you know, I had tears of joy and you know, celebration in my heart. But then to look over to Italo and see the emotion that he went through, he was screaming and just, you know, just so overawed in the moment was incredible. And it showed me what it meant to him, and it also solidified that, yeah, it's time to walk out the back door.
Great story time there from Nick Fanning, looking back on that incredible final up against Italo Ferreira back in 2018.
Yeah, well, he went out that back door was just left ajar enough.
He's done some upsets here. He took out world number 1 Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah.
Mick Fanning still the ultimate, but the current generation now unleashing in the lineup. Samuel Pupo, great turn to start off. Gets a little air on that second one, and now driving into the tail on those next two turns. chasing that excellent score of an 8.07 to gain the advancing position over Italo Ferreira. And he's going to come through to the inside here. Quick snap. And looking for a great finish, throws that tail around, makes the rotation, and has that same emotion that we saw at Italo back in 2018.
Well, we really are seeing some emotion in the shore break, and there's Miguel checking it out. And Sam, look, it's a smaller wave, but he gets some good work through the bowl section, Shannon.
Straight back onto the ski for Sammy and his brother Miguel, cheering him on from the steps here at Bells Beach. Great to see those two getting some time together on the championship tour as we take another look at this one, Rabbit.
Yeah, I love that layback there. Big snap out of the lip then, and he comes around for a third section. So there's three. There's a good carving snap. So he got three great maneuvers on a medium-sized wave. Such an energized surfer. And he wasn't done yet, Shannon.
He found this finishing section. Popped that tail around, threw in some progression.
And threw in some emotion.
A lot of emotion. What did you like about that finishing maneuver?
Oh, like I loved it. It was just such a clean. You could script it. You knew he was going to do it. You know, he's such an aerial master. This young guy has got a big future in this sport, and that means a lot to him.
That really does. It's cool to see him finding results in a variety of waves as well. He had that quarterfinal finish out at Pipeline, which was really impressive for his first event as a rookie on the championship tour, past some wildcard opportunities in the past. At one of, the most difficult, most challenging, scariest waves of all time of Pipeline, to just show some maturity, making it through into the final rounds. Incredible to kick off the season.
It was an amazing debut performance. He's gone a bit quiet since then. I'll tell you what, he just turned the notch up on this one. Like, it's going to be super interesting where this score goes.
Down to 10 minutes on the clock. Sammy walked out with 17th place finishes between Sunset and Portugal, and now making it into the round of 16 is a better result for him again, to find a bit of momentum. As we wait for those scores to roll through, it's been interesting to look back at the start of his brother Miguel's career. Back in 2011, Miguel was part of that mid-season rotation where he graduated onto the championship tour alongside Gabriel Medina and John Florence, in a year of change for the World Surf League at that stage of things. And then we see now this year another change, and with Samuel Pupo coming in with that mid-season cut, it's kind of cool to look at the past for Miguel and the future for Sammy coming in just different years for professional surfing. As we've got a big score that has dropped in, a 7.80 is nearly enough as we take a look at his reaction there. And it's a 7.8. It's just under the score in the requirement, but now he does have a smaller requirement of a 7.61 to take the advancing position over Italo.
Wow, yeah, well, he really let loose with a lot of emotion at the end of that. There was a lot of intensity, like he's surfing against a Brazilian world champion. This is a major scalp for a rookie Brazilian surfer. A 7.8, he squeezed every decimal point out of that mid-sized wave. He very nearly got the score. One judge gave him an 8.2, and the rest were just under.
And he's going to have another lap here. He takes a look out the back, decides to get out. He's sitting under priority, so he's fully freed up to just have a look.
I would not be surprised at all to see him go to the air. I think he's going to give it a go.
Similar to what we saw from Kolohe Andino yesterday, going, all right, I've done everything else I can to give you a score on the rail. Now I need to take to the air and do something explosive.
And Italo is very wary of this young guy. I don't know why he took that wave before, but he's very wary. He's looking over his shoulder. He's keeping him in check. He's looking at him right now. Italo deciding he won't get it. And is there a late minute turnaround? No.
Decides not to go. Current rankings, both surfers sitting above the cut line, with Italo sitting in number 10, but he wants to be in that number 1 spot, no doubt. And we just saw a tough loss, but a great performance out of Imai Kalani-Devault down there with Laura.
Imai, an incredible showing here at Bells Beach. First time ending that heat with what you obviously got the score, but Jack Robinson bettering his score as well.
Yeah, I mean, those are the heats you always like dream of, just kind of seesawing back and forth, and it's hard. I can't believe I lost that heat starting like that well. So it hurts, but yeah, I think this was just like a big learning experience for me, and I kind of felt like I was starting to get my momentum and just surfing like myself a little bit. And it's a tough loss, but learned a lot, and that was definitely a critical heat to make, but still my best result of the year, so just kind of carry that into the next event.
And still an amazing heat against Kelly Slater, getting that 8 at the end to take him out. I mean, you must be proud of your performance.
Yeah, like I said, I think it was kind of a breakthrough event for me in a way, like just to kind of open up a little bit and just get some opportunities. And that was just a super fun heat with Jack. I wish we could have kept going a little longer, but yeah, he kept his composure super well. Like, I started off well, and he just came back at me and kept swinging, so it was a fun heat.
Yep, you don't lose, you just run out of time. Congrats, Emma. We'll see you over in WA.
Thank you.
So fun to see performances where both surfers are just right at the top of their game, and a great showing from Imai Kalani-Duval, making it into that round of 16 here at Bells.
Yeah, it was a great showing, and you know, very humble and dignified acceptance there. I mean, but what he said was that he loved the fact that it went blow for blow. It went like they exchanged the lead several times. That's how you want to go. If right at the end, I mean, you can as a competitor, you can really accept that a lot more than getting sort of skunked in a heat.
And a first big gouge on the rail from Sammy Pupo. Takes off under Italo Ferreira on this wave, unleashes on the second turn, and up into the lip, but gets taken out by it. And that's a hard fall as we take a look at big brother Miguel.
Yeah, Sammy, he'll paddle out. He won't get the Uber on that one. I think he'll paddle back to the lineup. Let's see. He's a fair way in, but he's taken himself out of the lineup. And
taking a look at the Harvey Norman recap with Italo ditching those fins on every turn on this wave.
Yeah, this wave was such a brilliant ride by the former world champion. This is amazing surfing. Former Bells winner. He knows his break pretty well now. This is where he got his maiden tour victory.
Got that clean start with a 7.83. Backed it up with a 7.57, that big floater out the back, and then linked together on a couple of really solid turns.
Really solid. Just getting that turn in there was critical because he's only just in the lead. That turn might be the difference.
Really important experience paying off for Italo, making sure to increase that score line, as that 5.17 was probably a little lower than what he would have been hoping for. Samuel Pupo has done so well to answer back, but is just sitting behind.
I love this ride. It's a smaller wave, but it just tapers beautifully across the bowl. And he surfed it all the way in the inside. He knew because it was a smaller wave, he said, I'm going to do something progressive here to finish. He did it. He nailed it. And then he really let loose his inner feelings.
Got that 7.8, which did decrease the requirement to less than an excellent score to take the advancing position.
Yeah, well, the 7.61, it's somewhere between his two rides. It's somewhere between both these guys' two rides.
Down to 3 minutes on the clock. Italo in the lead. Sammy now in second and under priority. Italo is being patient. He's going to let Sammy take off on any of these smaller waves coming through, but should a good set roll through, he's going to be controlling it.
And he's got his eye on this guy. He knows he's going to go to the air on this wave, that's for sure.
Finding the speed, up into the air, connects almost perfectly, and just comes undone on the finish. Joao Chianca just feeling it in the moment. And Sammy, we'll see if he gets another opportunity.
It's a wonderful thing amongst the Brazilians, obviously, with Miguel there, the big bro, but this is, he nearly nails this, Shannon.
What went wrong here?
Well, I think it's just the landing. He lands all right, but he was overbalanced. He was on the outside rail too much. He just needed to be a bit more flush, a bit more on the inside rail, a bit more control.
And he's looking for those opportunities. That's what we would have expected. Down to 2 minutes on the clock. And for fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round. A new live stream will start from the quarterfinals and beyond. For fans tuning in from Brazil, coverage from the quarterfinals on will continue exclusively on worldsurfleague.com or SporTV. For everyone else, keep it right here as we continue with the quarterfinals of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. The women's quarterfinals kicking off in 1 minute and 25 seconds with Courtney Conlog and Sally Fitzgibbons battling out, currently ranked number 16 and 17 on the women's tour, looking for an opportunity to get up into that top 10 heading into Margaret River. But now the question mark on the line, can Samuel Pupo, the rookie, take out the world champion in Italo Ferreira, the gold medalist from the Olympics, and the 2018 bell ringer, who is currently in the lead with priority and looks like he may have shut this heat down, Rabbit?
Well, Italo knows he's got a very dangerous customer on his hands here, because if Samuel can link up and nail one of those big air revs or a full rotation, he's capable of a big score. But the ocean does look a little bit flat right now.
It's been another very exciting heat, though, here at Bells Beach, as those two are sitting close to each other in the lineup, down to 25 seconds on the clock. There is a little bit of movement on the horizon, but it's seeming unlikely at the moment that that wave will get here in time. We'll have to see what happens. And a great performance from these two.
Oh, yeah, it's all smiles now.
And Sammy Pupo conceding to Italo Ferreira. And what a great matchup. I mean, such a narrow point difference. 15.40 takes Italo Ferreira with a lead over Samuel Pupo with a 15.13. Courtney Conlog, Sally Fitzgibbons battling out after this.